Chapter 3153. The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion was stunned. This was really a fierce person. He even dared to suppress Chen Rafeng. He even dared to threaten the Chen family. Thinking of this, he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Qi Siyu beside him heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't kill Chen Rafeng, everything was negotiable. At most, the Qi family would step in. In short, no matter what, they couldn't let Lin Xian get hurt. Lin Xian didn't care about the reactions of the people around him. What Chen family, the 9 great families, he didn't take them seriously at all. To be honest, attacking Chen Rafeng this time was also an accident. If not for the other party releasing killing intent towards him time and time again, he wouldn't have made a move. He knew that letting such a person go would cause a greater disaster. However, he could use Chen Rufeng's life to make an exchange with the Qin family. He wanted to collect 1,300 types of spiritual herbs. Most of them could be collected by 1,000 herb hall. However, some of the spiritual herbs were very precious. With 1,000 herb hall's ability, it would probably be very difficult to complete them in a short time. But now he could make the Chen family bleed a lot. In a while, he would distribute the spiritual herbs he needed. These people would definitely pass them to the Qin family. Thinking of this, he turned his head and stared at the middle-aged man beside him. He asked indifferently, "Just now, were you stopping me?" The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion was also a 9-star perfection stage expert. He was extremely powerful. But at this moment, in Lin Xian's eyes, he was like an ant trembling. Because he knew that this person in front of him was a ruthless person. He killed the genius of the 9 great families and suppressed Chen Rafeng. The other party was actually safe and sound now. One could imagine that the other party was very strong. It wouldn't be difficult to kill him. Moreover, looking at Qi Siyu's attitude, even if he killed him, the Qi family wouldn't have any reaction. Therefore, the pavilion master hurriedly bowed and said, "Misunderstanding. This is a complete misunderstanding. I didn't know that it was young master who attacked." As he spoke, he looked at Qi Siyu as if begging for mercy. Seeing this scene, Qi Siyu sighed and said, "Young master, this is the pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion." The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and asked, "I remember that your Tianfeng Pavilion is going to launch an extremely special cauldron later, right?" "Yes." The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion didn't know why the other party asked this question. Qi Siyu's brows twitched. She knew that Lin Xian was an alchemist, and an extremely powerful one at that. To alchemists, what was the most attractive thing? Other than medicinal pills, there was also the pill cauldron. This was a necessary treasure for refining pills. From the looks of it, young Master Lin should be lacking a pill cauldron to refine pills. Thinking of this, she hurriedly said, "Pavilion Masterly, young master wants to see the pill cauldron. Why aren't you preparing it?" "Yes, I will go and prepare now." "Please wait for a moment." Second Miss and young Master Lin, the head of Tianfeng Pavilion, turned around and wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. Then he hurriedly led people to make preparations. Soon, many pill cauldrons appeared in the spell formation. There were 10 of them floating in the air. Every one of them exuded a mysterious and ancient aura, and the light that hung down dazzled people. The young warriors in the surrounding hall were still in shock, but soon they were attracted by the pill cauldrons in front. These were all top-grade pill cauldrons. They didn't expect Tianfeng Pavilion to be so generous this time. It couldn't be. Although Tianfeng Pavilion was powerful, they couldn't take out so many pill cauldrons at once. I think it should be an auction. Sure enough, this was a small-scale auction. Among the 10 pill cauldrons, only 3 were from Tianfeng Pavilion. The other 7 were from other families or experts who entrusted Tianfeng Pavilion to auction. There were indeed pill cauldrons. Lin Xian also revealed a trace of surprise. He raised his head and looked at the cauldrons in front. Golden light appeared in his eyes. The next moment, he instantly fixed his eyes on one of them. It was a purple pill cauldron with a very simple design. As soon as it appeared, it attracted Lin Xian's attention. Golden light bloomed in Lin Xian's eyes as he stared at the purple pill cauldron. He seemed to see the runes on it flowing rapidly like a purple river. It also seemed like a purple abyss that could make one's soul sink into it. What a magical pill cauldron! Lin Xian was surprised. With a wave of his hand, the purple pill cauldron came in front of him. Lin Xian reached out a finger and lightly knocked on it. Dang! The sound was like thunder, echoing for a long time without dissipating. Not bad, it's this one. Lin Xian was very satisfied. Seeing this scene, Qi Siyu heaved a sigh of relief. Great! Ever since she came, she hadn't seen Lin Xian smile. She didn't expect that now. Lin Xian finally revealed a smile. As long as the other party was satisfied, then everything was easy. Qi Siyu said with a smile. Since young Master Lin liked it, it was good. Second miss. The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion looked like he wanted to say something, but stopped. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian raised his brows. Why unwilling? By the side, Qi Siyu also snorted coldly. Her beautiful face immediately turned cold. Damn it, what was this guy doing? It wasn't easy to make this young Master Lin happy, but I didn't expect that his subordinate was so reckless. Trying to stop them from the middle? Seeing Lin Xian and Qi Siyu's darkened faces, the pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion was sweating profusely. He was so scared that he was about to cry. He trembled as he said, No, young Master Lin, second miss, this pill cauldron has been reserved by a few people. Who reserved it? Right, this cauldron doesn't belong to Tianfeng Pavilion, right? Why don't we just buy it and give it to young Master Lin? Yes. The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion wanted to say something, but seeing Qi Siyu's expression, he immediately shut his mouth. He didn't doubt that Qi Siyu would kill him on the spot if he dared to stop them. Young master, this is the information of this pill cauldron. Qi Siyu received a jade slip from the pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion and handed it to Lin Xian respectfully. Lin Xian took it and probed it with his soul spirit. Then he nodded silently. Purple Abyss Cauldron. This Purple Abyss Cauldron was incredible. It was said that it was passed down from ancient times and was very precious. It seemed to be used by a half-sage back then. Therefore, the price was also very expensive. However, Lin Xian didn't have to worry about this. Qi Siyu didn't say anything and bought this Purple Abyss Cauldron directly. In response, Lin Xian accepted it without hesitation. What was a mere pill cauldron? If he cured the Qi family's patriarch, how many benefits would he bring to the Qi family? Therefore, this cauldron was just a side benefit. The real benefits were those precious spiritual herbs. Young Master Lin, since you're here, why don't you stay a little longer? Siyu needs to treat you well. Qi Siyu revealed a beautiful smile. That was good too. Lin Xian nodded slightly and said, I have a few companions. Why don't you let them come together? All right, young master, I'll arrange it. Qi Siyu hurriedly asked the pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion to treat Lin Xian with the highest standards. As for Qingqing, Nailin Yanran, and Feng Hao, the three of them were also respectfully invited in. Chapter 3154. Heavens, this is truly a peerless monster. To be able to make the Qi family's second miss so respectful, even trampling on Chen Rufing's physical body and suppressing his soul on the spot. This guy, everything he does, is earth-shattering. Originally, I thought that with my peak 9-star strength, I can laugh proudly at those of the same level. I didn't expect that there's actually someone so much more powerful than me. These large family clans prodigies were sweating profusely. To be honest, they were completely convinced by Lin Xian today. What was called a peerless prodigy, what was called a heaven-defying powerhouse. Lin Xian gave them the best explanation, and those female martial artists' eyes were all shining. If only they could marry such a person. What kind of person is Sir Lin? How can he be delusional to a little girl like you? I've decided, even if I can't find a husband like Sir Lin, I'll definitely find someone like him. These beauties were really excited. This kind of indomitable, unparalleled hero who could trample all over the world. How could they not be moved? Lin Xian was invited into the depths of Tianfeng Pavilion by Siyu and the pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion, inside a majestic great hall. Accompanying them were Nailin Yanran, Qing Qing, and Feng Hao. All kinds of exquisite dishes were served one after another. These were all abnormally precious ingredients. There was even flood dragon meat. One could say that it could not be eaten outside at all. Lin Xian chatted with everyone while splitting a portion of his soul into the black earth to study the purple abyss cauldron again. After all, this would be his pill refinement partner for a long time in the future. He naturally had to familiarize himself with it well. As he observed closer, he discovered that this purple abyss cauldron might really be a treasure. According to the records, this was left behind by a half-sage. However, Lin Xian did not think so. He discovered that although the remnant aura on it was already very faint, his soul force was still very powerful. Very soon, he was able to capture the remnant aura of true laws on the purple abyss cauldron. This was something that a sage had used before. Sensing this point, Lin Xian was wild with joy. A pill cauldron left behind by a sage? What an unexpected surprise! Generally speaking, alchemy cauldrons were also divided into grades. For example, a king-grade alchemy cauldron could at most refine some pills required by a king-grade alchemy cauldron. It would be very difficult to refine the medicinal pills required by the semi-sage realm. As for saints, there was no need to even think about it. It was impossible to cultivate it. However, it would be different if it was a half-step sage's cauldron. The success rate would be greatly increased. If it was the cauldron of a saint, then there would be no problem. He could even directly refine saint-level pills. Therefore, Lin Xian now had the purple abyss cauldron, which could be said to have solved a big problem. While they were drinking and chatting inside, the main hall outside changed again. Because Tianfeng Pavilion had another thing to do besides inviting the experts and disciples of these big clans, which was to hold an auction. Especially this time, they were auctioning off 10 pill cauldrons. This news had been released long ago. Therefore, the grand meeting of Tianfeng Pavilion this time attracted many alchemists. At this moment, these alchemists came one after another. I heard that there are quite a few good pill cauldrons this time. I must get one. Many elixir kings' eyes lit up. Is that so? I'm going to have one too. Anyway, there are many pill cauldrons, so we don't have to fight for them. These elixir kings were very happy. Suddenly, their eyes widened, revealing a trace of shock. Heavens, am I seeing things? That's Elixir King He too. Why is he here too? What? Elixir King He too? No way. He's a 9-star Elixir King. After the other Elixir Kings heard this, they were also extremely shocked. Although they were all Elixir Kings, they were also ranked. After all, the medicinal pills for kings to consume were divided into 9 grades. Elixir Kings were also correspondingly divided into 9 grades. The pills refined by a 9th grade Elixir King were the best, and the success rate was also the highest. Therefore, the status of a 9th grade Elixir King was very high. A 9th grade Elixir King would attract countless big clans to treat him as a distinguished guest. The Elixir King, he too, that these people were talking about was a 9th grade Elixir King. Therefore, the moment he appeared, it immediately caused a commotion. Greetings to Elixir King He too. The surrounding Elixir Kings went forward one after another and bowed respectfully. Elixir King He too was a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard. His eyes were swollen but full of spirit. Although he looked young, his true age was already more than 1,800 years old. The arrival of Elixir King He too made the surrounding Elixir Kings very shocked and excited, because in their alchemy world, Elixir kings were legendary existences. At the same time, they were even more curious. What heaven-defying treasure was there this time? Even Elixir King, he too, was attracted. They didn't know. They only seemed to be auctioning pill cauldrons. Could it be that there was something special about this pill cauldron? Thinking of this, everyone was greatly surprised. Wait a minute. That was Elixir King Blackfeather. Suddenly, another person screamed. The other Elixir Kings turned their heads, one after another. In the next moment, screams sounded one after another. The young prodigies in the entire hall were also stunned. To be honest, when these Elixir Kings came, they had to accompany them carefully. No one would easily provoke an Elixir King, especially these Elixir Kings. Therefore, those Elixir Kings were also proud and arrogant. Even if the people around them were geniuses, they were also disdainful. These Elixir Kings gathered together alone. The others didn't dare to go forward at all. The genius disciples of the other clans could only watch from afar. Originally, they were prepared to go over later and curry favor with one or two Elixir Kings. This way, it would be a great benefit to their clans, and they would definitely be rewarded by their clans. However, before they could act on their thoughts, they saw those Pill King-level alchemists making a fuss over nothing. What's going on? Are these Elixir Kings crazy? Lower your voice. Don't you want to live anymore? But I really think there's something wrong with their heads. The surrounding sky prides were dumbfounded by what they saw. Why would the Elixir Kings care about the thoughts of the people around them? They were too shocked. They saw an old man in a black robe walking over. The old man in the black robe looked very old, but his hair was incomparably black, which made him look very strange. If one were to take a closer look at the black Taoist robe he was wearing, they would discover that it was pieced together with black feathers. This old man was also called Elixir King Blackfeather. He was also a 9th grade Elixir King. When Elixir King Blackfeather appeared, even Elixir King, he too revealed a look of surprise. He said in a deep voice, "Looks like you're also here for that thing." "That's right. I'm determined to get that thing." Elixir King Blackfeather said with a smile. "Humph." Elixir King, he too snorted. It was obvious that he wouldn't give that thing away so easily. The surrounding alchemists were at a loss. At the same time, they were extremely excited. 2 Elixir Kings were competing. Chapter 3155. The two of you are early. At this moment, another laughter was heard. Everyone turned to look, and in the next moment, they all held their breaths. This time, it was a woman in her 30s. She was wearing a fiery red long dress, which accentuated her graceful figure. Compared to those young and beautiful women, she was more mature and charming. Pill King Red Lotus. The surrounding alchemists screamed again. This woman was not an ordinary one. She was also a 9th grade Pill King. Oh my God! 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings had arrived. What exactly were they fighting over? Excuse me, but I have reserved that item in advance. So, please don't fight for it when the time comes. Pill King Red Lotus said with a smile. Humph. Do you think you are the only one who has reserved it? I have reserved it too. Pill King, he too snorted. Pill King Blackfeather said with a smile. I have prepared for it as well. Let's compete with our wealth. The surrounding alchemists were excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The 3 9th grade Pill Kings were determined to get it, and it seemed like they were willing to spend a lot of money. When the time came, it would definitely be a bloodbath. Soon the auction began. Everyone walked forward. Other than the Pill Kings, the genius disciples of the big families also followed. Many people looked at the 3 figures in front of them, who were like moons surrounded by stars. They were very surprised. What is going on? Who are those 3 people? Why are the other alchemists so respectful? I just received news that those 3 are 9th grade Pill Kings. What? 9th grade Pill Kings! The surrounding prodigies screamed crazily when they heard that. Their eyes were filled with shock. A ninth-grade pill king could not only refine the highest ninth-grade pills, but his success rate was also incomparable to other pill kings. If a family could have a ninth-grade pill king, the cultivation speed of the family's martial artists would be greatly improved. It would be much faster than other families. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes were fixed on the 3 ninth-grade pill kings. They had to think of a way to win over the 3 of them. At the front, the 3 ninth-grade pill kings took their seats. The other alchemists also took their seats. At the back, the genius disciples of the big families could only sit at the back. However, they were already very satisfied to be able to watch it. On the auction stage, an old man walked up and started the auction. These people were already very familiar with the process of the auction. Moreover, these people had already investigated the situation of those pill cauldrons. Therefore, everyone started attacking their respective targets. For a time, the competition was very intense. The price was so high that the geniuses of the surrounding large clans were flabbergasted. Even if they were faced with such a price, the corners of their mouths twitched. They even discovered that the price of several pill furnaces was comparable to half of their family's assets. That was definitely a sky-high price. However, these pill kings were all distinguished guests of the various large clans. Their wealth could be said to be comparable to that of a nation. Therefore, even with such a high price, these people would not be intimidated. 7 out of the 10 pill cauldrons had already been opened. He was hit by 6 people. There was one person who won 2 in a row. His wealth was so great that it made everyone sigh in shock. Those alchemists who didn't get it shook their heads in pity. They were prepared to fight again. However, there were also people who were extremely surprised. Why hadn't the 3 ninth-grade pill kings made a move yet? What did they know? What they were auctioning was definitely their trump card, so it must be the last one. Therefore, let's go all out and fight for the top 9. These pill kings made up their minds and made a move decisively. Sure enough, when the 9th cauldron was auctioned at the highest price, everyone was excited. They knew that the final treasure was coming. The 3 tier 9 pill kings sitting at the front opened their eyes as well. They didn't care about the previous pill cauldrons at all because they didn't care about them. However, the last one was different. They were here for the last one because they had received news that the last pill cauldron was passed down from the ancient times. It was rumored that it was a pill cauldron used by a half-saint. To them, this was undoubtedly a supreme treasure. After all, they were already 9th grade pill kings. One more step and they would be half-step pill saints. At that time, they would naturally need an even more precious pill cauldron. Therefore, this time when a half-saint pill cauldron appeared, they had to get their hands on it. Even if they couldn't become half-step pill saints in a short period of time, obtaining a half-saint pill cauldron would greatly increase their success rate of pill refinement. The eyes of the 3 grade 9 elixir kings lit up. Just as they were about to display their skills, the old man from the Tianfeng pavilion on the auction stage announced loudly, "Everyone, the 9 pill cauldrons have been auctioned off. This auction will end here." What? Hearing this, all the pill kings were stunned. The auction was over? How was this possible? The 3 9th grade pill kings hadn't even made a move yet. The surrounding alchemists were all stunned. The 3 9th grade pill kings stood up with a bang. Strange flames rose from their bodies. They asked coldly, how was this possible? Where was the last pill cauldron? Where was the pill cauldron that was passed down from the ancient times and was rumored to be used by a half-saint? The voices of the 3 pill kings were like thunder, exploding in the void. After hearing this, the surrounding alchemists' pupils shrank. It was passed down from the ancient times, and it was used by a half-saint. They gasped. No wonder the 3 9th grade pill kings were all here as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They even looked like they were determined to get the cauldron. It turned out to be a half-saint pill cauldron. It was definitely something good. Indeed, only something like this could attract the attention of the 3 9th grade pill kings. These people were amazed, but at the same time, they were even more confused. It seemed like there was a problem, because the last pill cauldron wasn't auctioned off. What was going on? Didn't they say there would be 10 cauldrons? Why were there only 9? Pill King Red Lotus frowned. Could it be that the 10th pill cauldron was stolen by them? Pill King Black Feather's face also darkened. The feathers on his black robe were emitting waves of black flames, which were jumping and releasing a terrifying aura. Pill King, he too shouted coldly. Could it be that the Tianfeng Pavilion was making fun of me? The 3 ninth grade Pill Kings were furious. On the auction stage, the auctioneer from the Tianfeng Pavilion's face was extremely ugly. He hurriedly said, "Please calm down. We have our own difficulties in this matter. Please listen to my explanation." He didn't dare to offend the 9th grade Pill Kings. After all, a 9th grade Pill King had connections with countless families. There was once someone who offended a 9th grade Pill King, and that person was an invincible peak stage Pill King. He was very powerful. However, he ended up in a very miserable state. That 9th grade Pill King had attracted the attention of dozens of experts from the major families and a few experts from the major sections. It wasn't hard to imagine the ending of that 9th grade Pill King's enemy. Every 9th grade Pill King had that kind of power. Therefore, even though the Qi family was behind the Tianfeng Pavilion, they didn't dare to go against a 9th grade Pill King. Chapter 3156. Explanation? Fine. I'd like to hear what explanation you have for me today. Pill King, he too had a fiery temper. He snorted coldly, his eyes burning with rage. Pill King Blackfeather and Pill King Red Lotus were equally gloomy. They were usually high and mighty, and even the experts from the big families had to curry favor with them. Now, someone dared to make a fool out of them. The last cauldron, the Purple Abyss Cauldron, had been bought by someone in advance. What? Who was it? The 3 Pill Kings were enraged when they heard this. The old man had no choice but to briefly explain the situation. The 3 ninth grade Dan Kings frowned. The Qi clan had bought the cauldron and given it to someone else? The Qi family was one of the top families. Even though they were Pill Kings, they didn't dare to offend them. Therefore, Pill King Red Lotus frowned slightly and decided not to pursue the matter. However, Pill King, he too had a fiery temper. He snorted coldly. Who did he give it away? The treasure was right in front of him. How could he not be angry when he lost it? I also want to know who the Pill King is. How could the Qi family treat him like this? Is it Pill King Red Flame? Or Pill King Green Flame? No, it's young Master Lin. The old man said with a bitter smile. Young Master Lin? Which young Master Lin? I've never heard of young Master Lin. He's just a kid. How dare he steal our treasure? Where is he? The 3 Pill Kings didn't back down. Let him out. The other elders of Tianfeng Pavilion saw this and went to persuade them. At the same time, a few of them hurried to the depths of Tianfeng Pavilion to report this matter to the Second Miss and the Pavilion Lord. Second Miss, Pavilion Lord, this is bad. Outside the main hall, there was an urgent voice. Qi Siyu frowned. What's going on? While she was busy entertaining Lin Xian, the people outside were causing trouble for her. Seeing Qi Siyu's expression, the Pavilion Lord of Tianfeng Pavilion quickly stood up and said, I'll go out and have a look. Soon, the Pavilion Lord of Tianfeng Pavilion came out with a serious expression. What's going on? What happened? Qi Siyu frowned. The Pavilion Lord glanced at Lin Xian and said cautiously, Second Miss, it's a few Pill Kings causing trouble. Pill King? What's going on? Qi Siyu's frown deepened. A Tier 9 Pill King status was not ordinary. Now that the 3 of them were causing trouble together, something must have happened. Did the Tianfeng Pavilion offend them? Thinking of this, a cold light appeared in her eyes. The Pavilion Master hurriedly said, That was not the case. He let out a sigh and told her the whole story. Actually, it's like this. When we held the pill cauldron auction, we simply released the news of the 10 pill cauldrons. We also released the news about the purple abyss cauldron, which attracted many Tier 9 pill kings. This time, the 3 ninth grade pill kings were here for the purple abyss cauldron. However, the purple abyss cauldron had already been given to young Master Lin. That was why the 3 Tier 9 pill kings were so angry that they started a ruckus. Qi Siyu frowned. She recalled that the pavilion lord of Tianfeng Pavilion had said that the cauldron had already been reserved. So it was reserved by 3 Tier 9 pill kings. This matter was indeed a little tricky. She couldn't afford to offend Lin Xian. After all, her clan's patriarch's injury depended on him. However, she couldn't afford to offend 3 Tier 9 pill kings. These people were of noble status, so her Qi clan had to deal with them properly. Young Master Lin, please take a seat. I'll go out to deal with some matters. Qi Siyu stood up and said softly. Lin Xian also put down his wine glass. I'll go with you. After all, this whole thing started because of me. Lin Xian didn't expect that the purple abyss cauldron would cause such a ruckus. However, it made sense. This was rumored to be left behind by a half-sage. Those Tier 9 pill kings would definitely try their best to get their hands on it. However, the purple abyss cauldron already belonged to Lin Xian. He couldn't give it away. Moreover, it wasn't used by a half-sage. It was something left behind by a saint. It could be said to be a saint-grade pill cauldron. Lin Xian wouldn't give it away, but he wouldn't stand by and do nothing. If he could help, he would. All right. Seeing that Lin Xian also wanted to go, Qi Siyu nodded. Let's go too. Nailin Yanran and the rest also put down their wine cups. The group left the main hall and headed outside. Outside, the elders of Tianfeng Pavilion looked helpless. Facing the questioning and anger of 3 Tier 9 pill kings, they couldn't resist at all. They could only apologize carefully. Fortunately, they heaved a sigh of relief, because they received a message that Second Miss and Pavilion Master were on their way. Not long after, a group of people came from afar. Countless people moved aside. It was Second Miss and Pavilion Master. Those elders heaved a sigh of relief. Their backs were wet with sweat. After all, the pressure of facing 3 Tier 9 pill kings was too great. Now that Second Miss and Pavilion Master were here, there was nothing for them to do. Therefore, these elders stood at the side respectfully. The 3 Grade 9 Elixir Kings squinted their eyes and looked ahead. They naturally knew the Pavilion Master of Tianfeng Pavilion. Beside the Pavilion Master of Tianfeng Pavilion, there was a beautiful lady. She looked unfamiliar. However, when they saw the pattern embroidered on the lady's clothes, they knew that she was from the Qi clan, and she was a core member of the Qi clan. They all knew that the Qi clan was behind the Tianfeng Pavilion. Moreover, they already knew that the Qi clan had bought the purple abyss cauldron in advance to give it away. She should be the second miss of the Qi clan. Pill King Red Lotus said lightly. Pill King Black Feather frowned. He didn't understand. Who was that young man? He was very confused. The second miss of the Qi clan was already very noble, but she was accompanying a young man. Who was that young man? Was there someone more powerful than the Qi clan? However, he didn't see the Qi clan's emblem on the young man. Moreover, the young man's aura was very obscure. He couldn't even see it clearly. It seemed that the young man was either an extremely powerful expert or someone with an extremely high status. However, the 3 of them weren't afraid. The 3 of them were Tier 9 pill kings. If they joined forces, their status and strength would be unimaginable. Even if it was the Qi clan, they wouldn't dare to question why they were fooling them. So it's the 3 alchemy kings who have arrived. This little girl pays her respects. After coming to the front, Qi Siyu laughed softly and then bowed slightly. The Pavilion Master of Heavenly Room Pavilion also came forward to greet them. Only Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back, looking at them curiously. Were these 3 pill kings of the 9th grade. He felt a terrifying and powerful flame aura from them. Pavilion Masterly, what is the meaning of this? If the Purple Abyss Cauldron isn't here, why did you spread the news? Are you fooling us? Chapter 3157. Pill King Blackfeather and Pill King Red Lotus looked cold. The Pavilion Master smiled bitterly. See, you explained, it's like this. Due to some reasons, I bought this cauldron not long ago and gave it to someone else. It's not that the Heavenly Square Pavilion faked the news. There's a reason for it. I hope you can forgive me. Of course, the Chi family will compensate you. Chi Siu knew how important a 9th grade Pill King was. Even the Chi family couldn't afford to offend them. Instead, they tried their best to please them. Pill King, he too snorted. I heard that the 2nd miss gave it to someone called Young Master Lin. Who is this Young Master Lin? Is he an alchemist? If the 2nd miss gave it to another 9th grade Pill King, we won't say anything. But if the 2nd miss didn't give it to an alchemist, then I'll fight for it. Pill King Blackfeather said in a low voice. Pill King Red Lotus didn't say anything, but it was obvious that she meant it. Young Master Lin? They had never heard of him. How could they be willing to give such a high-grade cauldron to a kid they had never heard of before? What? Chi Siu was stunned. She didn't want to drag Lin Xian into the mess again. The crowd was in an uproar. Oh my God, Young Master Lin? Wasn't he the fierce man from before? They knew that half a day ago, Lin Xian had gone on a killing spree in the hall. He had killed the geniuses of the 9 major clans, destroyed Chun Rufing's body, and suppressed his soul. How terrifying was this kind of person? Of course, they also saw Lin Xian take one of the 10 pill cauldrons. They didn't expect that the cauldron was left behind by a half-step saint. And these 3 9th grade Pill Kings were also determined to obtain that pill cauldron. That was why the scene was like this. Young Master Lin was a fierce man. He didn't even care about Chun Rufeng and the 9 major clans. Would he give face to the 3 Pill Kings? Not necessarily. The Chun family and the 9 major clans were strong, but the combined influence of the 3 9th grade Pill Kings might be greater than them. How could the 3 Pill Kings be so terrifying? Don't forget that they were 9th grade Pill Kings. Every alchemy king had connections with many families. 3 9th grade Dan Kings could even gather more than 10 clans. It was too exciting. Who would have thought that the matter that had just calmed down would cause such a storm? How would this brat deal with it? I don't think he'll back down. He'll definitely make a scene. No matter how arrogant this brat was, he wouldn't dare to fight against 3 9th grade Pill Kings at the same time. Everyone was talking about it. Chi Siu frowned slightly. Beside her, the pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion was sweating profusely. Lin Xian was very calm. Hearing the words of the 3 Dan Kings in front of him, he revealed a trace of surprise. Oh, you want to see me? Who are you? An alchemist asked coldly. Although the auction was over, these alchemists didn't leave. They knew that the real big event was yet to come. As expected, they saw the Chi clans, Second Young Miss, and the rest. However, they didn't expect that after the 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings finished their questions, a young man would suddenly speak up. I am naturally the young Master Lin that you all speak of. What? It's actually you. The surrounding people were all stunned. The 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings were also stunned. Then, a sharp light burst out from their eyes as they stared at Lin Xian. You're that young Master Lin? The Purple Abyss Cauldron is in your hands? They were too excited. They thought that young Master Lin was so far away that they wouldn't be able to find him. They didn't expect him to be right in front of them. Since that was the case, they couldn't miss this opportunity. They must get the Purple Abyss Cauldron. That's right, it's me. Lin Xian nodded slightly. The surrounding people exclaimed. The 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings frowned deeply. To be honest, until now they had used all kinds of secret techniques, but they still couldn't see through Lin Xian's strength. They couldn't even tell if he was an alchemist. At this moment, the most hot-tempered Pill King, he too snorted. "Kid, take out the purple abyss cauldron. Name a price, and I'll buy it." "That's right, you're a young man and not an alchemist. The purple abyss cauldron is useless to you. I can give you an equivalent sacred art or weapon in exchange." Pill King Black Feather said with a smile. Pill King Red Lotus said with a smile, "Give me the purple abyss cauldron, and I'll make you a cauldron of top-grade spiritual herbs for free." Everyone was excited to hear that. The 3 Tier 9 Pill King said, "That was a big deal. One had to know that a Tier 9 Pill King had a lot of wealth. Any treasure they took out was enough to make people jealous. They didn't expect this kid to be so lucky." The other alchemists were envious. Lin Xian was stunned at first, but then he laughed. "Who said that I'm not an alchemist? Although your conditions are good, I don't need them. Since the purple abyss cauldron is already mine, please go back." "What? You're an alchemist?" Pill King Black Feather was shocked. Pill King Red Lotus and Pill King, he too, were also stunned. The surrounding alchemists were all stunned and went into an uproar. "This kid is an alchemist? Heavens, how old is he? Look at his bone age. Don't tell me he's an old monster." All kinds of strange flames appeared in the eyes of these people, trying to see through Lin Xian. In the next moment, they exclaimed, "His bone age is too young. He's definitely a very young person. Even if this kid is an alchemist, he's probably just an ordinary alchemist." The surrounding people looked at him with disdain. They were all Pill Kings. Although they weren't Tier 9 Pill Kings, they were still top Pill Kings who stood at the top of the alchemy world. How dare a young kid be so arrogant in front of them? This made them very unhappy. Especially the 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings. They all laughed. "Kid, which sect are you from? So what if you're an alchemist? The purple abyss cauldron isn't something you can use. Hand it over obediently. I see that you're quite talented, so I don't mind taking you as my disciple. Where did you learn from? Which Tier 9 Pill King?" In their opinion, the kid might be the disciple of a Tier 9 Pill King, which was why he was so arrogant. However, that identity was useless in front of them. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. "Take me as your disciple? I'm afraid you're not qualified yet." When those words came out, the crowd was in an uproar again. The eyelids of the martial artists in the distance twitched wildly. As expected, this kid was ruthless. He didn't even give face to the 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch. They were extremely excited, but the surrounding alchemists were furious. How dare he? How dare he talk to 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings like that? They were really angry. Tier 9 Pill Kings were the top existences in their eyes. They had to be respectful when they saw them. Chapter 3158. As expected, the faces of the 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings darkened with anger. The flames in their bodies were like volcanoes that could erupt at any time. The Tianfeng Pavilion's pavilion master was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Qi Siyu smiled bitterly. To be honest, she couldn't intervene at all. At this moment, a young man walked out. Tiny red flames danced on his body. Although they were weak, their power was enough to shock everyone. "Kid, you're too reckless. How dare you talk to 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings like that? Do you know what a Tier 9 Pill King represents? Looks like you don't even have the right to enter our circle." At this point, his face carried a hint of arrogance. The surrounding people exclaimed in shock. "That's Pill King, he too's disciple. That's right, I'm his master's strength. How can a kid like you understand?" Another person walked out. It was Pill King He Yu's disciple. The appearance of these two shocked the others. The disciples of the 2 Tier 9 Pill Kings were also very powerful. Among them, Pill King He Tu's disciple was a Tier 5 Pill King. Pill King He Yu's disciple was even more powerful. He was a Tier 6 Pill King. Of course, he was older than the previous one, but that was already very scary, because he was only around 500 years old. He was young and promising. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Oh, is your master very powerful? Can he cure the Qi family's patriarch's injury? What? The Qi family's patriarch's injury? Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. Even the 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings were stunned. Because this was no secret. 300 years ago, the Qi family's patriarch came back from the abyss with serious injuries. They had invited many Pill Kings to treat him, but none of them could cure him. Therefore, the entire circle of alchemists knew that even a 9th tier Pill King was helpless against it. It was even rumored that the Qi family paid a huge price to invite a half-step Saint Pill Master to treat him. In the end, he still couldn't cure him. Therefore, the Qi family's patriarch's injury had become the final conclusion of the entire pill refining circle. Unless a pill saint appeared, no one would be able to cure him. Therefore, Pill King He-Tu's disciple snorted coldly when he heard Lin Xian's words. Of course they knew. It was better if no one knew. Even a half-step alchemy saint could not cure him. Only a true pill saint would be able to do so. However, pill saints were extremely rare existences. It would be very difficult for it to appear. The others nodded as well, because this matter was not a secret in the alchemy world. However, they were puzzled. Why would the other party bring this up? Could it be that the other party's master had a solution? What a joke! However, in the next moment they were dumbfounded. Lin Xian said proudly, "You can't, but I can." These words were like a sudden clap of thunder, shocking everyone. They were all stunned. Heavens, what did this brat say? He could. Pill King He-Tu's disciple almost spat out a mouthful of blood. After the others recovered from their shock, they burst into laughter as if they had heard the funniest joke. The 3 9th grade Elixir Kings snorted coldly, their eyes filled with disdain. Initially, he thought that the other party was an expert, but who would have thought that it was just an arrogant and ignorant brat? How could such a person contend against them? He was overestimating himself. Seeing the surrounding jeers, Lin Xian's expression was indifferent. Nailin Yanran, Qing Qing, and the other 2 were extremely shocked. They did not expect that Lin Xian actually had such capabilities. However, hearing those Elixir King's words, they were suspicious. Forget about them. Even the Tianfeng Pavilion's pavilion master was suspicious, because his news was too shocking. It could not be true at all. However, at this time, Qi Siu stepped forward and said softly, "What Sir Lin said is right. He indeed has a way to treat my family's ancestors' injuries." Ugh! Those Elixir Kings who were still mocking around instantly stopped laughing. The smiles on their faces became incomparably ugly. It was as if someone was grabbing their necks, making them unable to breathe. How was this possible? Finally, that disciple of Pill King, he too screamed. This was impossible. Second miss, you wouldn't have been cheated by him, right? One had to know. Something that even a half-step Elixir King could not do. How could a brat like him do it? Elixir King Blackfeather's disciple also stepped forward. That's right, second miss. Don't be deceived by people's flowery words. To be honest, Qi Siu also had her suspicions. However, after she asked her family's ancestor, he was overjoyed and felt that he had found hope. Qi Siu was very confident in her family's ancestor. Since her ancestor believed in something, she would naturally believe it to be true. Therefore, she was incomparably respectful towards Lin Xian. At this moment, facing the ridicule of these Elixir Kings, Qi Siu said coldly, "This matter was absolutely true. Sir Lin did have the ability to do so." The 2 outstanding disciples of Elixir King He-Tu and Elixir King Blackfeather were so angry that they vomited blood. The surrounding Elixir Kings were also stunned when they heard this. At this moment, the 3 Tier 9 Elixir Kings opened their mouths. "Little kid, what ability do you have to be able to bewitch the second miss of the Qi family?" "I'm afraid that's the reason why the second miss of the Qi family gave you the purple abyss cauldron." "Humph! Deceiving people with lies. Just you?" You don't deserve the purple abyss cauldron. The three elixir kings were also furious. They originally thought that the other party had some ability, but they did not expect that the other party was just a braggart. Master, don't worry, I'll teach this kid a lesson. Elixir King He2's disciple quickly bowed and said. In the next moment he walked out. Kid, do you dare to have a match with me? He wanted to expose Lin Xian in front of everyone. Hearing this, the surrounding people were interested. Yes, we'll know after a match. This kid probably can't even refine a king-grade elixir, right? Hee hee. Let's see how he'll embarrass himself then. Kid, I won't bully you. I'll use half of my strength to fight with you. How about it? Elixir King He2's disciple was very arrogant. However, Lin Xian glanced at him and shook his head slightly. You're not qualified to be my opponent. Let your master come out. What? The surrounding people were in an uproar. This guy is too arrogant. Elixir King He2's disciple roared. Kid, you're too presumptuous. Who do you think my master is? How can you challenge him? If you want to challenge my master, you'll have to defeat me first. He was really angry. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, completely ignoring him. He did not care about a mere elixir king. One should know that whether it was the Saint Breakthrough elixir that he refined or the Qi family's patriarch's elixir, they were all at the half-step saint level. In other words, Lin Xian was definitely at the half-step pill saint level now. He did not care about a mere elixir king. Chapter 3159. I've lived for almost 2,000 years, but I've never seen such an arrogant junior. All right, since that's the case, I'll make my move. Pill King He2 walked out. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. What's going on? A 9th grade Pill King is going to make his move? Master! Pill King He2's disciple exclaimed in shock. In his opinion, the other party couldn't even beat him, let alone his master. However, Pill King He2 waved his hand. He seemed to have planned this beforehand. However, there's a price for fighting me. If you lose, you have to give me the purple abyss cauldron. How about that? Purple abyss cauldron? No problem. Lin Xian waved his hand. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion also exclaimed in a low voice. In his opinion, Lin Xian couldn't win. In fact, Qi Siyu felt a little uneasy, although she knew that Lin Xian was especially valued by her ancestor. Moreover, she also knew that Lin Xian's combat strength was very strong. As for alchemy, Qi Siyu had never seen it before. You really agree? Pill King He2 was stunned, then his face was filled with joy. On the other hand, Pill King Blackfeather and Pill King Red Lotus's expression changed. Oh no, I didn't expect this guy to have such an idea. Damn it, I was too late. It's over. Is the purple abyss cauldron going to be taken by this guy? Both of them were very unwilling to accept this. However, the other party had already made his move. There was nothing they could do now. As for defeating Pill King He2, what a joke. They didn't believe that a young boy could win against Pill Kings of their level. Of course they were serious. Lin Xian said, but what if you lose? I lose? Ha 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 ha. Pill King He2 laughed. If I lose, you can ask for anything. He2 will definitely do it. All right, it's a deal. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with a cold and fiery light. If you lose, you have to give me a 7,000-year-old Heaven's End Cliff. Heaven's End Cliff? The surrounding Pill Kings were stunned. Pill King He2's voice suddenly stopped. His eyes suddenly widened. What did you say? Heaven's End Cliff? That kind of spirit medicine that was almost extinct. You want a 7,000-year-old one? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The other two Pill Kings were also stunned. This little fellow had such a big tone. What? You don't dare? Lin Xian glanced at him and said coldly. The purple abyss cauldron was at least at the half-step saint level. Could it be that it could not compare to a single Heaven's End Cliff? A dignified 9th tier Pill King didn't even have this bit of courage? Lin Xian shook his head in disappointment. This scene infuriated the surrounding alchemists so much that they wanted to vomit blood. Damn, you're just a little brat. Where did your confidence come from? Do you really think that you've won against Pill King He too? That was a 9th grade Pill King. Get your facts straight. Sure enough, Elixir King He too also calmed down, and a smile appeared on his face. The Heaven's End cliff was indeed very difficult to find, not to mention a 7,000-year-old one. However, he had full confidence in himself. How could he lose to a brat? Thus, he did not need to prepare any Heaven's End cliff at all. He only needed to agree to this competition. All right, this old man agrees. Elixir King, he too smiled. Words were no guarantee. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a blank jade slip bloomed in the air. Buzz. Lin Xian placed his conditions on the jade slip. On the other side, Elixir King, he too frowned, but soon she sneered and wrote her conditions on the jade slip as well. The jade slip shone brightly, and Lin Xian took it in his hand and handed it to Qi Siyu. Siyu, you can take this. Lin Xian was not worried at all that Elixir King, he too, would go back on his word. If Qi Siyu went back on her word, the jade slip would immediately be announced to the world, and Elixir King he too's reputation would come to an end. When that time came, no one would dare to invite such a person. When the others saw this scene, they were stunned. Was this guy courting death? Yes, if he reneged on his word and escaped, or if the Qi family protected him, even Elixir King he too would not be able to do anything. However, if he wanted to sign a contract, the Qi family would not protect him. Not only that, he even dared to say that he could cure the Qi family's ancestral patriarch. If he lost, the Qi family would chop him into pieces. Elixir King, he too's disciple sneered. Kid, let's see how you're going to die. Lin Xian said indifferently, Tell me, what do you want to compete in? He did not care about the competition at all. He did not expect to finally complete another stalk. Among the 1,306 spirit herbs he collected, there were about 900 stalks. Although it was difficult to collect them, it only took a little time. The remaining 300 stalks were more precious, but they could be found easily if given to a big family like the Qi family. However, there were 5 stalks that were even more precious. Some of them were even extinct. The Heaven's End cliff was one of them. Even the Qi family would not be able to find them in a short time. He did not expect to be able to solve it through a competition. What an unexpected surprise. What an arrogant kid. Elixir King, he too snorted when he heard Lin Xian's nonchalant words. However, he was very patient. Soon, the purple abyss cauldron would be his. How about this? Refining pills takes too much time. Why don't we compete in fire? Compete in fire. The eyes of the surrounding Elixir Kings lit up when they heard that. Every Elixir King had to master fire, but everyone's mastery of fire was different. As for the competition of fire, it was also a relatively common way for these alchemists to fight. The stronger the fire, the deeper the understanding of fire, and the higher the success rate of refining pills. In a way, it also reflected the skills of an elixir master. Therefore, in their opinion, competing in fire could prove the strength of both parties and their skills in elixir masters. Elixir King, he too's disciple, raised his head, his eyes full of confidence. He knew very well how terrifying his master's flames were. It seemed that the kid could not even take one hit. As expected, Elixir King Blackfeather and Elixir King Red Lotus frowned. This Elixir King, he too was a bully. There was nothing they could do. This guy was too cunning. He was one step ahead of them. Both of their faces were extremely ugly. Lin Xian was also stunned. His expression was very strange. Competing in fire? One had to know that he had comprehended the power of fire that was close to the Tao. Moreover, this power was very terrifying. After going through the saint's residence and the cliff of enlightenment, this power that was close to the Tao was close to the fragments of the law of fire. At this moment, the other party dared to compete in fire with him. Was he not courting death? All right, as you wish. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. I'll give you a chance. Show me your strongest fire ability. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Kid, how dare you? This is what I want to say to you. Elixir King, he too roared. He had a bad temper to begin with. When he heard this, his lungs were about to explode. Chapter 3160. The others were almost numb. They thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant and had a death wish. What do you know? My master's 7 Flames Connecting Sky is a terrifying divine ability. Using this divine ability to refine pills will greatly increase the success rate. It's famous in the alchemy world. How dare you provoke me like this? Just you wait. Elixir King, he too said coldly. Kid, don't blame me for not warning you. Hurry up and use your strongest skill. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance if I make a move. I've given you a chance. Don't blame me if you don't take it. Elixir King, he too had lived for almost 2,000 years and was a 9th grade Elixir King. Why would he take the initiative to attack a kid? You want me to make the first move? Fine, I won't hold back then. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. It seemed that his opponent was the one who had a death wish. He stretched out his finger, and a ball of golden flame danced on his fingertip. Then he flicked it gently. What was this kid doing? Everyone was stunned when they saw that. Instead of using his strongest divine ability, he only flicked out a small flame the size of a soybean. Was he competing with a 9th grade Elixir King? Was this a joke? Elixir King, he too's disciple's mouth twitched. Oh no, his master was definitely angry. Elixir King, he too's face darkened. His aura suddenly erupted and swept across the 9 heavens. He was indeed angry. Even if his opponent was an ant, he would not show mercy. However, his expression changed in the next moment. Wait, that flame? His face became extremely frightened, and his body began to tremble. The monstrous sea of fire that rushed out of his body dimmed in an instant and was about to be extinguished. It was as if he was a subject worshipping the emperor. What was going on? Damn it! Attack for me! Elixir King, he too was stunned. He could not use the 7 Flames Connecting Sky that he was so proud of. Damn it! He roared angrily and activated the armor on his body to form a strong defense. He wanted to take the attack head-on. Boom! Whoosh! The soybean-sized golden flame hit the armor and suddenly exploded, turning into a golden sea that covered the sky and enveloped Elixir King, he Tuesday. In the next moment, Pill King, he too let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying. His entire body was pitch black, and his hair was standing on end. He looked extremely wretched. The surrounding Pill Kings opened their mouths wide, and their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. What's going on? Pill King, he too was defeated? This was impossible. How could Master be defeated? Pill Monarch, he too's disciple, was stunned. Pill King Blackfeather and Pill King Red Lotus were equally stunned. What the hell? How could he too be defeated? The pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion was stupefied. The group of elders was stupefied. Qi Siu was similarly stunned. The geniuses of the major clans in the distance were also stunned. For a time, the entire hall was silent. Who are you? Pill King, he too's voice trembled. No one knew that his armor had been shattered. This was a top-grade armor. Furthermore, it was most adept at defending against fire-type attacks. But now, a small flame had shattered it. What was even more frightening was that he couldn't even unleash the slightest bit of fire attribute power in front of that ball of flame. What kind of flame was that? Damn brat! How dare you use such a despicable method to attack my master? I'll kill you! Pill King, he too's disciple roared and charged forward. However, he was slapped into the ground in midair. Pill King, he too slapped his disciple to the ground and said coldly, "Get out of my sight, you idiot!" Master? The young man was stupefied. Pill King, he too snorted and knelt down to apologize. Plop! The young man knelt on the ground, trembling. He knew how hot-tempered his master was. The others were also stunned. Pill King Blackfeather and Pill King Red Lotus were also stunned. What was going on, Pill King He Too? How did you lose? Pill King He Too's expression was extremely ugly. He didn't answer, but he stared at Lin Xian as if he was trying to verify something. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. Remember, a 7,000-year-old heavens and cliff. Didn't you doubt whether I could heal the Qi family's patriarch? When you go to the Qi family, bring this spiritual herb with you. Otherwise, I'll take your head. At this point, Lin Xian's aura suddenly became fierce. It was as if a peerless divine sword had been unsheathed, making everyone breathless. What a terrifying person. Everyone's expression changed. How could this young man's aura be so terrifying? Pill King, He Too's disciple, almost fainted. He was too strong. He couldn't even withstand a wisp of his opponent's aura. Now he was grateful to his master. If his master didn't save him, he would be a dead man by now. A top expert. Pill King Blackfeather and Pill King Red Lotus's pupils shrank. They didn't expect this young man to be so strong. At the same time, they frowned. Being strong in combat didn't mean that he was good at alchemy. Otherwise, why would they need alchemists? What? You two are not convinced? Fine, I'll give you a chance. But if you lose, you'll have to give me a western scouring sand and a dreamy fruit. Those were also two extremely precious spiritual herbs. Some of the Pill Kings had never heard of them. What do you think, Red Lotus? Pill King Blackfeather asked coldly. Isn't it just a dreamy fruit? Although it's hard to get, I can still get it. Moreover, I'd like to see why Hichu was defeated. Red Lotus said coquettishly. All right, leave the western scouring sand to me. The two of them made their moves one after another. But soon, they experienced Pill King Hitu's despair. They also knew why Hichu was so shocked. In the other party's flames, they couldn't use their fire elemental divine abilities at all. They were completely suppressed. Who the hell are you? The two Pill Kings screamed as if they had seen a ghost. This caused the other Pill Kings to be stunned. What was going on? Even Pill King Blackfeather and Pill King Red Lotus were defeated. And they were defeated so thoroughly. A small golden flame was enough to make 3 ninth-grade Pill Kings so terrified. Who the hell was this person? Now, no one dared to underestimate Lin Xian anymore. Because Lin Xian was really too mysterious. You don't deserve to know who I am. Lin Xian said proudly. Remember, 3 spiritual herbs. When you go to the Qi family, bring them with you. If Lin Xian had said something like this before, the alchemists around them would have bent over in laughter. But now they didn't dare to. They were even trembling in fear. The 3 Pill Kings were defeated so easily. This meant that the opponent was absolutely terrifying, completely beyond their understanding. Such a person was like a legend, not someone they could provoke. The 3 ninth-grade Pill Kings smiled bitterly. They didn't expect that after spending nearly 2,000 years, they thought that they were at the peak of alchemy and had no opponents. Chapter 3161. Although they had to pay a heavy price, they were convinced of their loss. Don't worry. He too am a man of my word. When the time comes, the heavens and cliff will be yours. Pill King Blackfeather and Pill King Red Lotus were the same. They had been famous 9th-grade Pill Kings for a long time. Naturally, they would not go back on their word. Good. Lin Xian nodded. After dealing with the 3 extremely precious spirit herbs, Lin Xian turned his head and looked into the distance. With a wave of his hand, countless sword qi intertwined in the air, forming the names of the spirit herbs one after another. In the next moment, Lin Xian's voice sounded. I know that many of you have a good relationship with the 9 superclans and even the Qin family. I have suppressed Chen Roofing's soul and told Qinjia to bring the spirit herbs to me. See clearly, these are the spirit herbs. tell the Qin family to be prepared. Otherwise, I will take Chen Rufing's life." The entire hall was shocked again. The geniuses and disciples of the super clans were stunned. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was only joking. They did not expect that Lin Xian would really do it. They looked at the names of the spirit herbs in the sky and quickly memorized them. The alchemists around them were also stunned. What was going on? What Chen Rufeng? After a brief understanding, they swallowed their saliva. Many alchemists began to tremble. This was a god of death. He too and the other 2 ninth-grade pill kings were also shocked. Firstly, they were shocked by Lin Xian's methods and strength. He was too strong. He even dared to provoke the Chen family and the 9 superclans. At the same time, they were even more shocked because there were too many spirit herbs in the sky. There were only 100 of them. Moreover, these spirit herbs were very precious. This kid must be collecting spirit herbs to refine some kind of elixir. But what kind of elixir would require so many materials? They found it hard to believe. They felt that this elixir was beyond their knowledge. What a mysterious young man. The 3 ninth-grade pill kings shook their heads. They did not want to think about it anymore. "I will give the Chen family 10 days to prepare. 10 days later, come to the Qin family to see me." Lin Xian's figure flashed and disappeared into the sky. His voice reverberated in the hall. Was there going to be an earthquake? The Chen family would definitely not let this matter rest. The same went for the 9 superclans. The genius disciples in the hall quickly left the place. Some of them went to inform the Chen family, while others frantically collected information on Lin Xian. Who was it that dared to be so arrogant? Pill King he too, and the other 2 also took a deep breath. "Let's go." Pill King Blackfish smiled wryly. "Of course. I promised you a cleansing creek muslin. That's not easy to find." Pill King Red Lotus smiled bitterly as well. Her enchanting face was filled with bitterness. She also agreed to a dreamy fruit. It seemed that he would have to put in a lot of effort to get it. These alchemists also left one after another. There was no need to think from today onwards. Return Cloud Planet's alchemy world would definitely stir up a storm. Because of Lin Xian's powerful arrival, these alchemists went crazy. After everyone left, the pavilion master of Tianfeng Pavilion asked in a trembling voice, "Second miss, who is this young Master Lin?" "Him." Qi Siyu shook her head slightly. "I don't know either." But in her heart she was amazed. This must be a legend. Lin Xian gave her too much of a shock. Today he fought with 3 ninth-grade pill kings and defeated them easily. This scene shocked Qi Siyu. This was not something a 9th-grade pill king could do. Only a half-step pill saint who surpassed a 9th-grade pill king, or a true pill saint, could do it. Lin Xian had reached a height she could only look up to. At the same time, she was wild with joy. The stronger Lin Xian was, the more likely it was that their patriarch's injury could be cured. Therefore, Qi Siyu decided to stand firmly on Lin Xian's side in the future. She would not let Lin Xian suffer the slightest bit of harm. Nalan Yanran and the others were also stunned. Previously, Lin Xian was already very powerful in their hearts. However, today's scene made them realize that Lin Xian was like a mystery. The closer they got, the more they could not see clearly. A bitter smile appeared on Nalan Yanran's beautiful face. Originally, she wanted something to happen between her and Lin Xian, but now it seemed that it was impossible. Such a person was too powerful. He was so powerful that she could only look up to him. She glanced at Qi Siyu and sighed in her heart. Perhaps even the second daughter of the Qi family did not have such a chance. She wondered what kind of woman could be worthy of such a peerless genius. Lin Xian had left, but the storm was still raging on. What happened in Heavenly Square Pavilion spread at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the entire northern continent knew about it. They were all shocked. Not only that, but there was also a storm in the alchemy world. A mysterious top alchemist had easily defeated 3 ninth-grade pill kings. This news stunned them. After the Chen family received the news, they went completely crazy. Qin Rafeng was the hope of the Qin family. He was a top genius who could enter the ancient path of the starry sky in the future. Who dared to touch him? No one in the entire northern continent dared to touch him. But now, Qin Rufeng's physical body was destroyed and his soul was suppressed. He could even be killed at any time. This was unacceptable to the Chen family. Damn it, we must catch the culprit. Tear him into pieces. The Chen family's experts roared crazily. However, some elders shook their heads. No, we can't be rash. Feng, Er's soul is still in the hands of the culprit. If we act rashly, the culprit will directly kill Feng, Er's soul. In that case, Feng will be completely killed. He will never be able to be resurrected. This is not the outcome we want to see. Yes, that's right. We have to save Feng, first before tearing that kid into pieces. The Chen family's experts discussed quickly. The Chen family's patriarch, a very dignified middle-aged man, said coldly, "Let's work together with the 9 great families." Didn't he want the spiritual medicine? Then let's get him the medicine. Let's see if he has the life to enjoy it. Hearing the Chen family's patriarch's words, the experts' lips curled into a sinister smile. They knew that the kid who provoked them was dead meat. Even if he had the Qi family's help, it would not be enough. In order to avoid trouble and the Qi family's interference, they had to quickly work together with the 9 great families. After collecting all the spiritual medicine he needs, we'll send a large group of experts to secretly kill him. As long as that kid hands over Feng, his soul will kill him mercilessly. Soon, the Chen family's patriarch and the 9 great families' elders and experts met secretly. The 9 great families frantically collected those spiritual medicine. Under such a frenzied collection, all the spiritual medicine that Lin Xian needed were collected. Chapter 3162. Family Head Qin, what should we do? The elders of the 9 families asked. Family Head Qin sneered. Of course, they would send a large group of experts to attack him. Judging from his appearance, he should be a top expert at the king level, and he had a good relationship with the Qi family. There should be other experts guarding him. But so what? This time, the people we sent out were absolutely rude. Even if there were experts from the Qi family, they could kill him in one blow. By then, would the Qi family start a war with them for a dead person? How many experts would Family Head Qin send? The elders of the 9 families asked. Family Head Qin said coldly, I will send 10 experts at the great fulfillment of the invincible realm, and I will lead the team personally. The elders of the 9 superclans were stunned for a moment before they sucked in a cold breath of air. That was a big deal. 10 experts at the great fulfillment of the invincible realm, and Family Head Qin himself was a top expert. This battle prowess could be said to be extremely strong. No one in the younger generation could resist them. Great. The 9 families will send 50 experts at the great fulfillment of the invincible realm. The elders said with a smile. Family Head Qin nodded slightly. Good. Then we will go back and gather the experts. A day later, 50 experts at the great fulfillment of the 9 families appeared in the Chen family. Family Head Qin led 10 experts at the great fulfillment of the invincible realm. In front of them, there was a purple spiritual boat that was emitting a mysterious light. This spiritual boat was called the Hidden Spiritual Boat. It could be hidden in the void, and the invincible realm experts could not detect it. By then, you will hide in the hidden spiritual boat and follow me. After I exchange Feng, his soul, we will kill him. Great. The experts of the 9 families all laughed. With the hidden spiritual boat, that kid would not be able to detect it. When they attacked, even if that kid had 100 lives, it would not be enough to kill him. Hee, this kid provoked us again. This time let's see how he will die. Humph, it's not that easy for him to die. We must skin him alive and torture him for 100 years. I want him to know the consequences of going against us. Family head Chen's expression was extremely cold. In the next moment, all the experts boarded the hidden spiritual boat, while family head Chen rose into the air and flew away. Tianfeng Pavilion. Lin Xian was cultivating in a secret room when his brows suddenly twitched, because his soul perceived that a flying sword was descending from the sky and heading straight for Tianfeng Pavilion. Whoa! Lin Xian's eyes flickered. A huge golden hand formed above the Tianfeng Pavilion and grabbed the flying sword. In the next moment, he disappeared. In the secret chamber, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. In front of him was a black flying sword with a jade slip on it. Zhang Xian sent his primordial spirit into the jade slip and received a set of information. 1,000,000 miles away, in the Divine Wolf Valley, they were exchanging spirit medicines and Feng, Er's soul. Lin Xian smiled when he heard the news. He knew that it was probably someone from the Qin family. Who would have thought that the Chun family would have such means? In such a short time, he was able to collect all the spirit herbs that he wanted. What an unexpected surprise! Lin Xian did not know at this moment that not only the Chun family, but the 9 great families also went all out and spared no expense to complete the collection in a short time. However, this did not matter to him, because whether it was the Chun family or the 9 great families, he did not take them seriously at all. Divine Wolf Valley 1,000,000 miles away, Lin Xian soared into the sky and left Tianfeng Pavilion. He identified a direction and flew into the distance. 1,000,000 miles away, in the Divine Wolf Valley. This was a very famous valley. Rumor had it that back then, a monstrous great demon once cultivated here. In the end, that great demon king went to the outer realm, and this valley was left behind and was called the Divine Wolf Valley by later generations. At this moment in the Divine Wolf Valley, a middle-aged man in a black robe stood. He had his hands behind his back, his expression cold, and his eyes flickering with a piercing cold light. He was the Chun family's family head. Apart from him, in the void near the Divine Wolf Valley, there was a purple spirit boat hidden. It was the hidden spiritual boat. There were 60 9-star perfection powerhouses in the hidden spiritual boat. A 9-star great perfection expert was already very terrifying and heaven-defying. If 60 of them appeared together, they could really crush everything. Therefore, this was also the reason why the Chun family's family head rushed over to exchange with Lin Xian. In his opinion, even with the Qi family's protection, it would not be able to withstand their thunder attack. Oh, here it comes. In the valley, the Chun family's family head raised his head and a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. He sensed that there was an aura rushing over quickly. Not long after, a black figure descended from the sky and landed in the valley. You are that Lin Xian? Murderous intent appeared in the Chun family's family head's eyes as he stared at the young man in a red robe in front of him. That's right, I am. Have you brought the item? After Lin Xian landed, he asked indifferently. The elixir is here. I want to take a look at Feng, first. The Chun family's family head waved his hand, and a black ring appeared in front of him and kept floating. Seeing the scene, Lin Xian also waved his hand, and a 9-story pagoda appeared in it. There was an illusory figure inside. The figure floated in the 9-story pagoda. When he saw the middle-aged man outside, he immediately revealed a look of joy. Father, save me. Feng. The Chun family's family head's pupils constricted. He did not expect that Chen Rufing's soul would also be severely injured. At this moment, he had become so weak. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body. An entire valley trembled. A terrifying power enveloped everything. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He said coldly, Why? Do you want to fight? Why don't you try? If you dare to move, I'll destroy Chen Rufing's body and soul. Damn brat, how dare you? The Chun family's family head roared angrily, but he still did not make a move, because he was not 100% confident that he could save Chen Rafeng. Moreover, he had already made arrangements. Now was not the time to make a move. Humph! He withdrew his murderous intent and said coldly, "Let Fenger go." "Sure, but I want to test the elixir first." Humph! The Chen family's family head waved his hand, and the black ring beside him flew over. He was not worried that the other party would escape, because there was an inescapable ambush around. After Lin Xian received the black ring, he immediately probed it with his soul power. Then he nodded in satisfaction. The head was right. 280 spiritual herbs. Moreover, they were all very old and met his requirements very well. Lin Xian transferred all the spiritual herbs into the black earth and then shattered the storage ring. In the next moment, he waved his hand and the 9-story pagoda shook, releasing Chen Rufeng's soul. "Father!" Chen Rufeng's soul quickly left and came to the Chen family's family head side. The Chen family's family head heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly took out a blue gourd and carefully kept Chen Rufeng's soul. It was a spirit-nourishing gourd. It was a very precious magic treasure that could nourish a person's soul. At this moment, it was the most suitable for Chen Rafeng. Chapter 3163. Kid, how dare you hurt my Feng, and demand such an exorbitant price? Do you really think my Qin family is a pushover? Today, I'll make you pay the price in blood. Oh? What do you want? Lin Xian originally wanted to leave, but when he heard this, he turned around and snorted coldly. Your son was the one provoking me throughout the entire process, and I was forced to make a move. Why? You want to stand up for your son. You? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. He could see that the other party was a 9-star perfected stage powerhouse, and his strength could be said to be very terrifying. But in front of him he was like an ant. Seeing the disdain in Lin Xian's eyes, the Chen family's patriarch was completely enraged. Damn it, I'm actually being looked down on by a kid? How can I tolerate this? As the Chen family's patriarch, his status was extremely noble, and he's a 9-star perfected stage cultivator. How terrifying is his strength? Who dares to look down on him? Even the Qi family wouldn't dare to look down on him. Even Qi Siyu would have to respectfully call him senior in front of him. But now, how dare he look down on me? The Qin family's patriarch felt like his lungs were about to explode. He was so angry that he laughed. Good kid, you're really arrogant. No wonder you dare to go against my Chen family. However, you're too reckless. Do you really think I came here on my own? Oh, do you still have helpers? Then hurry up and call them out. Lin Xian wasn't surprised at all. He had long seen that there was a spirit boat hidden in the void outside, although it was hidden very well, and no one in the King realm knew about it. However, Lin Xian's soul was extremely powerful. In addition, the heavenly secret divine eyes were unparalleled, so he had long seen through it. However, with his strength, he wasn't afraid at all. As long as it wasn't a true half-sage or sage, no one could defeat him. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Chen family's patriarch waved his hand and said coldly, Come in. In the distance, the void broke open, and a purple spirit boat rushed in and suspended above the valley. In the next moment, the door of the spirit boat opened, and figures floated in the void like gods and demons. They descended quickly. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled and the void shattered. One figure after another descended from the sky, bringing with them a terrifying force. 1, 2, 3, and so on. There were a total of 60 figures, and each of them had an aura that coiled around them like a dragon. With a raise of his hand, he could shatter the void. 69-star perfection experts, including the Chen family's patriarch. There were 61 of them. This was definitely an incomparably terrifying force. Most likely, anyone here would be scared **less. Brat, I know that you have a good relationship with the Qi clan. Let the hidden experts of the Qi clan come out. The patriarch of the Chen clan said loudly. With 60 perfect earthly sovereigns standing beside him, he was very confident that he could control the entire situation. Lin Xian was also surprised. He had not expected that there would be 60 great fulfillment experts hidden in the spirit boat. In the next moment, his gaze turned gloomy, and a biting, cold, killing intent burst out from his eyes. It seemed that the other party did not intend to let him live. If he wasn't strong enough, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape today. Since the other party wanted to kill him, then don't blame him. An expert from the Qi clan? There are no Qi clan experts. I came here myself. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. What? As soon as he said that, the 60 perfect earthly sovereigns opposite him were stunned. The patriarch of the Chen clan was also stunned. Then he looked up to the sky and laughed. Brat, I don't know if you're really an idiot or just too confident. How dare you come here alone? If that's the case, then kneel on the ground obediently. Not only him, but the experts behind him also laughed. How could a young brat come here alone and face so many of them? How could he possibly survive? Any one of them would probably be able to crush him. The best thing for him to do now was to kneel down obediently, kowtow, admit his mistake, and beg for mercy. However, even so, they would not let him go. They would use the cruelest method to torture him to death. Brat, don't worry, we won't kill you. We have 1,000 ways to make you suffer a fate worse than death. Humph. How dare you kill the geniuses of the 9 superclans? Today, you won't be able to leave. Those experts snorted coldly. The patriarch of the Chen clan also sneered. Now you know how powerful the Qin clan and the 9 superclans are, right? How dare you hurt my Feng? I'll make you pay a painful price. With just you? You still want me to pay a painful price? You really don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian shook his head in disdain. They were just a bunch of 9 perfect earthly sovereigns. What was there to be afraid of? One must know that he had comprehended 2 types of power that were close to the Tao. Among them, the power of fire was close to the power of laws. This power had completely surpassed that of a king. No matter how many perfect earthly sovereigns came, they would not be able to compete with him at all. Therefore, in front of him, the 61 perfect earthly sovereigns were no different from ants. You're about to die and you're still so stubborn? Brat, it seems like you won't cry until you see the coffin. The experts of the 9 superclans snorted coldly. Immediately, 2 perfect earthly sovereigns walked out. Since you won't admit your mistake obediently, then we'll break your legs and make you kneel on the ground. Then, we'll cut off your flesh piece by piece. The 2 perfect earthly sovereigns revealed sinister smiles. They were not careless and attacked together. This was because they knew that the other party was definitely a genius, since he could injure Qin Rufeng. However, so what if he was a genius? Could he beat the 2 of them together? Buzz! One of them opened his mouth and spat out a blood-colored wave of air. It turned into a sea of blood that rolled forward. The sea of blood was extremely terrifying. Even a 9-star sovereign would melt instantly if he touched it. The other expert stretched out a large palm. The clouds that filled the sky followed the palm and fell from the sky. It was like a world. The 2 superpowers rushed toward Lin Xian in an instant. Just the 2 of you? You don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. His body shone brightly like a golden god of war. With a wave of his arm, boundless golden flames spread and turned into 2 large golden hands in the sky that descended from the sky. Boom! The sea of blood in the sky was shattered. The 2 large golden hands grabbed the bodies of the 2 perfect earthly sovereigns and then slammed them to the ground. With a boom, the ground shattered and terrifying cracks appeared in all directions. The bodies of the 2 perfect earthly sovereigns were shattered and they knelt in front of Lin Xian. You want me to kowtow and admit my mistake? Kneel in front of me and accept your death. Lin Xian's cold voice sounded. What? Seeing this scene, the surrounding perfect earthly sovereigns were all stunned. Their eyes were wide open as if they had seen a ghost. They could not believe it at all. How was this possible? The two perfect earthly sovereigns who were pressed to the ground screamed crazily, "Damn it! Get lost!" However, no matter how they roared and resisted, they could not break free. They could only kneel on the ground. A bunch of ants! How dare you be arrogant in front of me? All of you, kneel and accept your death. I can leave your corpses intact. Chapter 3164. On the other side, the Chun family head's face darkened. Damn it, don't be careless. This kid is an expert. Let's attack together. Yes. This time, 10 people walked out. Each of them was like a mountain with the momentum of Mount Tai. The moment they appeared, the entire space of heaven and earth froze. Heaven and earth quickly shattered. The 10 people took a step forward, and the void within 1,000,000 miles shattered. The pressure was too great. 9-star kings could not withstand it at all. However, Lin Xian stood there with a sneer. His body was not affected in the slightest. A mere 10 people dared to be arrogant in front of him. One had to know that his 9-yang divine body had reached the half-step sage realm. Even the power that was close to the Tao could not hurt him, let alone these people. Buzz! The 10 perfected stage powerhouses attacked. They used their peerless divine abilities. Terrifying energy filled heaven and earth as they attacked Lin Xian together. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian only said 2 words, annihilate. In the next moment, the divine abilities that filled the sky dissipated and disappeared without a trace. The 10 perfected stage powerhouses trembled and then exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist that scattered in all directions. What? They're dead! When the other powerhouses saw this scene, their eyeballs almost popped out. Many people were so scared that they wet their pants. The Chun family head and the elders of the 9 great families also felt their scalps go numb. Damn it! What's going on? Where are the 10 powerhouses? If they were shocked when Lin Xian made 2 perfected stage powerhouses kneel down. Now, this scene directly scared them silly. They did not see Lin Xian make a move. Those were 10 perfected stage powerhouses. Even if he wanted to kill them, he should have fought until the heavens shook and the earth shattered. However, nothing happened. The other party only said 2 words, and the 10 top powerhouses on their side were killed. There was not even a trace of resistance. Damn it! What divine ability did this kid use? Many people were terrified. The Chun family head shook his head frantically. Impossible! He can't be so strong. There's an expert from the Qi family in the dark. Once these words were spoken, everyone acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They all propped up their king's spirit domain, and some even took out more than 10 killing arrays, enveloping the entire divine Wolf Valley. Qin Rafeng said ferociously from the blue gourd, "Father, don't hesitate anymore. Let's attack together and kill him quickly." When the Chun family's patriarch heard this, he flipped his hand and took out a disc array. Then he set up an array formation. He said, "Everyone, let's attack together. I've used this formation to isolate the entire valley. That brat definitely won't be able to escape." These people nodded. The remaining dozens of invincible kings walked forward together. This time they did not hold back. Even the patriarch of the Chun clan had drawn his sword. In front of him, Lin Xian also moved. With a wave of his hand, 2 large golden palms slammed down, turning the 2 kneeling kings into a bloody mist. Wong! Golden flames danced on his body. "Sword, come!" With a cold shout, the endless flames condensed into a light sword which he held in his hand. Chop! As he spoke, the flaming sword in his hand continued to grow in size. Like a flaming dragon, it slashed down. Boom! Flames surged into the sky, and a terrifying storm danced. The sky was instantly split into 2 halves. There were monstrous flames and terrifying sword chi everywhere. The divine abilities unleashed by the dozens of kings in the Great Circle were all incinerated and shattered. Damn it, how is this possible? Their scalps went numb. The elders shrieked as if they had gone mad. This aura. Their bodies couldn't bear it at all, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down. A power that was close to Tao. This was a power that was close to Tao. Finally, an elder screamed. What? A power that was close to Tao. These kings were all crazy. How could he have this kind of power? Who on earth was he? How could they not be shocked? One had to know that although they were 9 stars, great perfection powerhouses, in front of a power that was close to Tao, they were like ants. They couldn't withstand a single blow. Only by comprehending the power of the same realm could they compete with the other party. Damn it, this was a figure of Gao Peng's level. These powerhouses panicked and kept retreating, because not long ago Gao Peng and the Nether King's performance in the Battle of Tianqiong Wind shocked the world. To them, a power that was close to Tao was the power of God. Who on earth was he? Which sect was this expert from? Qin family head, this is all your fault. What should we do? The people of the 9 superfamilies roared crazily, and they all looked at the middle-aged man. The Chun family head's face turned black, and he was so angry that his whole body trembled. How could he know that the other party was a peerless genius who comprehended Tao? If he knew, he wouldn't have dared to go against the other party. Feng, who on earth was he? Why did you start a conflict with him? The Chen family head asked quickly. Although Chan Rafeng was only a soul in the gourd, he was also trembling at this moment. Impossible. He was going crazy. The other party had comprehended a power that was close to Tao. He actually dared to go against such a person? How could he be so reckless? One had to know that the reason why he was so arrogant before was because he was a genius of the Qin family. With the full support of the Chun family given another 500 years, he was confident that he could comprehend this kind of power. But now, the other party had already comprehended this kind of power and surpassed him by 500 years. Qin Rufing's confidence was instantly shattered. At this moment, when he heard the Qin family head's words, he shook his head. I don't know, I only know that others call him Young Master Lin. Young Master Lin? Hearing this, the Qin family head was stunned, and the surrounding experts were also stunned. They didn't know who Young Master Lin was. However, at this moment, an elder's pupils shrank. His surname was Lin. His surname was Lin. The person who defeated the Nether King on Tianqiong Peak was called Lin Wudi. Could the two of them be? Before he could finish his words, the other elders were already trembling in fear. No way. Could the young man in front of them be Lin Wudi? Thinking of this, their brains were about to explode. If it was really Lin Wudi, even if there were another 100 of them, they wouldn't be enough to kill him. Are you Lin Wudi? Many people screamed crazily. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Looks like you guys aren't stupid after all. You actually guessed my identity. What? You're really Lin Wudi? These elders were so scared that they peed their pants. Previously, they were only guessing, but now that they received confirmation from the other party, they were scared out of their wits. Run! In an instant, everyone fled in all directions. The legend of Lin Wudi had spread throughout the entire cloud-returning planet during this period of time. He was an extremely powerful supreme genius who defeated the Nether King. How could they be a match for him? Hence, in an instant, these people fled one after another. The Chun family head's pupils shrank as he grabbed the blue gourd and flew into the distance. Want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Xian snorted coldly. These families had gathered so many experts to give him a fatal blow. Now, how could he let these people leave? Chapter 3165. In the next moment, the escaping experts all stopped in midair and looked at their own bodies in horror. All of a sudden, a small flame appeared in their hearts. Then it turned into a dazzling firework that enveloped them. Ah! Wretched cries rang out one after another. At this moment, it was as though all of these mighty, full cultivation kings were being harvested like chives, falling one after another. The elders of the 9 super clans also died instantly. The head of the Chun family roared like a madman. 3 top-grade treasures rushed out from his body in an attempt to protect his body. However, they couldn't do it. The moment they touched the flame, they collapsed. No. Amidst his desperate screams, the Chun family head also turned into a firework that bloomed in the sky. In an instant, all the escaping Great Perfection Kings died. 61 kings at the consummate level didn't even leave behind a single drop of blood. Just like that, they disappeared into the sky. Impossible. Damn it, how is this possible? I don't believe it. Inside the blue gourd, Chenrufeng's soul saw this scene and fell into endless fear. 61 Great Perfection Kings. They were all killed in an instant. Damn it. Who is this kid in front of me? What kind of demon did he provoke? No. Chenrufeng screamed crazily. He was extremely regretful now. Why did I provoke him? He's too strong. This is Lin Wudi. Even the Nether King and Gao Peng couldn't fight against him. Isn't the Chen family courting death? In the next moment, his soul knelt in midair and kowtowed continuously. Spare me. I beg you, spare me. Don't kill me. Spare you? Now you know how to beg for mercy. Didn't you want to cut me into pieces? Don't worry. As the instigator, I won't kill you easily. I'll make you suffer for 10,000 years. Golden runes flashed in Lin Xian's left eye as he activated his pupil technique. Ah! Chenrufeng's soul screamed as he fell into a spiritual space. Here, 1 day outside was equivalent to 10,000 years in the spiritual space. In this spiritual space, Chenrufeng would suffer all kinds of torture. This was the price he had to pay for sending experts to kill Lin Xian. Looking at the trembling and screaming soul in front of him, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He turned around and soared into the sky and left. Another 300 precious herbs were in his hands. He was 1 step closer to the Saint Breakthrough Pill. It's about time to collect those herbs. Lin Xian's eyes. He didn't forget that he had given Wan Gong, Hai Yu, young Master Shen, and the others. Not long ago, he had killed young Master Shin through the air, intimidating those people. Thinking about it now, it was time to collect those spiritual herbs. Lin Xian used a formation to pass a message to Qi Siu, who was still in Tianfeng Pavilion. Then he left. Fan. The Fan clan was also a big clan in the northern region. However, the Fan clan had been having a hard time recently. Because of a genius disciple of their clan, they had no choice but to collect spirit herbs. Wasn't it just a little brat's threat? What was the big deal? That's right, no matter how powerful he is, can he really contend against my Fan clan? Bloody Blade King. Fan. 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 They were very dissatisfied. However, Fan Li didn't dare to stop. He could only use his own resources to collect the herbs. After all, the inexplicable murder of young Master Shin had caused him too much fear. But fortunately, he didn't care about the price and collected a lot of herbs. He thought that it should be enough to satisfy the other party. On this day, a silhouette appeared in front of the Fan clan, in front of Fan Li. Fan Li trembled. It's him. He's finally here. He didn't expect the other party to find him so accurately. Their family didn't receive any news. Even their family's guards and array couldn't stop the other party. It seemed that the other party was an expert. They couldn't find him. Young Master Lin, the things are in the storage room. Fan Li carefully handed over the storage ring. Not bad. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, from now on, our grudges are written off. With that, Lin Xian disappeared from his sight. Did he leave? Fan Li and the martial artists beside him opened their eyes wide. They checked carefully and found that the other party had really disappeared. Who was this person? They couldn't even find a trace of the other party. Grandfather, sorry for implicating you. Fan Li smiled bitterly. If he hadn't been so arrogant and offended Lin Xian, Perhaps his bloodline wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss and wasted so many resources. However, Grandpa Fan was relieved. Lee, you did the right thing this time. This young man is not someone we can provoke. Grandpa Fan had been secretly observing Lin Xian when he came in, but the more he observed, the more shocked he was. He found that Lin Xian was like a bottomless pit. They couldn't see through him. This kind of person was not someone they could provoke. Hearing Old Man Fan's words, Fan Li heaved a sigh of relief. Had they escaped this calamity, he wouldn't dare to provoke others anymore. Next, Lin Xian set off one after another, arriving at the other 3 great clans. The 3 families also collected the herbs. After Lin Xian took the herbs, his grudges with these people were written off. Lin Xian went to the 5 families. Now, there were only 3 families left: Wan Gong, Haiyu, and young Master Shin. He went to the Shun family first. Lin Xian's body swayed as he flew into the distance. The Shen family. The security was tight. Since young Master Shin was mysteriously killed, the Shen family had been on high alert. Furthermore, the Shun family had sent out countless experts to track down and investigate the enemy's tracks. As for young Master Shin's words about collecting herbs, the Shin family didn't care at all. Who was it? Stop! Today they saw a figure descending from the sky and walking towards the Shun family. Immediately, the Shen family's guards rushed forward. The Shun family owes me 100 herbs. I'm here to collect them. This figure was Lin Xian. After he arrived, he said indifferently, What, owe me 100 herbs? What a joke! Kid, do you know where you are? Who do you think you are? How dare you come to the Shun family? That's right. How could the Shin family owe you anything? So what if we owe you? Do you still dare to ask for it? Get lost. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. I'll make you kneel in front of the Shin family for 100 years. These guards were ferocious. They couldn't see Lin Xian's cultivation level, but they could see that Lin Xian was alone and his aura was not scary at all. In their eyes, what was there to fear from such a person? Moreover, the Shun family was so powerful. Chapter 3166. Hee, third brother, you're right. The guards around him smiled sinisterly. Kid, you can only blame yourself for being so reckless. How dare you come to the Shin family to cause trouble at this time? Don't blame us for being merciless. The 6 guards pulled out their long sabers and their auras exploded. Acting recklessly, Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. Then a cold light flashed in his eyes. Buzz! His gaze turned into a fierce sword aura and pierced through the 6 guards. Puff, puff, puff! The 6 guards' glabella were pierced, and their souls were destroyed in an instant. Thud! The 6 corpses fell to the ground. Before they died, they heard the guard say, It seems that young Master Shin's incident was not enough to warn you. Since that's the case, I'll pay you a visit personally. The 6 guards were dead, but they now knew that the person in front of them was so terrifying, and he was the one who killed young Master Shin. Could the Shen family fight against such a person? They didn't know because they were all killed. Lin Xian arrived at the Shin family in a flash. There's an array. When Lin Xian arrived, he felt a strong obstruction from the array in the air. There was even a terrifying aura around him that wanted to kill him. Humph! He snorted coldly and stomped his foot. Violent energy instantly spread out in all directions. With a crack, the array was crushed. Then he landed in the Shen family. Boom! The destruction of the array set off a huge storm. Countless strong men of the Shin family roared madly. Not good. The array is broken and someone is coming. Damn it, what's going on? What's wrong with the array? Go and check out. Angry roars and screams were heard. Soon they saw Lin Xian. Damn kid, who are you? Were you the one who broke the array formation? How dare you come to the Shin family to cause trouble? Men, kill him. In an instant, more than 10 martial artists rushed over. Their weapons flashed, and their terrifying domains soared into the sky. In the face of these attacks, Lin Xian merely stomped his foot. Suddenly, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. A huge crack flew into the distance, and the surrounding martial artists were all sent flying. In the air, all the attacks were shattered in an instant. The dozen or so warriors who attacked kept vomiting blood, their faces filled with horror. Too powerful. With a single stomp of his foot, the entire defensive formation was shattered. Furthermore, the aftermath of that energy had caused them to suffer serious injuries. This was a peerless expert. "Hurry up and inform the elders." Countless people screamed. In fact, they didn't need to say anything. Countless old figures had already arrived in the distance. When they saw the huge crack and the broken array formation around it, their pupils shrank. Where were the enemies? Which clan is he from? They asked frantically. In their opinion, the only thing that could cause all of this was the invasion of an army. At the very least, it had to be an existence that was similar to their family, or even more terrifying. However, the surrounding people pointed at a young man in front of them and said, "It's him!" "Elder, that's him." "What? Only one person? A young man at that?" The elders who had rushed over were instantly stunned. "Nonsense! How could a young man destroy our defensive formation?" These elders did not believe it at all. However, the people around them were trembling. They saw it with their own eyes. A bunch of trash! Those elders snorted coldly. The warriors around them were basically guards. Although there were many of them, their strength was far inferior to theirs. Therefore, these elders did not believe it at all. They stared at Lin Xian. "Kid, who are you? Kneel down obediently and accept your death." There was no need to talk nonsense with him. They could just capture him and take his soul. An elder snorted coldly and reached out his big hand to grab Lin Xian. Buzz! Lin Xian raised his head slightly. 2 rays of golden light burst out from his eyes, turning into 2 golden sharp swords that slashed directly at the void. With a puff, the elder's palm was split open. Ah! Elder Zhang's arm was cut off, and he let out a miserable cry. The others' expressions changed. Oh no! An expert! This time they believed it. The elder who attacked this time was a peak 9-star. He was very powerful, but he was seriously injured in an instant. This meant that the other party was definitely an expert. Hurry up and take him down together. How dare he cause trouble in the Shun family alone? Did he really think that there was no one in the Shun family? These elders all surrounded him. There were a total of 9 elders. Each of them was extremely terrifying. The weakest one was a peak 9-star. There were even quite a few who had reached the peak. When these people attacked together, the people around them heaved a sigh of relief. That's great. With their elders attacking, let's see how the other party dies. Facing the 9 elders of the Shun family, Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He did not move at all. It was just that the golden sword that he had shot into the sky earlier was tumbling nonstop. Then, it suddenly enlarged and turned into a golden mountain, pressing down on the void. The aura that it emitted made everyone tremble again. The surrounding warriors of the Shun family trembled and knelt on the ground. The expressions of the 9 elders also changed drastically. This aura? They were too shocked. This aura was too violent. It was so violent that they could not bear it. 2 elders suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and their bodies cracked. Who was this person? Just the energy shockwave from the other party's attack was too much for them to bear. If the other party attacked, wouldn't they be killed in an instant? Thinking of that, they were terrified. Stop! At that moment, another crazy roar came from afar. Following that, more figures walked over. This time, the auras of the people who walked over were even more powerful. There were white-haired elders and middle-aged men who walked like tigers and dragons. The patriarch of the Shin family and the grand elders had appeared. That's great. Seeing this scene, the 9 elders heaved a sigh of relief. With the patriarch and the grand elders here, the other party was extremely strong. They should be able to take him down. However, in the next moment, Their eyeballs almost popped out. That was because the people who came did not attack. Instead, they quickly said, "Young hero, please stop." Perhaps there was some misunderstanding. "Yes, young hero, why are you attacking the Shen family? The Shen family has done something wrong in the past. We will definitely change." What? The patriarch of the Shen family and the grand elders did not attack directly. Instead, they were apologizing. The 9 elders could not believe their ears. Their Shen family was so proud. Apart from some of the top patriarchs, they did not take anyone seriously. But now, they were lowering their heads to a young man. Hearing the patriarch of the Shen family's words, Lin Xian did not let the golden mountain in the sky fall. He said indifferently, "Previously, your young master Shin owed me 100 stalks of spiritual herbs. I wanted him to collect them, but he did not care. So I killed him to intimidate you. I didn't expect your Shin family to be so reckless and not take my words to heart. What? Does your Shin family want to be exterminated?" Chapter 31:67. What? It was related to young Master Shin. Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. An elder screamed, "Could it be that Shin Kei was killed by you?" Shin Kei, who was also young Master Shin, had suddenly turned into ashes. This strange scene had made the Shen family extremely crazy. They had been investigating all along, but they had not found out who the murderer was. They did not expect that the other party would take the initiative to come to them today. "Damn it, how dare you kill Kei? I must kill you." Many people roared crazily. The Shun family's patriarch and the supreme elders frowned, and a cold light appeared in their eyes. It turned out that the other party was here for this. However, the other party had killed Shin Kei first, and then attacked the Shin family. Did he really think that the Shun family had no one left? Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the golden mountain in the sky descended again. Suddenly, the void was crushed, and countless people below trembled. Those who were weaker had their bodies split open. Those who were stronger also kept vomiting blood. Not good. Stop it. These people's faces changed, and they no longer dared to have any killing intent. The other party was not an ant, but a peerless powerhouse. Even if all of them worked together, they might not be able to defeat the other party. Stop it. Don't go too far. Although my Shun family can't beat you, my Shin family has a lot of allies. Do you want to become enemies with the other 4 families? The Shun family had no choice but to form their own allies. Oh, you have allies? Lin Xian was stunned. The Shun family's patriarch said quickly, "That's right, the Shun family and the other 3 families are allies. If you touch the Shin family, you will become enemies with the other 4 families. The other 3 families will definitely not forgive you. Young man, if you leave now, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, don't blame the Shin family for joining forces with the other 3 families to kill you." "Kill me?" Lin Xian laughed. "It seems that you really don't know what's good for you." He stomped his foot, and immediately the ground under his feet shattered again. The entire Shin family, including all the buildings and arrays, shattered and turned into smoke at this moment. As for the others, their bodies were trembling and they were no longer breathing. At this moment, they felt like they were on the verge of death. The Shen family was split open. The Shun clan's patriarch and the supreme elders screamed like they had gone mad. It was too terrifying. The other party had created such a terrifying scene with just a stomp of his foot. Even the Shun family was almost annihilated. They no longer dared to be arrogant in front of such a person. Lin Xian retracted his foot and said coldly, "What? Are you convinced?" The head of the Shun clan gritted his teeth and said, "I want to know why you are targeting my Shin clan." Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. He looked at a grand elder of the Shen family and said indifferently, "If an ant was arrogant in front of you, provoking you and insulting you, what would you do?" Since they were mere ants, he naturally had to kill them mercilessly. The supreme elder said, subconsciously. In the next moment, His expression turned cold. Could it be Shen Ke? That's right, you know the reason, right? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The others broke out in cold sweat. It seemed that Shen Ke had offended this young man, and this young man was a supreme expert. The strong all had their own dignity. The might of the strong was inviolable. If there were other weak people who provoked them, they would definitely kill them mercilessly. They would be killed with a slap. Similarly, if Shen Ke challenged a supreme expert, he would definitely be killed by the supreme expert. Damn it, this Shen Ke is actually acting so recklessly. He even implicated my Shen family. After hearing the news, the Shin family's experts roared in anger. Previously, they wanted to take revenge for Shen Ke, but now they hated Shen Ke to death. It was because Shen Ke had provoked a godlike existence. Shen Ke was reckless and provoked the young master. He deserved to be killed. What kind of elixirs does the young master need? My Shen family will definitely help the young master to collect them, the head of the Shin family said in a low voice. They had no choice. In front of such a powerful expert, they did not dare to resist at all. Moreover, it was indeed their Shin Ke who provoked them first. The fact that the other party did not directly destroy their Shen family was already giving them face. No need, I will do it myself. Lin Xian raised his head and formed a seal with his palms. Suddenly, above his head, a pair of golden eyes suddenly opened. It was like the eyes of a god looking down. That gaze completely enveloped the entire Shin family. Everyone felt that their souls were pierced. Their life and death seemed to be controlled by that pair of eyes above. They all knelt on the ground, trembling. Even the head of the Shen family and those supreme elders felt their scalps go numb. Too powerful. Fortunately, they did not resist. Otherwise, the other party would probably be able to kill them instantly. After Lin Xian activated the heavenly secret divine eyes, he directly looked for Shin Quebec. A large family like the Shen family definitely had an elixir academy and elixir warehouse. Therefore, Lin Xian directly collected 300 stalks of elixir herbs. After that, Lin Xian left the Shin family. After Lin Xian left for a long time, the head of the Shin family and these elders dared to stand up. They looked at the disappearing figures around them and heaved a sigh of relief. The others also felt like they had survived a disaster. Next, go to the Hai family. Lin Xian turned into a rainbow and disappeared into the sky. Unexpectedly, just as Lin Xian arrived near the Hai family, Haiyu appeared. At this moment, Haiyu became even more enchanting. She looked at Lin Xian, and the corner of her mouth raised into a cold smile. I have already collected the elixir herbs. Let's see if you have the qualifications to take it. Speaking until here, her figure flashed and rushed into the distance. That direction was just opposite of the Hai family. Lin Xian's soul swept over and felt the aura of a large amount of elixir herbs on Haiyu's body. He immediately followed. He was not afraid of the other party playing tricks. As long as the other party really had elixir herbs, it was fine. After flying for about a few million miles, Haiyu stopped in front of him. I didn't expect you to really dare to come. I don't know if you really don't know life from death, or are you extremely daring? If there's an ambush, hurry up and let them out. I don't have time to waste here with you. Lin Xian said coldly. You know? Haiyu was stunned. Looks like you're not an idiot, but you know and still dare to come. You really don't know life from death. You think you can fight against me? Can you do anything to me? You're too naive. There's no need for my Hai family to make a move. Someone will be able to deal with you today. Oh, it's not the Hai family? Lin Xian was stunned. He originally thought that the Hai family had set up an inescapable net here and was waiting for him. But from the looks of it, it shouldn't be the Hai family. Then who is it? Lin Xian didn't care at all. Husband, come out. Haiyu looked at the distant mountains and said with a smile, Husband? Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be Wan Gong? Wan family? But soon he realized that it wasn't Wan Gong. A green figure quickly rushed over from the distance. Soon, a person wearing a green robe appeared. This person's face was gloomy and cold. He looked middle-aged, but his real age was unknown. The aura emitted from his body was very terrifying. As soon as he appeared, he took Haiyu into his arms. Chapter 3168. This kid? The green-robed man glanced at Lin Xian with a hint of disdain in his eyes. At the next moment, he raised his hand, and a ball of green mist directly enveloped Lin Xian. Buzz! The space around Lin Xian quickly shattered as though it was being corroded by the poisonous gas. Haha, I was wondering what kind of expert I was. But it turns out that you're just an idiot. You can't even dodge my attack. Don't worry, Beauty. He has been poisoned by me and won't be able to survive. The green-robed man laughed. Can't dodge? You think too highly of yourself. Your poisonous gas won't be able to cause me any harm. A voice came from the poisonous gas in front. Then a palm stretched out and tore the poisonous gas apart. He's not poisoned. How is this possible? The green-robed man was stunned. Haiyu, who was in his arms, also froze. She quickly reminded her husband. Husband, you have to be careful. This kid is very strange. The green-robed man frowned. He can actually defend against my poisonous gas? Kid, interesting. Which clan are you from? Tell me your name. I, the green-robed ancestor, won't kill nameless people. Green-robed ancestor? Lin Xian sneered. You dare to call yourself an ancestor? Hurry up and scram, or I'll kill you. Kid, you're courting death. The green-robed ancestor was enraged. He transformed into a beam of green light and instantly rushed out. A palm surrounded by green poisonous gas grabbed at Lin Xian's heart like a devil's claw. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and punched out. With a bang, it collided with the green devil's claw. At the next moment, the green-robed ancestor screamed miserably and retreated. His entire arm was directly shattered. Not only that, the aftershock of the energy hit his body, causing half of his body to explode into a mist of blood. The green-robed ancestor was seriously injured with a single strike. Haiyu, who was behind him, screamed when she saw the scene. Her eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? How can he be so powerful? She was very clear about the green-robed ancestor's strength. Furthermore, this green-robed ancestor was very fond of beautiful women. In order to protect her life, Haiyu had no choice but to become the green-gowned ancestor's cultivation vessel. She hoped that the green-gowned ancestor would be able to protect her. But now, in just one move, half of the green-robed ancestor's body was shattered. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was completely unaffected. Haiyu was alarmed by this huge contrast. This is the expert you found? You want to use such a person to kill me? Lin Xian looked at Haiyu and shook his head. This woman was too stupid. Haiyu's heart sank to the bottom of the sea. She was filled with despair. On the other side, the green-robed ancestor's body reassembled. His face was filled with malice. Damn brat, you actually dared to hurt me? I will make you pay a painful price. Don't worry, little beauty. I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet. He glanced at Haiyu, then turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, you're very strong. His physical body was very strong, and so was his strength. But so what? In front of my strength, you won't be able to withstand a single blow. Next, I will let you experience a strength that is close to the Tao. The green-robed ancestor let out a sinister laugh. Haiyu's body shook, and hope returned to her eyes. Yes, the reason why she joined the green-robed ancestor was because she heard that he had grasped such strength. Once the strength was used, it would be much stronger than Wangong and the Bloody Blade Monarch. It far surpassed the king level. After Lin Xian heard this, he revealed a trace of surprise. Oh, strength that is close to the Tao. You actually grasped such strength? Yes, that's right. This kid has strength that is close to the Tao. Hee, you're afraid, right? Kneel down and beg for mercy now. I will consider torturing you for a few hundred years. Otherwise, I will make you suffer for the rest of your life." Hope also returned to Hai Yu's eyes. "Kid, let's see how you will die this time. The opponent definitely wouldn't be able to block such a strength that is close to the Tao." Lin Xian was somewhat expectant. "Then show me your strength. Let me see how much you have comprehended." Hearing this question that sounded like an elder asking, the green-robed ancestor was angered again. "You're courting death. Since that's the case, I will show you." A biting, cold green light appeared in the green-robed ancestor's eyes. Countless poisonous gas surged on his body. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of dark green poisonous gas, which transformed into a dark green giant sword and flew forward. This dark green sword's aura was indeed different. It carried a mysterious and unfathomable strength. As soon as it appeared, it shattered the void as if it could corrode everything. How terrifying! Hai Yu's body trembled, and she instantly knelt down. She fled into the distance as if she had gone crazy. Was this the strength that is close to the Tao? The moment it appeared, it suppressed her, and she couldn't resist at all. Thinking of this, her face was full of excitement. "Then I'm dead for sure. That kid definitely won't be able to block it." She raised her head and looked into the distance. As expected, she saw Lin Xian standing there without dodging. He definitely won't be able to escape. Once I use this strength, he won't even be able to escape. The green-robed ancestor also laughed. In his opinion, this sword was enough to kill the other party. Golden light flickered in Lin Xian's eyes as he stared at the flying green sword. The power of poison? He could feel that it carried a monstrous poison that could instantly kill a peak powerhouse. It was indeed a power that was close to the Tao, but it was too weak. The other party's power was only equivalent to Jun Wuya's. Compared to him, there was still a huge gap. In the next moment, he raised his palm and grabbed the sword with the power of annihilation. "You dare to resist with your bare hands? What an idiot. Kid, I guess you haven't seen a power that's close to the Tao in your life, right? Let me tell you, this is a power that surpasses that of a king. It's very close to a half-step sage, yet you dare to resist it with your physical body? Who do you think you are? A sacred body? Let me tell you, even a sacred body will collapse under this power." The green-robed ancestor laughed loudly. However, in the next moment, his voice came to an abrupt stop as if someone had grabbed his neck. Impossible! His eyeballs almost popped out because the other party had grabbed the green sword that he had thrown out. The green sword flickered with the power of poison. It was covered in runes that flickered incomparably. At this moment, it was like a small snake that kept twisting and turning, as if it wanted to break free from Lin Xian's palm. But it couldn't do it at all. Lin Xian's palm was covered with the power of annihilation as he grabbed the sword. Then he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme. In his left eye, the plenilune seed kept jumping. How could Lin Xian give up after seeing a new power? He had to quickly comprehend and analyze it. He wanted to strengthen his understanding of the world. Damn it, how is this possible? How could you possibly catch my sword? On the other side, the green-robed ancestor went crazy. Hai Yu was also dumbfounded. She couldn't understand a battle at this level at all. However, the green-robed ancestor knew. When a power that was close to the Tao was used, apart from a true sage or a half-step sage, only those who had grasped the same power could resist it. Chapter 3169. Damn it, was the other party also a top genius? Thinking of this, the green-robed ancestor's face became incomparably cold. He opened his mouth and spat out a green fan again. This green fan was engraved with runes and carried an extremely terrifying corrosive power. As soon as it appeared, the void shattered, forming a huge black hole. Go to hell! This was a half-step sacred artifact, and at this moment he was using it to the extreme. Moreover, in addition to the power that was close to the Tao, in an instant, Countless green poisonous winds danced rapidly and swept towards Lin Xian, as if they wanted to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian used his movement technique and moved back and forth in space. He was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he used the heavenly secret divine eye and the plenilune seed to quickly observe. He even took the risk and used his body to resist the power of the poison. It was a terrifying power that could poison everything. Even if there was no life, it could instantly corrode. Lin Xian was greatly enlightened. To be honest, he was now in the stage of comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth, so he would not miss out on every fight with someone who had a power that was close to the Tao. Damn kid, if you have the ability, fight me head on. On the other side, the green-robed ancestor was going crazy with anger. The reason for that was because he discovered that the power he had unleashed had struck empty space and had not managed to kill his opponent. The other party's speed was too strange. He actually could not hit the other party. This made him roar incomparably. However, Lin Xian did not care at all. This continued for a period of time. The green-robed ancestor was about to collapse. At this moment, Lin Xian retracted his gaze. He had already sensed enough and did not continue to comprehend, because the power of poison was not what he needed. He only needed to understand it. Next, it was time to understand it. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a biting cold light. With a cold shout, a few black runes rushed out of his body. They were very strange and flew above the poisonous gas. Immediately, the poison gas melted like ice and quickly disappeared. Damn it! How was this possible? The green-robed ancestor was stunned. What was going on? His poison gas could corrode everything, but now his poison gas was actually corroded. What was this? Could it be that the other party had mastered an even more powerful poison? What kind of poison could be more powerful than the power of the Tao? Annihilation Sword Lotus. Lin Xian struck out with his sword Qi. Combined with the power of annihilation, it formed a sword Qi Lotus and enveloped the area in front of him. Damn it, get out of my sight. The green-robed old ancestor used his semi-sage tool to fight against it. Oh, half-saint tool? Lin Xian was shocked. No wonder the other party was so arrogant. Not only had he comprehended a power that was close to the Tao, but he also had a powerful half-step sacred tool. Thinking of this, his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of his opponent, throwing out a punch. With a loud boom, the punch landed on his opponent's body. Pum! The green-robed ancestor's body was smashed into pieces. Green blood splattered in all directions, and a miserable cry rang out. The green-robed ancestor hurriedly controlled the half-step sage artifact to protect his body and reassemble it. In the next moment, his face turned incomparably pale. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. As if he had gone mad, he used the half-step sage artifact to the extreme and even burned his spiritual energy. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stretched out a large golden hand and directly grabbed the half-step sage artifact, firmly locking it in place. His other palm struck out with the annihilation sword Lotus once again and pushed it forward. Boom! This time, the annihilation sword Lotus completely enveloped the green-robed ancestor. Then, the green-robed ancestor disappeared into thin air. He was dead. In the distance, Hayu looked at this scene and her body trembled. The green-robed ancestor's soul didn't even manage to escape. He was killed just like that? This was impossible. She finally screamed crazily. She was really on the verge of collapse. That was a power that was close to the Tao. How terrifying! It had completely surpassed the king level. But now he was actually killed so easily. Who was this young man in front of her? Lin Xian turned his head to look at Hayu. With a plop, Hayu knelt on the ground, her body trembling. Young Master Lin, please spare my life. Hayu was really scared. Even a powerful figure like the green-robed ancestor was killed, let alone her. Lin Xian said coldly, Where are the spiritual herbs I want? They're here. They're all here. Hai Yu hurriedly took out a storage ring. Lin Xian stretched out a golden hand. After receiving the storage ring, his soul entered it. Then he kept it. He glanced at Hai Yu and directly pierced through his forehead with his sword. Puff! Hai Yu fell weakly, her eyes wide open. It seemed that she didn't expect Lin Xian to kill her without saying anything. Next, it was the Wan clan. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He had already sensed that the flame restriction left in Hai Yu and Wan Gang's body was gone. This was also the reason why they dared to resist. Thinking about it, Wan Gong should be the same. But so what? Lin Xian's figure flashed and quickly flew towards the Wan clan. Ever since the flame in Wan Gang's body was removed, he was completely relieved. Now his life was finally in his hands. However, this made him clench his teeth. As a genius of the Tiangang sect, when had he ever been threatened like this? Therefore, he couldn't wait to tear Lin Xian into pieces. Wan Gong planned to use the power of his family to find Lin Xian, but he didn't expect Lin Xian to take the initiative to come to him. When Wan Gong saw Lin Xian in the Wan clan, he was shocked. But soon, he revealed a sinister expression. Damn brat, you actually dare to come here? Lin Xian looked calm. Where are the spiritual herbs I want? Have you prepared them? Brat, you're courting death. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to gather spiritual herbs for you? How dare you put a flame restriction on me? Today, I'll make sure you don't leave. Wan Gang's expression was sinister. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? It seems that your Wan clan isn't much. You're not well informed at all. If you knew the reaction of the other clans, I'm afraid you wouldn't dare to talk to me like this now. Hearing this, Wan Gong frowned. What's going on? Could it be that the Shen clan and the Hai clan had surrendered? What a joke! Although Lin Xian had some relations with the Bloody Blade monarch, how could he make such a big clan submit? This brat must be playing tricks. Wan Gong snorted coldly. Brat, don't waste your breath. If you dare to come here today, I'll make sure you don't leave. Men, take him down. With a roar, the surrounding martialists of the Wan clan rushed over in a frenzy. Young master, what's going on? Wan Gang's status in the Wan clan was similar to Qin Rufing's. They were both sons of the patriarch. Therefore, his status was very precious. Hearing the order, the martialists of the Wan clan appeared one after another. Wan Gong pointed at the figure in the field and said, Capture him. I want him alive. I want to torture him for 1,000 years. Chapter 30, 170. They frowned. What's going on? How did this kid get in? They had no idea. However, at this moment, their young master had already spoken, so they had to act. You guys go and take him down. A middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Immediately, 3 martial artists walked up. Their qi and blood surged in their bodies. With a monstrous power, they enveloped Lin Xian. You're courting death. Lin Xian snorted. Dozens of sword qi rushed out from his body and turned into a ray of light that shrouded the entire space. Pung pung pung. The 3 martial artists who attacked were instantly beheaded. Not only that, the surrounding martial artists were all pierced through by the sword qi and nailed to the void. They let out miserable cries as their eyes were filled with horror. An expert. This was a peerless expert. He could pierce through dozens of them in an instant. Such a person was too terrifying. They wanted to scream, but the sword qi still wiped out their lives. The only one who survived was Wan Gong. But Wan Gong was also nailed to the void by 5 sharp swords. Blood flowed out and dyed his body red. Ah! Wan Gong let out a miserable cry. His scalp was about to explode. How could the other party be so terrifying? To be honest, he knew that the other party had some ability to make Bloody Blade monarch submit, but he did not expect the other party to be so strong. The other party killed dozens of his guards in an instant, and even pierced through him. He cultivated the Heaven Star body. It was so powerful, but in front of the other party, it was as fragile as a piece of paper. Father, save me! Wan Gong screamed like a madman. He knew that the person in front of him was not someone he could fight against. He had to call for the real experts. Boom, boom, boom. After all, the Wan clan was a large clan. Therefore, the news of what happened here spread throughout the Wan clan. Whoosh! 7 or 8 figures descended. Each of them was extremely old and brought about a powerful storm. They were the elders of the Wan family. When they came down, they saw dozens of martial artists' corpses on the ground. Their pupils constricted. Damn it! Someone dared to kill people from the Wan family. When they saw Wan Gong being nailed to the void with blood flowing out, they instantly screamed. Young master! Wan Gang's identity was precious. He was the son of the Wan family head. If there were no accidents, he would be the next Wan family head. But now, he was actually beaten to such a state. Nailed to the void. Damn it, who is it? It was this brat. When they saw Lin Xian, the 7 elders were instantly enraged. Go, kill him. A large hand, like a purple cloud of fire, covered the sky and enveloped the other party. A black long sword, exuding a biting, cold, killing intent, shattered the void as soon as it appeared and pierced toward Lin Xian's head. A long saber cut through the void as if it was going to cut Lin Xian in half. In an instant, these people attacked as if they had gone crazy. Boom! Lin Xian also made a move. A golden fist punched into the void. With a loud bang, the purple flaming hand was shattered. The black, long sword shattered into pieces, and the berserk saber broke into 2 halves. The entire void exploded, and the 7 elders were instantly reduced to a bloody mist. Boom! This strike formed a huge black hole in the sky, as if it was connected to hell. Dead. The 7 elders were all dead. Wan Gong, who was at the side, widened his eyes. His lower body was wet from fear. To be honest, he never thought that the other party would be so powerful. Those were 7 elders. They couldn't even block a single punch from the other party. At this moment, the people who rushed over also saw the scene. They were instantly stunned on the spot, their bodies trembling. Demon! What kind of person is this? Not good. Hurry up and alert the others. Everyone screamed. The Wan family let out a loud bell, which would only be sounded when a life-and-death enemy came. They didn't expect that the Wan family would let out such a bell again after a few hundred years. A few hundred years ago, when a strong enemy came, the Wan family also had such a situation. In the end, the Wan family settled it. They didn't expect it to happen again after a few hundred years. All the experts of the Wan family opened their eyes and rushed over. The surrounding formations lit up, and the killing formations shot into the sky. It could be said that the Wan family had become an impenetrable fortress. The patriarch of the Wan family even rushed over with the 10 elders. Father! When Wan Gong saw the patriarch of the Wan family, he screamed crazily. Father! Save me! Kill him! You must kill him! The patriarch of the Wan family's face instantly turned gloomy, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The 10 elders also gasped. Let Wan Gong go. Roars sounded like thunder from the 9 heavens, shattering the void. Buzz! Lin Xian's body emitted a light that suppressed the world. All the energy was blocked by him. Kid, let him go. Kneel down and accept your death. Cold shouts could be heard. How dare you behave atrociously in the Wan family? You're courting death. No one can provoke the Wan family. You'll definitely die. The Wan family can't be humiliated like this. The Wan family can't be humiliated. What about me? Can I be humiliated? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. The strong couldn't be humiliated either. Wan Gong provoked me, so he'll definitely die. Don't tell me you don't understand this logic. Lin Xian looked ahead. Hearing this, the patriarch of the Wan family and the 10 elders' pupils constricted. At the next moment, they snorted. Kid, what kind of expert are you? That's right. In front of the Wan family, you're just an ant. Am I not an expert? Lin Xian sneered. At the next moment, his eyes shone, and his figure disappeared. Not good. These people rushed out of their king domains as if they were facing a great enemy. Men, kill him! The patriarch of the Wan family roared. However, at the next moment they screamed. That was because a figure appeared in front of them. The sword Qi emitted from his body was like a divine sword that pierced through them. Their king domains and battle armors were like pieces of paper. They couldn't withstand it at all. In an instant, the thousands of experts of the Wan family were all pierced through. As for the 10 elders, they were all killed by Lin Xian with a single punch. Bang! Ah! Half of the patriarch of the Wan family's body was shattered. He gritted his teeth and used a secret technique to dodge. After one attack, Lin Xian stood in the field. There was no one around him. Thousands of experts and 10 elders had all turned into a bloody mist. In the distance, more cultivators saw this scene and trembled. They directly knelt on the ground. The Wan family still had people, but they were much weaker than the thousands of experts from before. Even the 10 elders were killed in an instant, let alone them. Therefore, in an instant, everyone felt despair. Wangong was even more dumbfounded. His brain felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Impossible! Damn it! Impossible! The 10 elders? Where are you? The patriarch of the Wan family roared crazily. He discovered that the 10 elders were dead. Thousands of experts of the Wan family had died. How could he bear this? The Wan family relied on these people to support them. But now they were all gone. What would happen to the Wan family in the future? Damn it! How could this kid be so terrifying? The patriarch of the Wan family looked at Lin Xian, his body trembling. In the next moment, his expression became ferocious. Kid, I want you to die. Chapter 30:171. A small red cauldron rushed out from the top of his head and shook in the sky. Endless runes enveloped the entire Wan family. In the next moment, in the depths of the Wan family, there was a loud bang and 2 thunderous roars. Then a terrifying power like a vast ocean came from afar. Feeling this power, the Wan family warriors kneeling in the distance all raised their heads. The Grand Elders had come out of seclusion. The Grand Elders were coming. That kid was definitely dead. Wangong also came back to his senses and became excited. Kid, just wait for your death. Our Grand Elders have comprehended the power that is close to the Tao. You definitely won't be able to resist them. The Wan family's patriarch shouted and welcomed the 2 Grand Elders. The 2 Grand Elders, one tall and one short, their clothes fluttered in the wind, carrying a powerful and mysterious power. As soon as they appeared, they bent the void. They looked at the mess below and were instantly enraged. Their aura erupted like a volcano, shooting into the sky. Damn it, who is it? How dare you kill the experts of my Wan family? Naturally, he could sense that over 1,000 experts had been wiped out. The surrounding blood carried a monstrous aura, causing the 2 Grand Elders to tremble all over. It's him. It's this kid. 2 Grand Elders, please make your move. The Wan family's patriarch pointed forward. What a young man! In the sky, the 2 Grand Elders of the Wan family stared at Lin Xian, and their pupils shrank to the size of needles. They thought that a top old monster had come to their Wan family, but they didn't expect it to be a young man. Kid, go to hell! One of the Grand Elders roared. Kid, go to hell! The taller Supreme Elder let out a furious roar, shattering the void in all directions. Above his head, a star appeared. It floated up and down like the moon, and as soon as it appeared, it crushed the sky. The Wan family's patriarch retreated frantically and set up a formation to envelop the remaining people of the Wan family. He wanted to save Wangong, but he couldn't get close at all, so he could only give up. Now he could only place his hopes on the 2 Grand Elders. He wasn't particularly worried. The 2 Grand Supreme Elders had both comprehended powers that were close to the Tao. One of them was the tall Grand Supreme Elder, who had comprehended the power of the stars. The other short Grand Elder is also very terrifying. He has comprehended the power of ice. At this moment, the stars in the sky flickered as if it was a real world of stars. It was incomparably vast, and a terrifying power surged towards Lin Xian. "Die, brat!" The tall Supreme Elder revealed a ferocious expression. Even a peak king would not be able to withstand such power. Only a half-saint would be able to withstand it. Boom! The space where Lin Xian was standing instantly shattered, forming an incomparably deep black abyss. It was over. The short, grand elder sneered. The others all let out a sigh of relief. Was this the power of a grand elder? Too frightening. Even such a terrifying devil king was crushed in one move. Well, he was already dead. The Wan clan suffered heavy losses and needed to be reorganized. The tall Supreme Elder said in a clear voice. His body slowly descended, but as soon as he landed on the ground, he was stunned. All the hair on his body stood on end, because a figure walked out of the black hole in front of him. Was this your power that was close to the Tao? It was just SOO. What? He wasn't injured? How was this possible? The tall Supreme Elder instantly soared into the sky, his eyes filled with shock. The other short Grand Elder was the same. The two of them were completely stunned. The faces of the Wan clan members in the distance were ashen, and they fell into despair once again. Was he still human? After being smashed by a star that was close to the Tao, his body and soul should have been destroyed long ago. But there wasn't even a single crack on his body. What kind of physique was this? Perhaps even the top Big Dipper body of the Big Dipper sect couldn't compare to him. "Brat, who are you?" the tall Supreme Elder asked in shock. He realized that the other party was too strong. It was beyond his expectations. Such a person must have an extraordinary background. Lin Xian said arrogantly, You don't have the right to know my name. Now, you should feel my power that is close to the Tao." He clenched his fist and punched out with the power of annihilation. Boom! 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 Wherever it passed, the void was quickly annihilated. Not good. Feeling this power, the tall Supreme Elder's pupils constricted. He quickly blocked the star in front of him. At the same time, he frantically retreated. With a boom, the power of the star was directly turned into nothingness and disappeared in the void. What kind of power was this? It could actually dissolve my star power. The tall Supreme Elder was stunned. This brat had also comprehended a power that was close to the Tao, and it was very strong. It was very strange. "Boss, let's attack together." He looked at the short Supreme Elder. The short Supreme Elder nodded. In the next moment, the two of them stood out. One was the power of the stars, the other was the power of ice. Two powers that were close to the Tao spread in the void and then attacked Lin Xian. "Go to hell for me." This time they were full of confidence. "Sword!" Lin Xian shouted coldly. The power of annihilation formed a pitch-black demonic sword that emitted a monstrous light. With a slash of the sword, the power of the stars was destroyed. With another slash, the power of ice also quickly faded away. Buzz! At the same time, a red light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. With a boom, the two Supreme Elders screamed. Their bodies burned fiercely as the flames engulfed them. "Ah, damn it! Increase the pressure." The short Supreme Elder screamed crazily and urged the power of ice to suppress the flames. But he realized that he could not do it at all. How was this possible? His power of ice was close to the Tao. What kind of flames could not extinguish? Unless it was a flame that was close to the Tao. Moreover, that power was even more terrifying than his power of ice. Damn it, who is this brat? They were stunned. Boom! With a loud bang, the tall Supreme Elder self-detonated. He wanted to escape the flames, but he was still unable to do so. Lin Xian's power of fire was close to the law fragment. It was far from what the two Supreme Elders could resist. Therefore, in the endless screams, the two Supreme Elders turned into ashes, dead. The Wan family heads' eyes were about to pop out. The other warriors of the Wan family fainted from shock. Wan Gong was trembling all over. He was once again killed to the point of peeing his pants. Those were two supreme elders. They had mastered two powers that were close to the Tao. How powerful! But now, they were easily killed by the other party. Who was this person? He actually provoked such a demon king. Thinking of this, Wan Gong was extremely regretful. The Wan family head's face was also filled with despair. Now he wished he could kick his son to death. This was an extremely terrifying demon king. It was very likely that the entire Wan family would be destroyed. Chapter 3172. No, the patriarch of the Wan family roared crazily. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he knew that the chances were slim. Experts had dignity. If someone came to the Wan family to behave atrociously, he would definitely destroy their entire family. Therefore, the other party would not spare them either. Just as the Wan family was in despair, the jade pendant on Wan Gang's body suddenly shone. In the next moment, Wan Gong cried out excitedly, Eldest senior brother is nearby. This jade pendant was the communication treasure of the Tiangang sect's core disciples. The eldest senior brother that Wan Gong mentioned was the top disciple of the Tiangang sect, the number 1 genius, Gao Peng. Therefore, when he sensed the jade pendant's reaction, Wan Gong sent a voice transmission crazily. Eldest senior brother, save me. Someone wants to kill me. Wan Gong was very nervous. He looked at Lin Xian, afraid that Lin Xian would kill him at this time. However, he was stunned because Lin Xian did not kill him at all, nor did he stop him. He seemed to have tacitly approved of this. Damn it, what's going on? Isn't this kid afraid? Humph, how is that possible? No matter how strong he is, he can't beat eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother is someone who can contend with the Nether King. Is Gao Peng coming? The patriarch of the Wan family and the other warriors of the Wan family regained hope in their eyes. Gao Peng was the number 1 genius of the Tiangang sect. How powerful was he? Although he had lost the battle at Tianqiong Peak, it was a glorious defeat. His reputation also swept across the entire Return Cloud planet very quickly. Although Wan Gong was young, only 500 years old, his strength might be even more powerful than the 2 grand elders. Thinking of this, the Wan family members became excited. As expected, not long after, a figure descended from the sky. It was a young man with a tall figure and a strong physique. There was a mysterious aura on his body. He descended on the Wan family like a god fiend. But after landing, he frowned. The Wan family was too tragic. The entire Wan family was torn apart. There was blood everywhere, and it was still surging in the sky, emitting ghostly wails and wolf howls. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here. Eldest senior brother, you're here. Save me. When Wan Gong saw that figure, he immediately shouted excitedly. The head of the Wan family hurried over to greet young Master Gao. Please save my Wan family, young Master Gao. Gao Peng frowned. Who is it? How dare he be so presumptuous? To be honest, Wan Gang's identity was really not ordinary. Speaking of which, he was Gao Peng's junior brother. He was also the closed-door disciple of the Tiangang sect's sect leader. The sect master of the Heavenly Dipper sect was very fond of him. Therefore, as the eldest senior brother, Gao Peng naturally had to take care of him. Seeing Wan Gong nailed to the ground and the Wan clan in ruins, Gao Peng was enraged, not to mention the Wan clan's identity. Just the fact that Wan Gong was a member of the Heavenly Dipper sect was enough for him to not interfere. In the next moment, he turned his head and stared at the figure in front of him. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It's you. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Lin Xian's face in the next moment. He was stunned, and the murderous aura that filled the air quickly disappeared. It's you. This time, Gao Peng's voice had changed. What? You want to attack me? Lin Xian said indifferently. I wouldn't dare. Gao Peng hurriedly lowered his head and greeted young Master Lin. What? Seeing this, the head of the Wan family and Wan Gong were all stunned. What's going on? They felt as if they were dreaming. Their hope, Gao Peng, was actually bowing to Lin Xian? How could this be? They felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Oh, you know me? Lin Xian smiled faintly. Gao Peng lowered his head even more. Naturally, after the battle at Tianqiong Peak, young master's name had spread throughout the entire cloud-returning planet. Who didn't know him? To be honest, Gao Peng was a proud and confident person. However, in front of Lin Xian, he couldn't raise his head at all. He had no choice. The scene at Tianqiong Peak was still deeply imprinted in his mind. He probably wouldn't be able to escape from Lin Xian's shadow for the next 1,000 years. Lin Xian was someone who could easily defeat the Nether King. If he wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. How dare Wan Gong and the Wan family provoke such a person? They even wanted to drag him down with them? Thinking of this, Gao Peng was furious. Young Master Gao, the head of the Wan family, said softly. Gao Peng shouted coldly, "Shut up!" The head of the Wan family was shocked. He shuddered and quickly shut up. Wan Gong, who was beside him, said, "Eldest senior brother, what's going on? Help me take revenge. He's the murderer." Humph. Gao Peng stood up and directly slapped Wan Gong to the ground. Half of Wan Gang's body was smashed. He fell to the ground with a dumbfounded expression. "Eldest senior brother, why did you hit me? Help me take revenge. I'm your junior brother." "Shut up. I don't have a junior brother like you," Gao Peng shouted coldly. "How dare you offend young Master Lin? It wouldn't be too much even if you died 100 times. Who is he? Who exactly is he? Eldest senior brother. Why are you afraid of him? You're a top genius." Wan Gong screamed crazily, but soon he was slapped again. Gao Peng said coldly, "If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Young Master Lin is so powerful. I'm naturally not his opponent, and I don't dare to be his enemy." Gao Peng snorted coldly when he saw the head of the Wan family and Wan Gang's blank faces. They were indeed a small family. They didn't even know who the other party was. If the two of them knew, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Gao Peng said coldly, "Do you know about the battle at Tianqiong Peak?" The two of them nodded silently. Gao Peng continued, "In the battle at Tianqiong Peak, young Master Lin defeated the Nether King and became famous. How dare you offend young Master Lin? Hurry up and kowtow and admit your mistake." What? The head of the Wan family and Wan Gong were stunned. In the battle at Tianqiong Peak, the other party defeated the Nether King? How could this be? The one who defeated the Nether King was Lin Wudi. Wait, young Master Lin? Lin Wudi? In the next moment, the two of them shuddered. "You're Lin Wudi." Now, even if they were stupid, they knew. Thinking of this, their faces were filled with despair. Lin Wudi. They actually offended Lin Wudi. No wonder the other party was so powerful. He killed most of the Wan family's elites with a raise of his hand. No wonder Gao Peng had to be careful when he saw the other party. This was Lin Wudi. He was the supreme being who defeated the Nether King. The Nether King was so terrifying. He appeared for a few days and suppressed the Cloud Return planet's elites until they couldn't breathe. Even Gao Peng was defeated by him. That was such a powerful genius, but he was easily defeated by Lin Wudi. One could imagine how terrifying Lin Wudi was. In the next moment, the two of them hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed nonstop. "Lord Lin Wudi, we were wrong. Please spare the Wan family." Yes, I'm not Mount Tai. I deserve to die." Wan Gong also kowtowed nonstop. His head was bleeding. However, he still didn't dare to raise his head. Chapter 30, 173. Lin Xian said calmly with his hands behind his back, "I can spare the rest of the Wan clan, but the two of you will definitely die." Hearing this, the people in the distance heaved a sigh of relief. The head of the Wan clan and Wan Gong trembled, and their eyes were filled with despair. Gao Peng kept his head down, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. Lin Xian waved his hand, and 2 balls of flames enveloped the 2 of them, burning them to ashes. Wan Gong and the head of the Wan clan didn't even have the time to scream before they were killed. At this time, Lin Xian said coldly, "The Wan clan can be spared from death, but they can't escape punishment. I'll take all your clan's savings. Do you have any objections?" In the distance, the warriors of the Wan clan knelt on the ground and said, respectfully, "No. How could they resist?" The fact that Lin Xian didn't kill them was already the greatest kindness to them. As for the resources, they didn't dare to think about it now. Good. Lin Xian nodded. Then, countless golden hands rushed out of his body and took away all the resources and elixirs collected by the Wan clan. Then, Lin Xian flew up and left the Wan clan. After Lin Xian left, Gao Peng heaved a sigh of relief. It was too scary. Facing Lin Xian was like facing the ancestors of the Tianyang sect. Lin Xian was unfathomable, and he couldn't even breathe. But fortunately, this malefic star was finally gone. In the next moment, he also flew up, not even looking at the Wan clan. The remaining people of the Wan clan heaved a sigh of relief. They felt like they had just survived a disaster. However, no one noticed that the endless blood in the ruins of the Wan clan had flowed to the ground, leaving nothing behind. Deep in the ground, a shriveled, mummified figure was wrapped in endless blood. In the next moment, he opened his eyes, and a piercing light burst out, piercing through the void. Blood. I need more blood. Not enough. I can feel the screams of my descendants. And the screams. I want revenge. In the next moment, the bodies of those who were still alive in the ruins of the Wan clan suddenly split open and turned into a bloody mist. Then it sank into the ground. This scene was so sudden that the people of the Wan family didn't even have time to react. They didn't even have time to scream before they were all dead. In the depths of the earth, the shriveled, corpse-like figure let out a devilish laugh. Lin Xian left the Wan family. As he flew, he sent his soul spirit into the black earth and began to organize the spirit medicines he had obtained. To be honest, he had already collected almost all of them. There were still a few left, and he thought that the Qi clan would be able to help him. After treating the Shi family's old ancestor, he should be able to concoct the breakthrough Saint Pill. Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt a burst of excitement. He wondered how the Qi clan's collection was going. Lin Xian then returned to Tianfeng Pavilion. Tianfeng Pavilion. Qi Siyu was still waiting. When she heard that Lin Xian had returned, she heaved a sigh of relief. She thought that Lin Xian had left again. After Lin Xian found her, he asked, "How's the Qi clan's collection going?" "Young Master Lin, I was just about to talk to you about this." Qi Siyu said anxiously, "We've already collected 90% of them. There are still some spirit medicines left, and we should be able to complete it in a month's time." "All right." Lin Xian nodded. "I'll go into seclusion first. Call me when it's time." Lin Xian walked into the depths of Tianfeng Pavilion and began his seclusion. This time, he didn't comprehend the Tao of heaven and earth. Instead, he cultivated directly to raise his cultivation. The Pill Sage's notes didn't only contain the breakthrough Saint Pill, but also countless other elixirs. Lin Xian found a few that were suitable for him and concocted 10 cauldrons of them. After obtaining the Purple Abyss cauldron, Lin Xian's success rate and speed in concocting elixirs had increased tremendously. In addition, he had abundant spirit medicines and resources. Hence, concocting elixirs was effortless. Soon, 10 cauldrons of elixirs were concocted. Lin Xian swallowed all the elixirs. Boom! A rumbling power erupted from his body. Lin Xian circulated the longevity incantation and absorbed the elixirs with all his might. A month's time passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Qi Siyu ran into the depths of Tianfeng Pavilion excitedly. She sent a voice transmission. "Young Master Lin, it's done. My Qi family has collected all the spirit medicines." After receiving the voice transmission, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The surging power in his body was like the waves of the sea. Then he retracted it. Peak stage. Lin Xian exhaled and stood up. He had absorbed all the elixirs that he had concocted previously. These elixirs were all ancient spirit medicines. In addition, he had used precious spirit medicines to concoct them. The effect was surprisingly good. It actually allowed him to reach the peak stage of the 9-star realm in one go. Now, Lin Xian was only one step away from reaching the half-step Saint realm. However, this step was like a natural chasm that stopped countless prodigies. One had to know that there were many peak stage 9-star powerhouses in the world. However, those who could successfully cross this step and reach the half-step Saint realm were few and far in between. It could be said that they were rare existences. After all, a large family like the Wan family could dominate a region with two people who had comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. If they had another half-step saint, their strength would definitely be even more terrifying. However, it was extremely difficult to become a half-step saint. To become a half-step saint, it was not something that could be solved with time. Some people had even used 2,000 years and still failed to successfully cross that step. Now, Lin Xian was finally facing this step. However, he was very confident, not to mention that he had already comprehended two powers that were close to the Tao, one of which was very close to the precept fragment. In addition, his physical body had reached the half-step Saint realm. Coupled with the breakthrough sage pill, his cultivation level could increase to the half-step Saint realm. At that time, he would have 1 foot in the precept fragment. As long as he comprehended the precept fragment, he would become a true half-step saint. After that, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering increase. Thinking of this, Lin Xian was incomparably excited. Now that Lin Xian used the power of fire and the great dragon sword soul, he was confident that he could fight a half-step saint. When he became a true half-step saint, how terrifying would his power be? He did not dare to imagine. With a wave of his sleeve, Lin Xian removed the array and walked out. "Young Master Lin, you're finally out." Qi Siyu was waiting anxiously outside. When she saw Lin Xian come out, she was delighted. The next moment, she exclaimed, "Young Master Lin, your aura! What's wrong?" Lin Xian asked. "No, I feel that you're different." Qi Siyu carefully sensed, but found that she still could not see the depth of Lin Xian's aura. However, she felt that Lin Xian's aura was more mysterious than before. Could it be that young Master Lin broke through again? Thinking of this possibility, she was extremely surprised and then shook her head. "No way, how long has it been? He can break through again?" She had never heard of such a cultivation speed. Lin Xian said, "Since the collection was completed, let's go." He put his hands behind his back and walked out. Chapter 30-174. The Tianfeng Pavilion was a subordinate of the Qi family, so there was a teleportation array inside. Soon the two arrived at the Qi family. The elders of the Qi family were waiting anxiously. When they saw Lin Xian and Qi Siyu, they surrounded them. "Siyu, you're back." "Young Master Lin, can we start now?" These people were excited. "Young Master Lin, how confident are you?" To be honest, they weren't 100% confident until now, because Lin Xian was too young. He was so young that they couldn't believe it. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was extremely calm. "Give me the spiritual medicine." Soon, someone brought them over. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the spiritual herbs floated in the air. He scanned them with his soul and nodded slightly. "That's right, these are the spiritual herbs. Now, I'm going to refine the pills. I'll prepare a secret room for young Master Lin." Qi Siyu said. Lin Xian shook his head. "There's no need. It's fine here. I'll set up a few arrays. You guys stay far away. No matter what happens, don't disturb me." "He's going to refine pills in public?" a few people in the crowd exclaimed. Lin Xian turned around and saw Pill King, he too, Pill King Blackfeather, and Pill King Red Lotus. Other than them, there were many alchemists who came because of Lin Xian's reputation. After all, Lin Xian claimed that he could cure the Qi family's patriarch's injury. It had caused a stir in the alchemy world. Countless alchemists rushed over. They couldn't believe it. They had to see it with their own eyes. Pill King He Tu, Pill King Blackfeather, and Pill King Red Lotus had arrived long ago. When they heard that Lin Xian was going to refine pills in public, they were very excited. This way, they would be able to see the depth of Lin Xian's alchemy skills. The other alchemists were also discussing. This kid was too young. How old was he? How could he cure the Qi family's patriarch? Could he be a liar? Who cares? If he's going to refine pills in public, we'll be able to see it soon. If he doesn't do it well, the Qi family will teach him a lesson. How could he do it well? This young man must be boasting. One had to know that even a half-step alchemy sage could not refine it well, let alone him. The elders of the Qi family frowned when they heard those words. To be honest, they were also very worried. After all, these spiritual herbs were very precious, and their Qi family had paid a high price for them. If they failed, then not only would their old ancestors' injuries not be healed, they would also have wasted so many precious spirit herbs. However, they had no other choice now. They could only place all their hopes on Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't care about what those people were thinking. He ordered Qi Siyu to let the surrounding people quickly retreat and make an empty space. 1. Lin Xian raised his hand and formed a formation that enveloped him. He took a deep breath, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. With a flip of his hand, a purple cauldron appeared in the air. Purple abyss cauldron. The surrounding alchemists all cried out in surprise. Their eyes lit up. Was this a pill cauldron that had been used by a half-step saint? He had actually obtained it. For such a precious cauldron to be in his hands, it was truly a waste of God's gift. Some alchemists were extremely unwilling. However, there were also some top alchemy kings who said coldly, "Waste of God's gift?" That wasn't necessarily true. Don't forget that he too, Danyu, and Red Lotus, the three of them couldn't defeat him. One could imagine that he was definitely an expert. If you want to snatch the cauldron, think about your own fate first. When those words came out, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over everyone, and they all came to their senses. That's right. 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings couldn't do anything to him. They would be cannon fodder if they went up. Of course, there were also some who were unconvinced. Among them, a few Tier 9 Pill Kings snorted. So what if he's strong? We alchemists compete in alchemy skills. Let's see what qualifications this kid has to dare to say that he can cure the Qi family's old ancestor. When those words came out, everyone was puzzled. That's right. What kind of peerless elixir could he refine? At this moment, everyone was nervously watching. He too, Heiyu, and Red Lotus, the 3 Tier 9 Pill Kings, held their breaths. Inside the formation, after Lin Xian took out the purple abyss cauldron, he raised his head and looked at the spirit herbs in the air. At the same time, he quickly recalled the refining method of the Suyang Golden Crow elixir. After going through it 10 times in his mind, Lin Xian felt that there was no problem. Then he started. With a wave of his hand, stalks of spirit herbs entered the cauldron. Then, Lin Xian's 9 sons' divine fire danced in his body and enveloped the cauldron. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and started to refine the elixir. The people around him waited patiently. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. A month had passed. Lin Xian still hadn't finished refining. After all, he was refining a sage-level elixir. It wasn't something that could be completed in a short period of time. However, it was about time for him to finish refining the elixir. Lin Xian opened his eyes and took a deep breath. With a wave of his hand, he threw a stalk of spirit herb into the cauldron. Buzz! At this moment, the cauldron trembled slightly. Not good. I'm afraid I'm going to fail. The Tier 9 Pill Kings outside gasped. The other alchemists also sneered. The people from the Qi family were extremely nervous. Lin Xian frowned. He reached out his soul and tried his best to control the cauldron. However, in the end, all the spirit herbs turned into ashes with a loud bang. Did he fail? Lin Xian frowned slightly. He started to review the process. The people from the Qi family outside had ugly expressions. Failed. Damn it, how could it be like this? Qi Siyu's face was also pale. However, at this moment, the Qi family's patriarch said in a low voice, "Even the best alchemists didn't have 100% success rate. Failing once wasn't a big deal." When the patriarch said that, the people from the Qi family heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, they knew that some elixirs were very difficult to refine. The elixir that cured the Qi family's patriarch was especially precious. It was impossible to have 100% success rate. It was estimated that a 10% success rate would be very high. Therefore, failing the first time didn't mean anything. However, they only collected 3 sets of spirit herbs. This meant that Lin Xian had 2 more chances. Could Lin Xian succeed in 2 tries? They didn't know. Their hearts were all in their mouths. The alchemists around them sneered. There was no way this kid could succeed. The elixirs he refined were too difficult. Moreover, they could tell that these were half-step saint level elixirs. No matter how powerful this kid was, could he be a half-step pill saint? They all shook their heads and sneered. The 3 pill kings, He Tu, He Yu, and Red Lotus frowned. "What do you think?" Pill King He Yu asked in a low voice. Pill King He Tu frowned. "We've never seen his alchemy technique before. It's not from Cloud Return Planet. Where did this kid learn alchemy from? Although we've never seen his technique, it's so complicated that even I can't handle it." Pill King Red Lotus smiled bitterly. He might really be refining half-step saint level elixirs. Chapter 3175. Although he was a top-grade 9 pill king, he had no way of refining this kind of pill, because his strength was not up to par. However, this young man in front of him, who was nearly 1,000 years younger than him, could actually start refining the half-saint pill. Although he failed in the end, he maintained it for nearly a month. This meant that the other party's alchemy skills had far surpassed his. Thinking of this, the 3 pill king's heart sank. He was really a rising star. No, he was a peerless genius. It turned out that this set of Roman flowers was put in too early. On the other side, Lin Xian finally found the reason for his failure. He took a deep breath again and started refining again. At his level, refining for a month was nothing. He even saw in the pill saint's notes that some pills took hundreds of years to refine. Those pills had spirituality and could fight on their own. For now, Lin Xian could only look at such a mythical pill. Right now, he only needed to refine this pill. The second time the refining began, another month had passed, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. Because the last time it failed at this time, they wondered if he would succeed this time. Many pill refiners were paying close attention. The Qi family members were also extremely nervous. Qi Siyu clenched her fists tightly. Su Qin seemed very calm. After all, he had already found the reason for his failure. Therefore, after putting it in this time, there were no abnormalities. Next, it was almost time to wrap it up. After more than a month, the pill had basically taken shape. Lin Xian was going to do the final condensation. However, he could not let his guard down. After all, there were many pill refiners who failed at the last step. Lin Xian followed the experience provided by the pill saint's notes carefully. Finally, another 10 days passed. With a bang, a rumbling sound came from the pill furnace. Following that, countless rays of light spewed out, and a fragrance wafted over. Even through the array formation, everyone felt refreshed. Many people even felt the power in their bodies boiling. Could it be that he had succeeded? Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. The Qi family members were so excited that they almost fainted. Those pill refiners looked as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible! A few top-grade 9 pill kings screamed. How could he have succeeded? That was a sage-level pill. Indeed, these alchemists were about to faint from fright. The other party was able to refine a half-saint's pill. Didn't that mean that the other party was a half-step pill saint? Thinking of this, their bodies trembled. Hichu, Heiyu, and Red Lotus, the three pill kings, had a change in expression as well. Half-step pill saints were like seniors in their alchemy world. They had to pay their respects when they saw him. Did he succeed? The old ancestor of the Qi clan held onto his walking stick, his body trembling. A smile appeared on his wrinkled old face. Finally, his injuries could be healed. After 300 years, he was finally going to recover. Thinking of this, the Qi family patriarch smiled. Lin Xian waved his hand and a golden elixir appeared in the void. The golden pill had a mysterious pattern on it that resembled the texture of a tree. From afar, it looked like a golden crow lying on top of it. Success! Lin Xian grabbed the pill in his hand and removed the array formation. In the next moment, he looked at the people of the Qi clan. The other people's eyes were red. They were too excited. They did not expect Lin Xian to succeed. From the discussion of the surrounding pill kings, they already knew that Lin Xian had refined a sage-level pill. He knew how difficult it was to refine it. He estimated that none of the pill kings present could refine it successfully. However, Lin Xian had succeeded. Didn't that mean that the other party was a half-step pill saint? Thinking of this, the people of the Qi clan were shocked. Such a young half-step pill saint was helping them. It seemed that the heavens had opened their eyes. Qi Siyu was also very excited. Young Master Lin, you really succeeded? That's great. She looked at the Qi family patriarch. At this moment, the patriarch threw away his walking stick. His body trembled slightly, and his turbid eyes burst out with a piercing, cold light. It was like a divine lamp that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Young Master Lin, are you really done? The Qi family patriarch seemed to be in disbelief. He wanted to confirm it again. Lin Xian nodded. That's right, I'm done. He threw the pill in his hand to the patriarch. Swallow it. This pill can heal your injuries that have lasted for 300 years. The Qi family patriarch's hands trembled when he received it. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a low voice, I'm going into seclusion. Activate the array and don't let anyone disturb me. Whoosh! He turned into a ray of light and rushed into the depths of the Qi clan. The Qi family patriarch's elders moved quickly. One array after another lit up, especially the depths of the Qi clan, which was surrounded by dozens of large arrays. Obviously, they would not allow any accidents to happen to the Qi family patriarch. The area around Lin Xian and the others was also enveloped by the formation. The Qi family patriarch looked at Lin Xian excitedly. They hurried over. Thank you, young Master Lin, for your help. If the patriarch's injuries can really be healed, the Qi family will definitely thank you. Lin Xian nodded. There was a reason why he helped the Qi family patriarch. It was because he needed the Qi family to help him collect the remaining spiritual herbs. However, it was not the time yet. When the Qi family patriarch walked out again and recovered from his injuries, he would make another request. But now, he looked at the surrounding pill kings. The surrounding pill kings felt their scalps go numb. Previously, they were still mocking the other party, thinking that he was too young and would not succeed. However, they did not expect that the other party would really succeed. However, there were also some people who were stubborn. It was just that he had succeeded. He could not be sure that the Qi family patriarch's injuries could be healed. However, the surrounding people hurriedly left when they heard that, afraid that they would be implicated. Some people even sneered, "Idiot! That's a half-step pill saint. How dare you be so arrogant?" Sure enough, the people who mocked him broke out in cold sweat. That's right, that's a half-step pill saint. Even if he could not be healed, so what? Would they dare to offend him? Thinking of this, their intestines turned green with regret. With a plop, they knelt on the ground and kowtowed nonstop. Most of the surrounding pill masters walked up respectfully and bowed to Lin Xian. "Greetings, senior." They had no choice, although they had lived for 1,000 or 2,000 years, and some had even lived for close to 3,000 years. They were all old monsters. However, in terms of Pill Dao, they were far behind Lin Xian. Therefore, even if Lin Xian was very young, they still had to address him as senior and bow to him. Lin Xian naturally knew these rules, so he gladly accepted them. Whether it was martial Dao, Pill Dao, or other things, strength was the most important. Age was simply ignored. Lin Xian's gaze swept across the surrounding pill masters and finally landed on the 3 people in the distance. Chapter 30, 176. Hearing this, he too, Heiyu and Hong Lian, the 3 ninth-grade pill kings, let out a wry smile and hurried over. They said respectfully, they were convinced, sincerely convinced. "Young master is far better than us in alchemy. We have already prepared the things that we promised you. Please accept them." As they spoke, the 3 of them took out the 3 spiritual herbs that they had prepared. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a smile when he saw the 3 spirit herbs. He kept them and nodded slightly. Seeing that Lin Xian had no intention of blaming them, he too and the other 2 pill kings heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although they had fought with the other party previously, they were not too arrogant. Instead, they had made an agreement today. If they had used their seniority to fight against the other party with their status and strength as pill kings, they would have died. They would have gone to hell. Next, they just had to wait patiently. Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. The others also waited quietly. Just like that, 15 days passed. In the depths of the Qi family, there was a sudden burst of energy, like a flash flood, sweeping in all directions. A long roar turned into a thunderclap, piercing through the void. Buzz! A figure rose into the sky, like a demon god, standing in the void. The aura that he exuded was filled with mysterious law runes, making it hard for people to breathe. This was a law fragment. Heavens, the Qi family's patriarch. The Qi family's patriarch's strength had recovered. The alchemists were shocked. The Qi family's elders were overjoyed. They knelt on the ground, cheering loudly. "Congratulations to the patriarch! Congratulations to the patriarch!" Ha ha ha! The Qi family's patriarch looked up to the sky and laughed. He was too happy. It had been 300 years, and his vitality was almost depleted. In another 10 years he would have died, but now he had completely recovered. Not only that, he was confident that he could live for a few thousand years. To him, this was a huge surprise. Finally, he had regained control of that power. The Qi family's patriarch walked forward. He did not remove the law fragment on his body. Instead, he walked in front of everyone like a god. The supreme martial artists trembled, and the alchemists held their breaths. They felt like their scalps were about to explode. Qi Siyu was also kneeling on the ground. The only one left standing was Lin Xian. He clasped his hands behind his back, and a mysterious light flowed around his body, blocking the pressure of the nomological fragment. The Qi family ancestor was stunned. He didn't think that Lin Xian would be able to block the law fragment. "Old Master Qi, how do you feel? Has he fully recovered?" Lin Xian asked indifferently. Lin Xian did not care about the law fragments released by the other party. His fleshly body was already at the half-step saint level, so the law fragments were still unable to pose a threat to him, unless it was a true law. Moreover, he wasn't afraid that the other party would go back on his word. If he could cure the other party, he could also take the other party's life. Seeing how calm Lin Xian was, the Qi family's ancestor was shocked. To be honest, from the beginning until now, he still couldn't see through the young man before him. This young man was too mysterious. Perhaps the other party had a shocking background. The old ancestor of the Qi clan kept the law fragment and smiled. He had completely recovered, thanks to Lin Fan's help. Lin Fan, if you have any requests, the Qi family will definitely be able to fulfill them. All right, I won't stand on ceremony then. Lin Xian raised his hand and threw out a jade slip to the Qi family's ancestor. The Qi family's ancestor looked at it and nodded. No problem. The Qi family can help you collect these spiritual herbs. Give me a month's time. With that, the Qi family's ancestor handed the jade slip to the elder beside him. Collect these spiritual herbs within a month's time. After the elder took the jade slip, he probed it with his soul spirit and gasped. Although there weren't many spiritual herbs, they were extremely precious. Its value was comparable to the Crimson Sun Golden Crow pill from before. However, they didn't have any objections. Firstly, the ancestors' orders were unquestionable. Secondly, Lin Xian had cured their ancestors' injuries. No matter what price they had to pay, they were willing to do it. You don't have to worry about the spiritual herbs. Lin Fan, why don't you have a drink with me? The Qi family's ancestor smiled. All right, I'll do as you say. Lin Xian and the Qi family's ancestor walked into the distance side by side. The alchemists outside were extremely shocked. Some of the top pill kings looked at the figure in the distance with envy. At the same time, they decided to wait here. 5 days later, Lin Xian came out from the depths of the Qi family. Seeing that He Tu, He Yu, Red Lotus, and the other pill kings were still there, he was very confused. Is there anything else? Red Lotus, He Tu, and He Yu, the 3 pill kings, knelt on the ground respectfully. When the other elixir kings saw the scene, they also knelt on the ground and bowed deeply. They respectfully said, "Senior, please advise us." They had no choice. They had been in the 9th grade pill king realm for a long time. Some had been in it for hundreds of years, while others had been in it for thousands of years. However, they still couldn't take that step. They couldn't even improve. If they couldn't improve, it would be worse than killing them. Therefore, these people were in despair. When they saw that Lin Xian had such attainments in alchemy at such a young age, they naturally looked forward to it. Therefore, they hoped that Lin Xian would be able to teach them a thing or two. Lin Xian nodded slightly. All right, since I have nothing to do, I'll teach you for 2 days. You only have 2 days. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Thank you, Senior. He Tu and the other top pill kings were overjoyed. They hurriedly asked all the questions that had been bothering them for hundreds and thousands of years. Lin Xian answered calmly. Originally, his alchemy attainments were very strong, not weaker than these 9th grade pill kings. In addition, he had studied the pill saint's notes, causing his alchemy attainments to improve by leaps and bounds. Now, he had already reached the half-step pill king realm. Therefore, guiding these 9th grade pill kings was not difficult. 2 days passed very quickly. These 9th grade pill kings were reluctant to leave. In these 2 days, listening to Lin Xian's answers was equivalent to 500 years of hard work. Listening to a gentleman's words was better than reading 100 years of books. Then these pill kings left. However, Qi Siyu came. She accompanied Lin Xian to the nearby mountains, rivers, and scenic spots to play. Just like that, a month passed. The spiritual herbs that Lin Xian needed were also all completed by the mobile phone. When Qi Siyu handed a storage ring to Lin Xian's calm heart also became excited. Until now, all the herbs he needed had been gathered. He could finally start refining the Saint Breakthrough Pill. The Saint Breakthrough Pill was also a half-step saint pill. It was not easy to refine. He needed to go into seclusion for a while. However, after refining the Qian Golden Crow pill, Lin Xian also had some experience in refining a half-step saint pill. After bidding farewell to Qi Siyu, Lin Xian left the Qi family. He rose into the air and flew into the distance. He wanted to find a place with rich spiritual veins to refine pills in seclusion. Chapter 30, 177. This wasn't the first time he felt this way. He had felt it when Qi Siyu accompanied him on a tour. However, he couldn't find it when he searched. Now he felt it again. With a cold snort, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and scanned his surroundings. His powerful soul power covered a radius of tens of thousands of miles, but he still couldn't find anything. Buzz! Lin Xian flew again, this time at a faster speed. After 3 days, he stopped again. In these 3 days, he felt someone peeping at him twice. Especially on the 3rd day, the other party seemed to be more and more unscrupulous. Who's sneaking around? Get out here! Lin Xian roared and turned into 9 heavenly lightning, descending in all directions. Haha, little kid, I didn't expect you to be so vigilant. You even found out. An old voice sounded. The void shattered and a figure walked out. This person was too strange. He was skinny like a mummy. His clothes were tattered and there were clods of dirt on it. It looked like he had crawled out from an ancient tomb. Lin Xian's pupils shrank when he saw the other party. What a terrifying aura! This person's aura was much stronger than Gao Peng and the Nether King. It was similar to the aura of the Qi family patriarch. Half-step sage. This was a half-step sage. A half-step sage was hiding his head and showing his tail? You're a disgrace to the half-step sage. Lin Xian sneered. Little kid, you know I'm a half-step sage? Why aren't you kneeling and kowtowing to welcome me? The mummified old man revealed a sinister smile. Fragments of precepts rushed out from his body and surrounded him, making him look like a god. Just you? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. You followed me a few times before, but you didn't dare to come out when I was in the Qi family. Even the Qi family patriarch was afraid of you. What right do you have to threaten me? Lin Xian's guess was right. This mummified old man had followed him before. However, he was in the Qi family's sphere of influence. On the other hand, the Qi family had the Qi family's patriarch, a half-step saint. Therefore, it was inconvenient for this mummy-like figure to make a move. Brat, at that time, I just didn't want to fight with that old ghost from the Qi clan. Do you really think that I'm afraid of him? As for you, you dare to insult a half-saint? You can die now. As he spoke, a huge palm descended from the sky with a terrifying aura. Whoa! The palm fell and pierced through the void. Lin Xian dodged and went to another space. Old man, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian's sword qi became more and more piercingly cold. Tens of thousands of streams of sword qi were released, causing the entire sky to tremble. How dare a half-saint who is almost at the end of his life be so arrogant in front of me? I'll kill you today. At this point, a terrifying energy suddenly erupted from his body and swept out in all directions. The withered half-saint's face also darkened. Since you dared to behave atrociously at the Wan clan and even killed the experts of the Wan clan, I'll skin you alive today. You're from the Wan clan. This time, Lin Xian was stunned. He had just returned from the Wan clan. He didn't expect the Wan clan to have a half-saint expert. It seemed that the half-saint was in seclusion before this. Moreover, the half-saint didn't have much vitality left. It seemed that the half-saint was an ordinary existence. Did the remaining members of the Wan clan wake you up? Lin Xian frowned. He had spared some of the Wan clan's members. He didn't expect them to be so reckless. They even dared to awaken the half-saint of the Wan clan to kill him? It seemed that there was no need for the Wan clan to remain in this world. There's no need to go to the Wan clan to find them. I'm the only one left in the Wan clan. They've all been absorbed by me. The patriarch of the Wan clan was like a demon. His killing intent was monstrous. Indeed, the remaining members of the Wan clan had all turned into blood mist and were absorbed by him. With me here, I can find one Wan clan, 2 Wan clans, or even countless Wan clans. The patriarch of the Wan clan was very confident. He was a half-saint. With him around, it would be very easy to rebuild a clan. I can feel that your body has powerful blood qi and exuberant vitality. Now it's mine. The patriarch of the Wan clan rushed out. Obviously, his target was Lin Xian. To be precise, it was Lin Xian's body. Boom! The patriarch of the Wan clan charged out like a god of death. Lin Xian let out a long roar. The starry sky trembled. Countless sword qi, accompanied by flames, descended from the sky. In an instant, Lin Xian activated the power of fire. It was useless. The patriarch of the Wan clan laughed loudly. The clouds in the sky churned, forming a cloud hand that carried the law fragments. The terrifying energy was like a vast ocean. With a slap, all the sword qi in the sky were shattered. A mere power that was close to the Tao was nothing in front of him. Cloud Cave. The patriarch of the Wan clan snorted coldly. The cloud law fragment danced, forming an inexplicable killing intent that instantly blasted onto Lin Xian's body, sending Lin Xian flying. Boom! Lin Xian was sent flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, crashing into the mountains and rivers below. But soon he flew up. His body shone brightly like the sun. A half-step sage? That's all there is to it. He's not injured. This time, the patriarch of the Wan clan was stunned. Your body has already reached the half-step sage realm? Haha, I didn't misjudge you. I must obtain your body. He was too excited. He didn't expect the other party to have the body of a half-step sage. However, from the looks of it, the other party hadn't comprehended the law fragments yet. He could easily kill such a person. Little kid, I don't have time to waste with you, so you can die now. Cloud Fiend. Soul destruction. The cloud law fragment descended and wrapped around Lin Xian. At the half-step sage realm, he could easily pass through the physical body and use the law to kill the other party's soul. The cloud law? It's just a fragment. It can't do anything to me. Lin Xian let out a long roar. The dragon's sword soul in his body let out a loud dragon roar. Then it fused with the power of fire. Originally, Lin Xian's power of fire was very close to the law fragment. Now, with the power of the dragon's sword soul, its power increased by several times. After all, the dragon sword soul was an offensive saint technique. Therefore, at this moment, the power of fire rose infinitely and blocked the cloud law fragment. Boom! The two collided, producing tens of thousands of thunderous sounds. The entire sky was destroyed, turning into a zone of destruction. It's useless. You can't block it. The patriarch of the Wan clan walked forward. He wanted to collect Lin Xian's body, but when he got close, the half-step sage of the Wan clan was stunned, because he realized that Lin Xian wasn't dead. Instead, the aura on his body was becoming more and more terrifying. Impossible. Damn it. How can you block the law fragment? You're clearly only close to the Tao. The patriarch of the Wan clan's expression changed for the first time. Chapter 30, 178. However, the other party had blocked it. How was that possible? What kind of treasure did he have? Was it a half-saint artifact or a saint artifact? No. A mere half-saint artifact couldn't do anything to a true half-saint unless it was a saint artifact. Kid, it seems like you have a secret in your body. The Wan family's patriarch could clearly feel that there was an extremely terrifying aura emanating from Lin Xian's body. It caused the surrounding power of fire to rise infinitely. Although it wasn't a law fragment, its power was no different from a law fragment. I've said it before, a half-saint at the end of his life is no threat to me. Lin Xian walked over like a god of war. His eyes shone with a cold light. He waved his finger, and countless sword qi interweaved with the power of fire. It quickly formed a flaming lotus and charged forward. Stupid ant! How dare you look down on me? The Wan family's patriarch was also angry. He emitted an extremely terrifying aura. His tattered Taoist robe also trembled rapidly. He was like a ghost, rushing forward quickly. The law of clouds brought with it a powerful force. He slapped out with his palm and collided with the flaming sword. The two exploded with shocking light. At that moment, Lin Xian used the Annihilation Sword Lotus. A black lotus flew out with the power of annihilation. Together with the dragon sword soul, its power doubled. Boom! This time, it directly hit the Wan family's patriarch and sent him flying. Damn it! two powers that were close to the Tao. The Wan family's patriarch flew back from hundreds of thousands of miles away. His body was trembling with anger. He was a half-saint, but he was sent flying by a junior. If word got out, how was he going to survive? "Kid, you've completely angered me," the Wan family's patriarch roared. His originally withered body suddenly expanded. His withered cheeks and gray hair also rapidly changed. Soon he turned into a middle-aged man with a heroic bearing, cloud-pushing palm. With a loud shout, heaven and earth trembled. The clouds turned into a huge palm that covered a radius of millions of miles and descended from the sky. After transforming, not only did the Wan family's patriarch become younger, but his power was also more terrifying than before. The law fragment carried a shocking power and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, and his blood and qi almost froze. He moved quickly. However, this palm covered an area of several million miles. It was simply too vast, and he couldn't leave it in a short period of time. Therefore, he could only let out an angry roar and push his divine body to the extreme. At the same time, the great dragon sword spirit combined with the power of fire to form the 9 suns' divine fist and soared into the sky. Boom! The mountains and rivers below shattered the void, turning into a pitch-black space that devoured everything within a radius of a few million li. Moreover, it did not disappear for a long time. He should be dead this time, right? The patriarch of the Wan family slowly descended from the sky. However, he was stunned once again. A touch of coldness appeared on his face, and a deep shock appeared in his eyes. He wasn't dead. He saw a figure below. His qi and blood were like dragons. His body shone with boundless light like a sun. He stood there, suppressing the heaven and earth. "Old fellow, I've said it before. A half-saint like you is unable to do anything to me." Lin Xian's body shone with boundless light. The sword qi around him formed a powerful domain that enveloped him and blocked this astonishing attack. Buzz! With a roar, he waved his fist and struck out with the 9 suns' divine fist. At this moment, Lin Xian did not hold back. The power of the 9 suns' divine body, the power of the great dragon sword spirit, and the power of fire all combined. The 9 suns' divine fist struck out consecutively. It was as if 18 suns were spinning in the sky. It was fighting against the opponent's ethereal cloud law fragments. Lin Xian's power was as strong as Yang, while the power of the Wan family's patriarch was incomparably ethereal. When the two collided, it was as if the world of yin and yang was torn apart in the sky. The great void of millions of li had just recovered when it collapsed again. It was too terrifying. Who was it? The kings of the distant cities all lay on the ground when they felt this astonishing power. This was the power of laws. Was it a saint? No, it should be a half-saint. 2 half-saints were fighting. Heavens, who was it? Everyone was shocked. However, they could not resist this power at all, let alone investigate. Lin Xian and the Wan family's patriarch fought from the sky to the ground. Everywhere they went, everything turned into ashes. The 2 of them fought for 3 days and 3 nights, but there was no winner. Lin Xian's qi and blood were like dragons. Although he was not a true half-saint, his strength was not weaker than a half-saint. The Wan family's patriarch was so angry that he vomited blood. What was going on? He could not do anything to the other party. Could it be that his qi and blood were not enough? The Wan family's patriarch's face was cold. He was indeed at the end of his rope. He was able to revive this time because he had absorbed the blood of countless descendants of the Wan family. However, it seemed that the blood he had absorbed was not enough. Otherwise, how could he not defeat the other party? Therefore, they wanted to retreat. On the other side, Lin Xian let out a long roar and became one with his sword. The great dragon sword spirit completely enveloped him and turned into a dragon shadow. It carried 2 types of power that were close to the Tao and kept burning. In an instant, he pierced through the void and directly crashed into the Wan family's patriarch. With a bang, the Wan family's patriarch was torn into pieces. Ah! The Wan family's patriarch screamed and retreated into the distance. His expression was extremely ugly. He was injured. His body was actually shattered by the other party. Ah! He could not accept it. He pulled out a long spear and charged out again. The long spear waved, carrying the nomological fragments. It was incomparably ethereal as it pierced through the nine-yang divine body. The divine body was extremely terrifying. Although it was pierced by the long spear, it did not shatter. Instead, it clamped the divine spear formed by the nomological fragments. At the same time, the dragon-shaped sword shadow in Lin Xian's hand, coupled with the two types of power that were close to the Tao, split the Wan family's patriarch in half. The Wan family's patriarch was scared out of his wits and hurriedly fled. If this continued, he would be the one to lose in the end. After all, the other party's vitality was vigorous and his qi and blood were monstrous. Although he looked powerful, the qi and blood in his body had long withered. Whoosh! He was so frightened that he soared into the sky. Brat, just you wait. I will definitely not let you off. The Wan family's patriarch escaped. He wanted to slaughter millions of living beings to recover his qi and blood. Then he would kill the other party and seize Lin Xian's body. Seeing the Wan family's patriarch escape, Lin Xian did not stop him. Firstly, he was also injured now. Secondly, he had more important things to do, which was to refine the Breaking Saint pill. As long as he finished refining the Breaking Saint pill and entered the half-saint realm, killing the other party would be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Fine, I'll let you live for another 2 days. Lin Xian turned around and left. After Lin Xian and the Wan family's patriarch left, countless figures descended from the distance. They looked at the ground that had been destroyed beyond recognition and sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the power of the nomological fragments. This was the blood of half a lifetime. They looked at the scene and their bodies trembled. Buzz. Chapter 30, 179. An old man descended from the sky with a beautiful woman beside him. It was Qi Siyu and the old man from the Qi family. The Qi family was not far from here, so the battle here finally caught the attention of the Qi family patriarch. Patriarch, are half-saints fighting? Qi Siyu, who was beside him, asked curiously. The Qi family patriarch sensed the power of the nomological fragments and the half-saint blood in the sky and nodded. Yes, it was indeed a half-saint. However, he did not know which half-saint it was. There was an aura that was familiar. He sensed the remaining sword qi in the sky and immediately narrowed his eyes. Could it be? A figure appeared in his mind. It was a young figure. It was because of this person that he was able to recover. But it should not be. He did not believe that this person had such strength. Could he really fight with a half-saint? When you go back, find out where young Master Lin went. Yes, Patriarch. Qi Siyu was very puzzled, but she still respectfully agreed. On the other side, Lin Xian left. He chose a very secluded place and sank into the ground below. Then he set up countless arrays. With these arrays, even a half-saint would not be able to detect his tracks. In the next moment, he summoned the black earth and went inside. After all, he could not be disturbed when refining the saint breakthrough pill. Lin Xian spent a month to recover his body and reach the peak. Then he began to recall the process of refining the saint breakthrough pill. Whoosh! He began to refine the pill. With experience of refining the half-saint breakthrough pill, Lin Xian was much more proficient this time. But even so, he still failed twice and succeeded on the third try. Then he swallowed it. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In this year, many things had happened. After the battle on Tianqiong Peak, Lin Wudi became famous. There was also a storm in the alchemy world. A young half-step alchemy saint cured the Qi family patriarch, shocking the continent. There were also changes in the Qi family. The Qi family patriarch recovered from his injuries 300 years ago and returned to the Jianghu. The Qi family's power increased greatly. They conquered the east and west, and their territory expanded several times. For a time they were in the limelight. But at the same time, Cloud-returning planet had another matter that made people's hair stand on end. A remote city was destroyed in one night. The tens of millions of cultivators in the city were massacred. Not even their corpses remained. A total of 77 cities were turned into ghost cities. Countless experts were annihilated. The area where the 77 cities were located also became a ghost region, and no one dared to step into it. This was because anyone who entered would immediately turn into a bloody mist and be absorbed by the mysterious existence. For a moment, everyone was terrified. That place had also become a forbidden area. Even if someone at the consummate level of 9 stars entered, they would instantly shatter, unable to escape. Did you know? It was rumored that there was a demon living there, and its strength was extremely terrifying. King-level cultivators would definitely die if they entered. Damn it, how could such a demon appear? He had heard that the 77 cities were quite good and had countless resources. There were even a few top-grade spirit veins in them. They wouldn't be given away just like that, right? Just wait and see. Those people from the big families will definitely not let this matter rest. Sure enough, there were people who went to attack the areas where the 77 cities were located. But soon the news came. The 6 big families had joined forces, but they were completely annihilated. No, there was still one person who came out alive. He was a grand elder who had comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. However, at this moment, his entire body was shattered and he was on the verge of death. He was so thin that he was only skin and bones. He only said 2 words when he came out and fell to the ground dead. A half-step sage. Everyone's scalps went numb. A half-step sage. There was actually a demon-like half-step sage inside. Once the news spread, it swept through the entire continent. Those big families also fell silent. What a joke! They did not dare to provoke a half-step sage. However, they didn't dare to do so, but some of the top families and sects sent their experts. Next, ghosts wailed and wolves howled in that area. Gloomy winds blew, and light shot into the sky as if the world was about to be destroyed. Everyone within tens of millions of kilometers saw it. Everyone knew that it was a battle between half-step sages. The light lasted for 10 days and 10 nights before finally disappearing. No one knew what the outcome was, but everyone only knew that they still could not enter that area. They would die if they entered. It's over. Even a half-step sage can't do anything to the demon inside. What should we do? However, following that, the situation also changed a little. It was just that the ghost realm formed by the 77 cities was no longer so terrifying. Some powerful people could enter. It was just that they did not dare to enter the innermost area. At the same time, some top geniuses from outside the realm came. They heard of this strange place, so they decided to investigate it. These top geniuses from Cloud Return Planet were naturally unwilling to fall behind and entered one after another. Firstly, they could not lose to the geniuses from outside the realm. Secondly, they also wanted to go in and train. After all, from the current intelligence, as long as they did not enter the innermost area, there should not be any danger to their lives. After all, many of those who hurried over were people who had comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. For a time, this ghost realm became the focus of everyone's attention. There was a barren mountain endlessly far away from this ghost realm. The spiritual energy here was very sparse. It could be said that there were not even many demonic beasts here. Martial artists would even less come here. However, at this moment, the barren mountain shook violently as if an earthquake had occurred. Huge cracks began to spread in all directions. Eventually, the entire barren mountain was completely torn apart. Following that, a figure appeared. This was a handsome youth dressed in red robes, sitting there cross-legged. At this moment, there were mysterious runes flowing on his body like patches of flames. But that aura was much more terrifying than the flames. Above his head, a large crack opened, forming a black vortex. Endless energy surged into his body wildly. If a king saw this scene, he would definitely be scared silly. If a 9-star great perfection was poured in by this energy, he would probably directly explode and die. But the youth below did not feel anything. It was like an abyss black hole, mercilessly absorbing. This scene lasted for a month before it was completed. Buzz! The youth opened his eyes. 2 piercing beams of light pierced through the void. In the next instant, a surge of terrifying power surged out of his body. This power was much more terrifying than a king's, reaching an inconceivable level. Was this the cultivation of a half-sage? The red-robed youth was none other than Lin Xian. He had successfully refined the Saint Breakthrough Pill and swallowed it. After endless cultivation, he finally completely absorbed the Saint Breakthrough Pill, causing the phenomenon just now. His cultivation had also reached the half-sage level. Whoosh! Too powerful. Lin Xian's current strength was much stronger than before. Chapter 3180. Sure enough, not long after, the black vortex in the sky disappeared. Endless thunderclouds condensed and formed. These thunder and lightning seemed to have descended from the starry sky beyond the sky, very terrifying. With a bang, a bolt of thunder and lightning descended from the sky. Lightning punishment, carrying the destructive aura of thunder and possessing the power of laws. It finally came. Lin Xian took a deep breath. After making it through this lightning tribulation, he should be able to condense true law fragments. Buzz! He was not afraid. Instead, he directly rushed up. Bang! The entire place was drowned as if it was the end of the world. Fortunately, this place was deserted. Otherwise, they would definitely be scared silly. But even if there were few people, this destructive aura and power still attracted the attention of some martial artists. It was just that this thunder and lightning power was too terrifying. They did not dare to approach at all. A few bold ones were struck, flying by the thunder before they even approached. Lightning tribulation. Someone was transcending tribulation. Everyone was terrified. It wouldn't be some genius powerhouse, right? Many people looked at the space ahead enveloped by thunder and lightning, bewildered and uncertain. But no matter how they guessed, they could not guess who it was. Furthermore, this power was too terrifying, right? Even separated by tens of millions of miles, they still felt a chill run down their spines. So terrifying it had already lasted for a month, and this lightning tribulation actually had not disappeared yet. Just who was transcending tribulation? Could he have already been struck into ashes? Those young martial artists were puzzled. However, those older generation figures shook their heads and sighed. Impossible, the person was going to die, and the lightning tribulation would have long disappeared. The current situation indicated that the person inside was still transcending tribulation. But just which major figure was it? This thunder and lightning's destructive aura exceeded this old man's several hundred years of cognition. Could it be an immortal manifesting? Many people exclaimed. There were rumors in this world that there were immortals. Perhaps an immortal had descended on Cloud Return Planet. The moment these words came out, many people directly knelt on the ground to worship. A month later, the signs of the lightning tribulation weakened. Another half a month later, it finally disappeared. It was just that everyone still did not dare to go forward, because just that remnant aura was enough to kill them. Even those at the grand completion of 9 stars did not dare to go forward. However, the horror of this place did not deter these people. Instead, more and more martial artists gathered and knelt here. But on this day, they were all stunned. That was because they saw a figure walking out from the front. It was a young figure. Holy shit! Who is this kid? How dare he go in? Was he not afraid of being killed? Impossible! The residual power of the thunder was so terrifying. How could he be unscathed? These people were stunned. The older generation figures were bewildered. That wasn't right. They had never seen anyone enter before. Who was this person? Could it be that he had walked out from inside? Could it be that he was the one undergoing the tribulation? Impossible. How could such a terrifying lightning tribulation be caused by an old monster that had lived for thousands of years? How could it be caused by a young man? These older generation experts couldn't understand. The person who walked out was Lin Xian. After going through the thunder tribulation, he had finally transformed the power of fire into fragments of the law of fire. He was now a genuine sage-to-be. Before reaching the half-saint realm, he could already contend with a half-saint. Now, Lin Xian was confident that he could kill the patriarch of the Wan family with one punch. How could there be so many people? After coming out, Lin Xian looked around at the warriors who were kneeling and bowing. He frowned slightly. "Kid, how did you get in?" "Yes, why are you unscathed? Tell me your secret." Many people surrounded him with ferocious expressions. In their opinion, he must have a treasure on him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His eyes darkened, and a terrifying aura surged out. He was now a half-step saint. The aura he released was naturally the aura of half a lifetime. Suddenly, all the warriors were pressed to the ground by the aura, trembling. The few people who had spoken arrogantly earlier were so scared that they fainted. "Senior, please spare us," everyone exclaimed. The older generation figures were also trembling. In their opinion, this was not a young man. He was definitely an extremely terrifying old monster. Lin Xian withdrew the aura of a half-step saint and asked indifferently, "What happened recently?" "Senior, in the past 2 years, the Qi family had become very powerful. They were several times stronger than before. It was said that the Qi family's patriarch had recovered from his injuries." An old man hurriedly said. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he nodded. This matter was within his expectations. He asked, "Is there anything else?" "Also, recently, many geniuses from outside the domain have arrived on Guiyuan planet. Many of them have comprehended power that is close to the Tao." Oh, it seemed that more and more geniuses from outside the domain had arrived. The old man continued. These geniuses from outside the domain and the local geniuses of Guiyuan planet have all entered the ghost realm. "What is the ghost realm?" Lin Xian asked. He had never heard of the ghost realm before. "Senior, this ghost realm was formed in the past 2 years. A year or 2 ago, the warriors in the 77 cities mysteriously disappeared. The place where the 77 cities were locked formed the ghost realm. Anyone who entered would be turned into ashes. Rumor had it that there was a half-step saint inside. Inside, there was a monstrous bloody light and an extremely strong bloody aura. Later, a half-step saint entered and fought. However, he had no choice but to retreat in the end. However, the demon half-step saints in the movies were not as arrogant as before. They could enter some places. However, they were still unable to enter the core area. Those geniuses from outside the domain had gone to this ghost realm. Ghost realm? Blood? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He thought of the half-step saint from the Wan family. Moreover, he guessed that it was most likely the doing of this half-step saint from the Wan family. What a reckless thing. He was about to die, yet he still caused so much slaughter. Lin Xian asked in a low voice, "Where was the ghost realm?" "Fly west from here. The place where the bloody light covered thousands of miles was the ghost realm," the old man said. It seemed that it was time to understand. Lin Xian soared into the sky. Previously, when he fought with the Wan family's patriarch, both sides were injured. At that time, he did not chase after the other party in order to break through. He did not expect that the other party would use such cruel methods to recover his strength. Now that he had broken through to become a true half-step saint, he naturally could not let the other party go. Inside the ghost realm, the bloody light overflowed into the sky, and the ghost qi was awe-inspiring. On the other hand, it was a peaceful scene outside. This huge contrast made people fearful. However, at the same time, it also attracted countless warriors to come and search for treasures. After all, there were countless experts in each of the 77 cities. After they died, They left behind a large number of cultivation techniques and treasures. It could be said that there were 77 treasure vaults. Therefore, even though they knew the danger, their greed made these people move forward without caring about anything else. Of course, those who were weaker could only search outside. Even 9-star kings did not dare to get too close. They could only search in the outermost cities. Only those who had comprehended the Tao would dare to move forward. Chapter 30, 181. That should be the ghost realm, right? That figure was Lin Xian. He came to the vicinity of the ghost realm with flickering eyes. Sure enough, the surrounding blood qi was surging, and ghosts were wailing and wolves were howling. Obviously, countless creatures had been killed, and their resentment was monstrous. Not only that, but he also sensed a familiar aura from it. The cloud law fragment. It was indeed the half-step sage of the Wan family. It seemed that the half-step sage of the Wan family should be cultivating in seclusion. Buzz. Lin Xian walked directly inside. His speed was very fast. He turned into a long rainbow and flew quickly into the distance. The people on both sides of the road were extremely shocked when they saw the scene. Who was that kid? How dare he fly so fast? Did he want to die? It seemed that he was a reckless guy. There was a monstrous, murderous aura inside, as well as some vengeful spirits and blood demons. Even a perfected 9-star cultivator would not barge in like that. How dare a kid like him do that? Just wait and see. He would definitely die within 3 seconds. However, these people were soon dumbfounded and almost knelt on the ground. That was because they realized that the other party was completely fine. The surrounding blood demons and vengeful spirits were directly torn apart by the other party. Wherever the other party passed, nothing dared to approach. He turned out to be a super expert, a top-notch genius. He must be a top-notch genius. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so powerful. Oh God, did another top-notch genius enter? It was going to be lively inside. These people were no longer looking down on him. Instead, they were amazed. Lin Xian's speed was so fast that there were not many people wherever he passed. Generally, those who were weak would not be able to enter, but suddenly he made a sound and realized that there were people in front of him. It seemed that those people should be the top geniuses or peerless powerhouses. There were many people in front of him, but they did not move. Instead, they were confronting something. Lin Xian's arrival also attracted the attention of these people. One by one, the figures turned around. When they saw Lin Xian, they were extremely surprised. What a young person! Who was that person? They discussed. Lin Xian also looked over. His gaze stopped on those people for a second. Then he no longer paid attention to them and looked ahead. No wonder those people stopped. It turned out that there were many blood demons and vengeful spirits in front of them. It seemed that the half-step sage of the Wan family had not only killed countless powerhouses, but also turned them into blood demons to protect him. He could see that the 77 cities and the ghost realm had formed a 10,000 ghost formation. Another person who didn't know the difference between life and death had come. A blood demon in front of him. He was dressed in blood-red armor and was 5 meters tall. He looked like a demon king. When he spoke, the surrounding space trembled. There was a rune between his eyebrows that emitted a mysterious aura. This was a rune left behind by the Wan family's old ancestor. It caused the blood demon's aura to be no weaker than the peak experts around him. After Lin Xian landed, he frowned. Although the blood demons and vengeful spirits ahead were terrifying, with so many top-notch experts here, would they not be able to defeat them? So he asked why. Are you afraid to make a move? Brat, what do you know? How dare you look down on us? There was an extremely terrifying formation here, and it was set up by a half-step sage. It could be said that it was the laws of heaven and earth. Under the laws, they could not attack in groups. They could only fight one-on-one. Do you think we won't attack you? Those top prodigies rolled their eyes, as if mocking Lin Xian's ignorance. They did not know that Lin Xian had already seen through it. It was 1,000 ghost formation. Lin Xian continued. One-on-one? So what? If you can't even defeat a mere blood demon, you'd better make way for me. This place is not suitable for you. It's too dangerous for you. Hurry up and go back. Lin Xian waved his hand and walked forward. Damn kid, you're courting death. How dare you? Get lost. Those top prodigies were instantly enraged. Many of them were top prodigies who had rushed over from outside the realm. They had all comprehended power that was close to the Tao. Wherever they went, they were admired by tens of thousands of people. But now they were being looked down upon. How could they endure this? Immediately, a terrifying power surged out and filled the sky. However, Lin Xian did not fear this. He crossed his hands behind his back, not caring at all. The several top prodigies in front coldly snorted. Boy, if it weren't for the rules of this array formation, then you wouldn't have been able to withstand our pressure. You actually dare to tell me to get lost? I think you should screw off first. A man walked out. This man was tall, and his body exuded a blood-infernal aura. He was also extremely tyrannical. There was a good show to watch. No one thought that Xue Man would actually attack. That boy was absolutely dead. Xue Man was extremely terrifying. He came from Blood Refining Planet and was said to have worshipped a half-step sage as his master. Moreover, what he cultivated was the Blood Infernal Tao. His aura matched the surrounding aura. Here, not only would he not be suppressed, he could even increase his strength. That boy could have provoked anyone, but he had to provoke a ruthless master like Xue Man. It was likely that he would die without a corpse remaining. The surrounding prodigies sneered, all of them looking on as if they were watching a play. Lin Xian looked at the figure in front of him, his eyes flashing. He came from Blood Refining Planet? And he also worshipped a half-step sage as his master? This reminded him of not too long ago, when he had casually killed a little ant. In the next moment, Lin Xian lightly asked, "What is your relationship with Lone Wolf?" "Lone Wolf? That is my junior apprentice brother. How do you know him?" Xue Man frowned. Lone Wolf had already left Blood Refining Planet for a long time. He had said that he wanted to come to Cloud Planet to take revenge. However, several years had passed, and there had been no news of Lone Wolf. This caused Xue Man to feel that something was wrong. Now that he heard this from Xue Man's mouth, he was immediately enraged. "It seems that you know something about my junior apprentice brother. Be a good boy and tell me. I can give you a quick and painless death. He was already killed by me because he provoked me, just like you are now. So if you want to live, then kneel down, kowtow, and get the hell out of Cloud Planet. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as his." Lin Xian was now a true half-step sage. How could he allow someone close to the Tao to provoke him? "You are courting death. If you want to kill me, then go to hell first." Xue Man gave a loud shout, and an endless blood-red light bloomed from his body. In the next moment, he instantly turned into a monstrous demon king. A blood-red spear appeared in his hands, the Tao of Slaughter. As this spear thrust out, the entire space trembled. The surrounding sea of blood began to surge towards him. It was over. That boy had really died. Here, Xue Man's combat strength was far greater than in the outside world. Not only did he comprehend the Tao of Slaughter, but he had also comprehended the power of slaughter. Xue Man was absolutely a killing god. This was just a trivial power that bordered on the Tao. Lin Xian shook his head and punched out. Chapter 3182. With a bang, all of the blood-red light was completely shattered. Not only that, but the crimson spear was also shattered into pieces. What? How could this boy be so strong? The surrounding proud children of heaven's faces all paled. Xue Man's pupils shrank. This was bad. He had to hurry and retreat. But it was already too late. Lin Xian's palm stretched out. It was like a 5-finger mountain, firmly locking him in place. "Stop! You cannot kill me. I am Ancestor Xue Pao's disciple. My master is a half-saint. If you kill me, my master will never let you go. Ancestor Shui Pao. A half-saint? Humph! If he dares to come find me, then I'll kill him too. Lin Xian didn't care. Damn! Shui Man screamed like a madman. He galvanized his strength that was close to the Tao to resist. But he discovered that he simply couldn't resist. Lin Xian had completely surpassed him. He couldn't even block a single move. He knew that he had offended someone that he couldn't afford to provoke. In the next moment, with a thud, he fell to his knees. I was wrong. Please forgive me. The surrounding, top-proud children of heaven's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This was Shui Man. Amongst them, he was an extremely powerful existence. But now, such a person was actually kneeling and begging for mercy? Now he knew how to kneel and beg for mercy? Too late. I gave you a chance, but now I won't. A half-saint had the dignity of a half-saint. Not just anyone could provoke them. As Lin Xian spoke, he didn't show any mercy. With a loud bang, Shui Man was turned into a bloody mist. Shui Man's body instantly exploded, but his soul managed to escape. Not just that, but his soul held a blood-red jade pendant. The jade pendant emitted a monstrous aura of a half-saint. Then a hazy figure appeared. It was an old man in a blood-red robe. His body emitted a monstrous slaughter aura, extremely terrifying. A half-saint phantom. Many proud children of heaven cried out in alarm. They felt their blood freeze. Obviously, this was a half-saint phantom that had been left in Shui Man's body to save his life in a moment of crisis. Wang. As this half-saint phantom appeared, it stared at Lin Xian. Who dares to harm my disciple? Kneel and accept your death. He stretched out a monstrous, blood-red hand and viciously slapped towards Lin Xian. You want to fight me with a mere phantom of a half-saint? Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a wisp of sharp flaming sword light appeared at the tip of his finger as he slashed forward. Pooh! The blood-red half-saint phantom was slashed into two, and then it was incinerated by monstrous flames and transformed into ash. Impossible! How could you possibly destroy my master's illusion? Shui Man's soul was stunned in the air. His final life-saving method had been destroyed, and it had been easily broken by this opponent. Who was this person? With a swoosh, his soul was destroyed by the sword. Lin Xian turned his head and looked around. Instantly, the surrounding geniuses began to tremble, and many of their faces turned pale. They were done for. They had provoked a god of death. This was a truly terrifying expert. So sorry, we failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive us, young master. A few of the older generation experts hurriedly apologized. They had lived for countless years and knew when to submit and when to stand tall. Now they naturally had to beg for mercy. As the geniuses from other realms heard this, their bodies shook. They quickly said, Sorry, young master, please spare our lives. As they said this, they didn't dare to believe it. How proud were they! But now they had no choice but to bow their heads. I'll spare your lives this time. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Then he looked ahead at the blood demons and resentful spirits. In the next moment, he walked forwards. The tall blood demon issued a fierce roar. Boy, you're courting death. A saber slashed down. It was like a river of blood, causing the entire vault of heaven to split open. However, Lin Xian didn't retreat at all. As the saber slashed down on his body, it emitted a heaven-shaking sound. Even so, he wasn't injured at all. Whoosh! He arrived in front of the blood demon, his aura capable of swallowing mountains and rivers. Horrifying flames appeared on his body, as if they would burn the entire world. The blood demon in front of him emitted a miserable cry before it turned into a pool of blood. The surrounding resentful spirits were also affected. They screamed as if they had gone crazy. They had no choice. They were originally Yin creatures, and they were most afraid of the power of Yang. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body was extremely terrifying. In addition, he now had a fragment of the law of fire. The power of Yang was definitely not something that the blood demons and resentful spirits could resist. Who exactly are you? The resentful spirits screamed as if they had gone crazy. They were the souls of the people who had died in the 77 cities. They had been refined by the Wan family's patriarch using a secret technique and retained their intelligence when they were alive. At this moment, they were screaming as if they had gone crazy. They had never seen such a terrifying person. I'm Lin Wudi. Tell the Wan family's patriarch to come out. Lin Wudi. Hearing this, many of the surrounding people's bodies trembled. Their eyes were filled with shock. He was actually Lin Wudi. Thinking of this, they felt a lingering fear. The geniuses from other realms were puzzled. Who exactly was he? He was an extremely terrifying top genius who had defeated the Nether King in the battle at Tiancheng Peak. The Nether King. The geniuses from other realms were shocked. The Nether King was also a top genius in the outer realms. He was even stronger than them. They did not expect him to be defeated by the other party. However, some people frowned. That was not right. Even if he defeated the Nether King, he could not fight against a half-sage. Where did he get his confidence from? The native powerhouses of Cloud Return Planet were also very puzzled. Could it be that the other party had called their master this time? In their opinion, for Lin Xian to possess such strength, there must be a terrifying family, clan, or holy land behind him. Perhaps this time it was the Grand Elder or Patriarch of his family's sacred ground who had made a move. You want to see my master? You'll have to get through me first. I don't care if you're Lin Wudi or Zhang Wudi. Go to hell today. A terrifying roar came from ahead. Then the ground trembled and the void shattered. A terrifying figure walked out. This figure was extremely ferocious. His entire body was formed by resentful spirits. It seemed that he had used millions of resentful spirits. Every head was extremely ferocious and twisted. On the outside, there was a blood-red armor made from endless blood that firmly imprisoned these resentful spirits. On the armor, there were mysterious runes that flickered with a demonic power. The surrounding top geniuses swallowed their saliva. How terrifying! Fortunately, they did not act rashly just now. This new monster was too terrifying. He had far surpassed them and was close to a half-sage. Would this brat be able to withstand it? For a moment, their gazes turned to Lin Xian. Boom! The monster in front of them roared loudly. Endless resentment surged into the sky as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. He struck out with his palm, and monstrous waves of blood erupted with incomparable killing intent. I have a sword that can cut through the 9 heavens. Chapter 30, 183. In the next moment, endless flames danced on his body, condensing into a flaming longsword in his hand, emitting a brilliant light. The expressions of the surrounding prodigies all changed. The pupils of those older generation figures also constricted abruptly. What a terrifying flame aura! Retreat quickly. They quickly retreated and watched from afar. The monsters and wraiths in front all trembled uneasily, letting out frenzied roars. The surrounding 1,000 ghost formation also seemed to be enraged, operating crazily. For a time, the front was wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, like demons from hell. Kill! Terrifying monsters, countless blood demons, and wraiths that filled the sky all charged over crazily. The flaming longsword in Lin Xian's hand also slashed down. At this moment, Lin Xian became incomparably terrifying like a sword god. The long sword in his hand bloomed with resplendent light as it slashed down. The void shattered, and all the wraiths and monsters were reduced to ashes. The entire 1,000 ghost formation was split open by a sword. A crack appeared in the ground, spreading into the distance. This sword split the entire ghost domain apart. Behind, those outer realm prodigies were almost fainted from fright. Damn it! Who the hell was this person? How could there be such a terrifying monster on Cloud Return Planet? If they knew, they wouldn't have come even if they were beaten to death. Those powerhouses on Cloud Return Planet were also terrified. They racked their brains but could not figure out which family or sacred ground the other party was from. Outside, those martial artists who were still wandering around the ghost domain also screamed. They discovered that the ghost domain in front of them suddenly split into two halves from the middle. Endless flames shot into the sky. The ghost domain was split open. Someone screamed, and everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What? Impossible, right? They had deeply experienced how terrifying the ghost domain was during this period of time. Even a half-sage could not do anything to it. But now it was actually split open. Who the hell was it? Could it be that a saint made a move? Inside the ghost domain, Lin Xian split open the Thousand Ghost Formation with a sword. Then his gaze was like a magic lamp looking ahead. Old ghost of the Wan family still not coming out? Do you want me to personally drag you out? Damn it, who is it? How dare you disturb my cultivation? A terrifying sound rang out as the void continued to shatter. The surrounding elite sky prides were coughing out mouthfuls of blood as well. The might of a half-step saint. Not good, retreat quickly. They retreated frantically as if they had seen a ghost. Although they were geniuses from outside the realm and local powerhouses, they had only comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. Compared to a half-saint, he was still far from it. Therefore, they were completely unable to contend against a half-saint. No matter how many people there were, it was useless even if they attacked together. They could only keep retreating. However, Lin Xian did not retreat. Instead, he walked forward. With every step he took, a flame would rise from his feet. In the end, the flames in the sky burned all of the ghost chi. What a pretentious prick! You were already at the end of your tether. But in order to increase your strength, you didn't hesitate to slaughter millions of living beings. You truly deserve to die. I let you escape last time, but I won't let you escape this time. Lin Xian said coldly. Hearing the last sentence, the surrounding sky pride's eyes almost popped out. What? He escaped last time? Could it be that this kid had already fought with a half-step saint before? Heavens! They were about to faint from fright. In the depths of the ghost realm, the Wan family's patriarch screamed as if someone had stepped on his tail. Damn kid, it's you! With a boom, he broke through countless voids and appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, the Wan family's patriarch had turned into a middle-aged man. His muscles were bulging, and his blood was monstrous. It was obvious that the blood of millions of powerhouses had allowed him to recover. The Wan family's patriarch was surrounded by a sea of blood that turned into armor and enveloped him. A blood-red longsword appeared in his hand as he stepped into the air step by step. Kid, it's really you. Don't worry this time. I will definitely send you to the 18th level of hell. The current me is no longer at the end of my tether. I have recovered to my peak. As he roared, the void within millions of miles shattered, and the entire world turned into a blood-red sea. In the sky, blood-red clouds appeared and shrouded everyone. This is my world. I am the ruler of this entire world. A king could use a domain, while a saint could use a world. In this world, a saint's laws were the ruler. Although a half-step saint was unable to form their own world, they still far surpassed a domain. What the other party said was right. In this cloud-like space, the Wan family's patriarch was the ruler. The surrounding martial artists were so scared that they shivered. They knelt on the ground, shivering. Even the proud children of heaven from outside the realm were filled with despair. They could feel law fragments dancing between the heavens and earth. They simply couldn't resist. It was over. They might really die here. They were filled with incomparable regret. However, some people said, no, we still have a glimmer of hope. That is the person in front of us, Lin Wudi. Yes, he was Lin Wudi. He had defeated the Deep King and killed Shueman. Perhaps he had a way to deal with the Wan family's patriarch. What a joke! He was only from the younger generation. At most, he had comprehended a strength that neared the Tao. How could he possibly contend with a half-step saint? Do you know what the power of a law fragment is? Some people shook their heads, their faces filled with despair. They weren't optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. In front of them, Lin Xian looked up at the sky, at the blood energy that overflowed with blood. He sneered. Had he recovered to his peak? So what? His opponent's strength had risen, but so had he. Now he had become a true half-step saint. He even had the confidence to contend with a saint, much less his opponent. Ha ha ha! Boy, you are too arrogant. I admit that you are strong. Although you are only a perfect king and have comprehended a strength that nears the Tao, you are still able to contend with me. But that is only the weakest me. 2 years ago, I had just awakened and my strength was very weak. But now I have already reached the peak. Compared to before, my strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. With a single hand, I can slap you to death. Don't worry. Once I grab your soul, I will let you experience 100 reincarnations, and your mortal body will be mine. The Wan family's patriarch had recovered to his peak. His killing intent soared to the heavens, unstoppable. It was as if he could control everything. With a boom, as his voice fell, an incomparably ethereal blood-red palm pressed down from the sky. On the palm, accompanied by the law of clouds fragment, it was as if the real heavens were descending, making it impossible to stop. Boom! 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 As soon as the palm landed, all the cultivators within 1,000,000 miles were sent flying. Regardless of whether it was the older generation experts or the geniuses from the outer realm, they were all sent flying. They couldn't withstand it at all. Their bodies were shattered, and they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Only after retreating a few million miles did they heave a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. Was this the power of a half-step saint? With just a casual strike, the storm was enough to seriously injure them. If they were hit head-on, they probably wouldn't survive, even if they had 100 lives. It's over. That Lin Wudi is probably dead. Chapter 30, 184. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Interesting. Today I'll use you as a test. Endless flames erupted from his body. Each one of them jumped around like a fire dragon, roaring nonstop. There was an extremely terrifying aura on it. With a boom, he punched out with the 9 suns' divine fist. It was like a golden crow rampaging in the sky. The two collided in the sky, shattering the void for millions of miles. Everyone was sent flying again. There was chaos in front of them, as if the end of the world had happened. Amidst countless terrified screams, the blood-red hand quickly shattered. A golden fist shot into the sky, illuminating millions of miles of mountains and rivers. As for the Wan family's patriarch, he was sent flying like a kite. Blood splattered in the sky. This was the blood of a half-step sage. It easily pierced through everything, causing the ground to sink and endless black holes to appear. Lin Xian's body bloomed with flames. He was like a god of war. He charged forward forcefully, and his cold voice resounded throughout the world. Who said that you're the only half-step sage? Millions of miles away, countless geniuses raised their heads and stared at this scene, dumbfounded. This scene was deeply imprinted in their minds. Even after 1,000 years, they could still remember it clearly. Finally, someone broke the silence. A scream rang out. The half-step sage was sent flying. Heavens, how did he do it? What did he say? Who said that you're the only half-step sage? Could it be that he's also a half-step sage? No way. How could he be a half-step sage at such a young age? He's Lin Wudi. Wasn't he someone who was close to the Tao? How did he become a half-step sage now? Screams rang out crazily. They weren't familiar with Lin Xian. In fact, they might not even recognize him if they met him face to face. However, they had heard of Lin Wudi's name. Previously, Lin Wudi had defeated the Nether King, and his name had shaken the entire cloud-returning planet. However, Lin Wudi was only a genius who was close to the Tao at that time. Now he had become a half-step sage. The speed of his advancement was too fast. If news of this spread, it would probably scare a group of grand elders to death. Ah, damn brat. I'm going to kill you. In the distance, a figure soared into the sky, roaring madly. His body was covered in blood-light, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was the Wan clan's ancestor. He was injured. He was actually injured by a young man's punch. Impossible. Damn it. How is this possible? 2 years ago, he had fought with the other party and was injured by the other party at that time. However, at that time, he had just woken up and was like a lamp without oil, so he couldn't use his strength at all. Now he had already recovered to his peak. However, the outcome was still the same. In fact, the situation was even worse than back then. He was actually injured by a single punch. He couldn't believe that the other party's strength had increased even more than his. How is this possible? No, that's impossible. I don't believe it. How could you possibly be a half-saint? It had only been 2 years since they last met, and he had already become a half-saint? Even the patriarch of the Wan clan had never seen such a cultivation speed before. He guessed that Su Chen must have swallowed some medicinal pills to forcefully increase his cultivation. Such a person couldn't be compared to a true half-saint. The next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of mist. Whoosh! The cloud of mist continued to expand, enveloping the entire world. Countless figures of the Wan clan's patriarch appeared in all directions. Each of them was incomparably real. They carried the power of the precept fragments. The people who were watching the battle from afar were terrified. What kind of divine ability was this? How could he create so many clones? Furthermore, each of them was carrying fragments. Which one was the real one? They couldn't see clearly at all. Haha, kid, go to hell now. Countless clones moved together in the sky and on the ground, making it impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A golden light appeared in his eyes and swept in all directions. However, in the next moment, he was slightly stunned. He couldn't see through it for a while. So what? No matter how much the other party's secret technique was, it was useless. 9 Yang divine sword, illuminate mountains and rivers. With a long roar, boundless flames formed a divine sword in Lin Xian's hand. The long sword swept across, illuminating millions of miles of mountains and rivers. At this moment, every space between heaven and earth was filled with flaming sword chi. Countless half-step sage clones were enveloped by all the sword chi. In the next moment, these clones were completely pierced through. None of them escaped. With a bang, a figure was sent flying. It was the Wan family's patriarch's true body. His face was filled with shock. Damn it! How was this possible? His divine ability had been destroyed by the other party's sword chi again. This was too powerful. With a slash of the sword, there was no way to hide within 1,000,000 miles. Cloud spear! The Wan family's patriarch roared. A cloud spear appeared in his hand and directly pierced out. Buzz! The cloud spear disappeared without a trace. Kid, the cloud is ethereal and traceless. Let's see how you block it. Indeed, the Wan family's patriarch's cloud law was so ethereal. Not only was his speed extremely fast and his movement technique was strange, but his attacks were also extremely strange. Buzz! On Lin Xian's left, the void shattered and a long spear pierced over. Bang! It sent Lin Xian flying. It hit! Countless people exclaimed. The Wan family's patriarch's lips curled into a smile. Hee hee, kid, I knew it. You can't block my technique. Before he could finish his words, his body began to tremble because he realized that Lin Xian had returned once again without any injuries on his body. How was this possible? It couldn't pierce through? How could your physique be so strong? The Wan family's patriarch was stunned. So what if the other party had the body of a half-step sage? How could he not shatter the other party's attack? Lin Xian sneered. Sorry, you didn't hit at all. Indeed, the moment the long spear was about to pierce him, He directly sent it flying with his sword. "Since I've taken so many of your attacks, then you should take one of mine." Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. He stared at the other party. In the next moment, he waved the light sword in his hand, and it turned into a golden river of flames that surged out. The terrifying heat wave could melt everything in the world. The sword was like a fire dragon, roaring incomparably. Everyone was shocked. That was because Lin Xian's sword strike was simply too terrifying. The Wan family's patriarch's body went numb. He felt that he couldn't resist. In the next moment, he used the Cloud Law fragment to the extreme and dodged quickly. The Cloud Law disappeared without a trace. In an instant, the Wan family's patriarch merged into the void and disappeared. "It's over. That kid might not be able to catch me." Yes, the Cloud Law was too strange. Moreover, if a half-step sage wanted to escape, it was impossible to stop him. The people in the distance sighed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "You want to escape? Do you think you can escape?" The great dragon's sword spirit roared, and the power of his sword qi erupted once again. Chapter 3185. With a loud boom, the sword slashed through the void. A figure flew out. The Wan family's ancestor was stunned in midair, unable to believe what had happened. His body slowly split into two halves. Then his blood turned into a sea of blood, roaring in the air. What? The Wan family's ancestor was split in half. How was this possible? How did he do it? The Wan family's ancestor had already turned into a cloud of mist and could not be attacked at all. How did he kill him? Were these people crazy? To be honest, even the Wan family's ancestor did not know how he was injured. He did not know that Lin Xian's dragon sword soul could destroy everything. It could even cut through the void, let alone a cloud of mist. "I told you, I won't let you go this time, so you can go to hell." Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm. In the void, a pair of golden eyes appeared. Countless runes flashed, and together with the law of fire, it burned the ancestor's soul. The Wan family's ancestor was disdainful before, but now he let out a miserable cry. The other party had such a mysterious and terrifying eye technique. He had miscalculated. No. The Wan family's ancestor screamed crazily and spat out countless black mist surrounding him. The black mist was incomparably cold. Could it be formed by the souls of millions of powerhouses? He did not expect the Wan family's ancestor to be so vicious. Some of the older generation experts in the distance exclaimed, "Don't be enveloped by this dark cloud. It specializes in hurting souls." Indeed, after being enveloped by the dark cloud, the Wan family's ancestor's soul actually survived. Even Lin Xian was shocked by this. It seemed that a half-sage was indeed strong. If he did not have a special ability, it would be difficult to kill him. However, this could not do anything to Lin Xian. No matter how strong the other party was, no matter how many treasures he could send him to hell. Buzz! In Lin Xian's eyes, the Tianji divine eye exploded again. At the same time, the dragon sword soul also entered this mysterious eye. With a boom, the power of the Tianji divine eye multiplied. Instantly, the dark cloud was mercilessly torn apart and burned fiercely, turning into nothingness. Impossible! How could you possibly break through my dark clouds? The Wan family's old ancestor screamed like a madman. He really couldn't understand how Lin Xian's battle prowess could still increase. This was beyond his imagination. In the next moment, the dark clouds in the sky were torn apart. The soul of the Wan family old ancestor wanted to escape, but in the end it was burned to ashes. With a boom, his corpse fell from the sky, shattering the mountains and rivers within 1,000,000 miles. The void couldn't bear the body and blood of a half-saint. Dead. The surrounding people were all stunned. They realized that even after a long time, the Wan clan's old ancestor was still unable to revive. This meant that the other party had been completely killed. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A dignified sage-to-be had actually died? Oh heavens! How could this be? This was truly too shocking to them. After all, a half-saint was someone who had one foot in the saint realm. That kind of person was about to transcend heaven and earth. Even if he encountered a strong enemy and couldn't defeat them, escaping wouldn't be a problem. But now, a half-saint had died in front of them. Lin Xian took the Wan clan's old ancestor's storage ring, then turned around and soared into the sky, disappearing into the sky. The surrounding people's scalps went numb. They knew that a huge earthquake and a huge storm had occurred again. The death of a half-saint was definitely an endless storm. As expected, the news spread at the speed of light. Soon, the entire cloud-returning planet knew about it. A half-saint had fallen. Moreover, it was killed by a young genius. Lin Wudy? Did you say that Lin Wudy had already become a half-saint? How could this be? When they learned that it was Lin Wudy who had killed the half-saint, they all went crazy. Previously, when Lin Wudy and the Nether King fought on Heaven's Peak, he was only a young person who had comprehended the power of the Tao. Only 1 or 2 years had passed, and he had already become a half-saint? How was this possible? How did the Tao do it? These people were all crazy. The older generation figures were also stunned. One had to know that many of the older generation powerhouses had been stuck in the 9-star Grand Garden for 1 or 2,000 years. However, they had never been able to take that step. But now, there was a young man who could take that step in 1 or 2 years. They could not believe it at all. Even the most monstrous genius could not do it. There must be a secret. Damn it, that kid must have a secret. He might have a way to become a half-saint. In an instant, countless people were shocked. Countless large sects and large family clans were burning with passion as they searched for Lin Wudy. However, they had lost track of Lin Wudy. If a half-saint wanted to hide, they would not be able to find him at all. The Qi clan's old ancestor, was shocked. He did not personally go to the demonic realm. However, when he received the news, he personally went to the scene. When he returned, his mood was extremely solemn. That was because he sensed a familiar aura at the scene of the battle. He thought of that person again. However, he could not believe that the other party had already become a half-saint. The other party had become a half-saint at such a young age. His future achievements were limitless. He was a genius who had the potential to become a great emperor. Thinking of this, the Qi clan's old ancestor took a deep breath. At the same time he asked, "Siyu, have you found any news about young Master Lin?" Qi Siyu shook her head. She could not find anything. Forget it. There was no need to investigate. The old ancestor shook his head. If the other party was really a half-saint, they would not be able to find anything. In an instant, everyone was talking about Lin Wudy. At the same time, a tsunami occurred on Blood Refining Planet. An endless sea of blood surged, and the void within 1,000,000 miles shattered. The martial artists on Blood Refining Planet felt their scalps go numb. Damn it! Had Patriarch Shuepao gone mad? What was going on? Wasn't he in seclusion? It was said that he would not wake up for 1 or 200 years. Why had he come out in just a few years? The crowd didn't know. They only saw a blood-red figure rushing into the clouds, arriving above the 9 heavens, letting out endless roars. Lin Wudy, how dare you kill 2 of my disciples and destroy my soul fragment? I will tear you to pieces. Patriarch Shuepao roared at the sky. He could not tolerate it, so he decided to kill Lin Xian. Otherwise, he would not be able to continue cultivating in seclusion. Cloud returning planet, right? All right, I'll go there personally and kill you. After Lin Xian killed the Wan family's old ancestor, he took his storage ring and left. He came to an uninhabited mountain range, set up an array, and entered. Then, Lin Xian began to search through the Wan family's old ancestor's storage ring. Let me see the collection of a half-saint. What do you think? Lin Xian's soul entered. In the next moment, he was extremely shocked. He had to admit that the collection of a half-martial ancestor was too rich. Chapter 30, 186. Lin Xian took a look at those pills. They were all needed by the half-step sage realm. He could use them. He could also use those spirit herbs for cultivation. What about those martial arts cultivation methods? Lin Xian took a cursory glance. He did not care about these. What he cared about now was the comprehension of the great Tao. Sure enough, the Wan family's patriarch had the comprehension of the great Tao. There was a stone tablet with the comprehension of the law of clouds carved on it. Although it was not words and only an aura, Lin Xian could feel it, and he could clearly sense it. Next, Lin Xian sensed the law of clouds. Clouds were formless, shadowless, and traceless. They were very similar to wind, so Lin Xian's comprehension of the law of clouds increased his movement speed again. Not only that, but his comprehension of the law of fire and the power of annihilation also increased. Combined with the plenilun seed and the great Tao comprehension scripture, Lin Xian's comprehension of the great Tao deepened. 3 months later, after Lin Xian came out, he received news that Blood Refining Planet's patriarch Shuapao was coming to Cloud Returning Planet to kill him. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly and directly spread the word that he did not need to come. A month later, Blood Refining Planet would personally take the dog's head. Lin Xian's words were executed. Heaven and earth spiritual energy automatically condensed, forming a decree that did not dissipate for a long time in the clouds. All the warriors in all directions saw it. They looked up and saw the decree left in the sky. They were extremely shocked. Lin Wudi and Patriarch Shuapao were going to fight. This was big news. In an instant, the news spread throughout the world. Soon, everyone on Cloud Return Planet knew about it. No one expected Lin Wudi to be so arrogant and take the initiative to kill his way to their door. This news spread to Blood Refining Planet through the ancient path of the stars. Patriarch Shuapao was so angry that he vomited blood. This damn brat was too much. Since you dare to come, I'll make sure you don't return. A month later, on the Great Blood Plains, we will fight to the death. Patriarch Shuapao replied domineeringly. The warriors on Cloud Returning Planet and Blood Refining Planet were all boiling with excitement. 2 half-sages were going to fight to the death. This was definitely a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Countless people were preparing to head to the Scarlet Plains to watch the battle. After all, they absolutely couldn't miss such a battle. One by one, the Grand Elders and sect leaders of the major clans and holy lands made their way to Huangxiaolong. Even the half-saints were alarmed by it. Ancestor Shuapao had been famous for a long time, and he was extremely powerful. He was well known throughout the Blood Refining Planet, and he was an extremely terrifying existence. He wondered if this Lin Wudi would be able to defeat him. It was said that Lin Wudi had killed the old ancestor of the Wan clan. He would definitely be able to defeat old ancestor Shuapao. However, there were also people who snorted coldly. That might not be the case. The Wan family's patriarch was already at the end of his rope. Although he had used a secret technique to forcefully raise his qi and blood, it was still too weak. However, Patriarch Shuapao was different. He was at his peak, and his strength was far from what patriarch one could compare to. The supreme elders and sect leaders quickly analyzed the situation. Soon, a half-saint released the news that 500 years ago, Patriarch Shuapao had made a name for himself. At that time, 2 half-saints had died in his hands, and he had suppressed the other 2 half-saints to the point that they didn't dare to come out of seclusion. One could only imagine how powerful Patriarch Shuapao was. When the news came out, everyone was in an uproar. Patriarch Shuapao was actually so powerful. They were all half-saints, but the difference in strength between them was extremely huge. It was obvious that Patriarch Shuapao was a very powerful half-saint. This time, Lin Wudi was really careless. The blood-refining planet was extremely lively at this moment. The battle between Lin Wudi and Patriarch Shuet Pao had caused a huge commotion, causing the surrounding star realms and extraterritorial geniuses to rush over. In the sky, a stalwart man wearing a yellow robe embroidered with a giant dragon descended. He had the aura of a king. So terrifying. Who was that? That was the extraterritorial genius, Jun Zuya. He had comprehended the path of kings. Didn't they see that many of the geniuses around him had submitted to him? What? How could he be so terrifying? Jun Wuya's gaze was calm. There were many geniuses following him. Some of them were willing to submit to him. The other portion had been subdued by his powerful sovereign kings when he fought with them. In short, Jun Wuya's arrival caused a huge commotion. Countless people looked over in his direction. "You're really here," a voice sounded. Jun Wuya turned his head and looked over. His eyes were emitting a piercing light. "It's you." It was a gentle and beautiful woman. She was Yu Linglong from the outstanding scholar residence. At this moment, Yu Linglong was even more beautiful than before. Moreover, there was a special aura around her that made the hearts of countless young geniuses flutter. "It seems like you're also here for the half-saint battle," Yu Linglong said softly. Jun Wuya nodded. "That's right. It was rare to see a half-life battle. Moreover, it was said that one of them was a very young genius. I can't imagine what kind of genius could enter the half-saint realm at such a young age. Yes, I'm afraid even the North Demon can't do it. That's right. I don't think that Lin Xian can defeat the North Demon either." It seemed like there were many geniuses on the ancient path of the stars. While the two of them were talking, another figure appeared. "Long time no see, the two of you." As soon as this person appeared, he brought with him a monstrous, demonic aura. The surrounding people were so frightened that they quickly retreated. "It's so scary. The Demon King is here? It's close to the power of Tao." The demonic aura was familiar. Jun Wuya and Yu Linglong were stunned. Then they turned their heads to look. "Hey Mo." They recognized that the person was Hey Mo from the outstanding scholar residence. However, the current black demon was much stronger than he had been before. He was emitting a piercing aura. It was obvious that he had successfully comprehended the power of Tao. After Hey Mo arrived, he was in high spirits. He looked at Jun Wuya and Yu Linglong with a strong battle intent in his eyes. However, he didn't fight. Instead, he asked, "Are the two of you the only ones here? Where are the others? Is Lin Xian here?" When they were at the outstanding scholar residence, Hey Mo didn't take Lin Xian seriously. However, in the final ranking battle, Lin Xian soared and defeated the North Demon, becoming the number 1 in the outstanding scholar residence. At that time, Hey Mo didn't even comprehend the power of Tao. The gap between them was simply too great. This made Hey Mo feel despair. Later, Hey Mo left the outstanding scholar residence and went to the fallen abyss. He painstakingly cultivated there, risking his life in the face of death, and finally comprehended the power of the devil. Now, he was also one of the top experts who had comprehended the power of Tao. In his opinion, his Tao of Demon was absolutely terrifying. He was confident that he could fight Lin Xian. He might even be able to defeat him. Jun Wuya and Yu Linglong frowned. How dare Hey Mo talk to them like that? One had to know that Hey Mo was very respectful in front of them. However, soon the two of them snorted.